In a small town on the outskirts of Backlund. After changing into clean and dry clothes, Klein placed the wet bills on the surface of the table, one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, he moved very carefully and very gently. Even his sneezing and coughing, which were brought by the fever, had been forcefully suppressed. To make sure there were no mistakes, he didn't dry them by controlling a flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where there was a full-length mirror. Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes, and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and was beardless. He looked young but also experienced. This was a modification of Zhou Mingrui's appearance, with the traits of a native from the northern continent. Moreover, this was his youthful appearance during university when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to be made fat by society. He intended to go back to Backlund when things have settled down a little, and then he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian at the Bravehearts bar, Miss Sharon's circle, and Detective Isengard Stanton. How nostalgic, Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the room where the curtains had been drawn. He planned to bring creeping hunger above the gray fog to study it safely. Inside the silent ancient palace, he appeared at the very end of the long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made of human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the object that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove. It was as if it had a stomach that could never be filled, but above the gray fog, it was so tame that it didn't dare let out even the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lying there, not daring to move at all. Then, Klein heard cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many distorted, hideous, and grieving faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the beyonder characteristics of different colors and different states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with the corresponding faces and use the powers it had. This is the way to use it. Together with the help of divination, Klein made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunger could let out to graze. The first was faceless, but it only had the powers to change his appearance and build. The second was psychiatrist. He could make a target fall into a frenzied state, place a certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate a dragon's might, intimidating individuals and groups, and creating chaos. The third was interrogator. It allowed the wearer of the glove to be proficient in the use of all kinds of weapons, become a demolition expert, possess the ability to focus his mind, and have the ability to pierce a target's spirit body. The fourth was nightmare. There was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlike a beyonder of the corresponding sequence. It was accomplished by creeping hunger, so the wearer could still move their bodies after entering a nightmare state. The fifth was priest of light. It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the singing ability of a bard which could strengthen his companions, as well as summon the light of holiness which was weaker than flaring sun. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers are fixed when letting them out to graze for the first time. This isn't something I can decide for myself. It's purely based on luck. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully nodded, sighed, and said to the suffering souls, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your imprisonment to acquire complete deliverance. In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I kill, I'll replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need their powers or not." His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace. The wailing souls quieted down, no longer writhing in a hideous fashion. Phew! Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the ancient table with his fingers, and said to himself, "That faceless powers overlap with mine, so it's completely useless." Once I have something to replace it with, I'll release him first. Yes, when the time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I might receive information regarding the high sequences of the seer pathway, as well as clues to the whereabouts of mermaids. No, there's no need to wait for a replacement. In a few days, I can make the attempt when I fully recover from my cold. The soul corresponding to the priest of light should be able to complete the incomplete formulas I previously obtained. Furthermore, he'll leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristic. That way, little son doesn't need to worry about his subsequent advancements. Yes, he will be the second to be released. As for me needing to feed a human soul and flesh to creeping hunger every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually wouldn't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's no lack of lives to cull. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the gray fog and not be worried about its backlash, nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would it becoming unusable. Putting his thoughts away, Klein tried to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the formula for the shepherd potion but ended up failing. He didn't divine the origins of creeping hunger, afraid that he would provoke an unfriendly existence. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself due to the gray fog's isolation and obstruction, doing so could likely damage creeping hunger. I'll consider trying that out when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He quickly recalled the previous matters and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was obliterated, its beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it became dots of light trying hard to converge. It can be assumed that the apprentice characteristic that's formed in the end will no longer contain Mr. Door's roars. In other words, such a method can be used to rid the mental corruption inside a beyonder characteristic. But the underlying problem is that there's no way to destroy a beyonder characteristic which has solidified into an item under normal circumstances. Back then, I was relying on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. It needed the prerequisite of a large number of innocent lives. Also, once the all-black eye is shattered, the true creator's mental corruption that's hidden within will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the gray fog? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened at Eastborough. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank, and slowly, he leaned back in his chair. Below him, the endless gray fog floated in silence in a seemingly eternal, unchanging fashion. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog mixed with pale yellow and iron-black colors rapidly disperse. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart felt more at ease. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie waited for Earl Hall's eventual return home. "Father, how is it?" Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall smiled warmly as he handed his coat and hat to an attendant. "It's resolved, but the exact details are still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals." That's good. Thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder. Thanks to the risky investigation of his adorer, our tarot club has once again stopped the descent of an evil god and saved the world. Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl Hall took the towel from the maidservant's hands, wiped his face and sighed. However, this time, there were still some serious casualties. To think that Backlund's smog could become so deadly, although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people? That was a statistic Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade would she be able to see tens of thousands of people gathered together. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy as her mood suddenly turned gloomy. Daisy stood outside her apartment, watching the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter and carry out the bodies. She had long known the outcome, Her expression was numb and her eyes vacant. She subconsciously moved closer to the door. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. "Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague?" Daisy stood there as she watched the two bodies being carried out. She saw her mother, Liv, hugging her sister, Freja, tightly. They were carried to a cargo carriage that was wrapped in black cloth and temporarily requisitioned. She then watched as they disappeared in front of her eyes as a white cloth covered them. The carriage slowly moved towards the other end of the street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran at full speed, chasing after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she was still unable to catch up with the carriage and could only watch it disappear around the corner. Daisy slowed her pace, her body swaying slightly as her expression turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and stared at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she started weeping. "Mother! Freja!" The voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, and lingered. At this moment, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Empress Borough Sodila Palace. Wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palatine in front of him without saying a word. "Your Majesty, the people from the three churches are waiting outside for your explanation," the Earl Palatine asked as sweat dripped down his forehead. "Explanation?" Prince Edisac was seduced by a demoness, causing him to collude with a cult and attempt to rebel. That is the explanation. His schemes were exposed and he has already committed suicide. What other explanations do they need? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual solemnity. "You tell them that anyone who obtains the corresponding aristocratic title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions needed for elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituencies will be removed. This is to appease the factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguards and working hours will appear in the form of a law. The poor law shall be reformed in accordance with their requests. The three churches are permitted to send their personnel into the military." "Your Majesty," the Earl Palatine was startled. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flared up again. "Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Earl Palatine didn't dare say anything further and left the palace. George III sat there, unmoving for a long time as though he was a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. Morning of the December 31st, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. Emlyn White stood in a kitchen wearing his priest robes, occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to a certain extent. After all the pre-prepared ingredients were tossed in, he waited patiently for another 10 minutes. Then, he scooped up the ink-black liquid with a metal ladle and poured it into a glass cup and glass bottle beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. In the hall, more than half of the pews had been removed, and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying within them were victims of the plague who were either in deep sleep or groaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Utravsky worked together, each carrying some of the medicine, distributing it from two ends. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up halfway, received the medicine, and drank it. He handed back the bottle and said to Emlyn in gratitude, "Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have some strength again." Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, This is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant." With that, he sped up the distribution of the potions. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the altar of Earth Mother and complained to Father Yutravsky. "You should get 2 more volunteers." Father Yutravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said with a gentle smile, "They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days." "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Yutravsky looked down at him benevolently and said, "Herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I do know some of the basics even if I'm not part of the Earth pathway." Emlyn sked. "I'm not interested in religion and know little about it. Although I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible in the recent months." He inwardly added in a slightly resentful tone before saying, "Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 or 3 of them are believers of the Earth Mother." Father Yutravsky smiled without minding what he said. "They are also lives, innocent lives." Emlyn paused for a few seconds, exhaled and said, "Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cue. Perhaps I will leave this place soon." "Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him. What if he locks me up in the basement again?" Emlyn suddenly turned nervous. Father Yutravsky's expression remained unchanged as he looked down and said to Emlyn, "Actually, you didn't need to seek out solutions. In a little while, the psychological cue will be automatically removed, and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral. Any longer and I would have become the Mother's. No, Earth Mother's devout believer." Emlyn blurted out. Father Yutravsky raised an eyebrow and said, feeling somewhat surprised, "I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left in you was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping that you would be able to fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of a harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral?" Emlyn's expression instantly froze. Father Yutravsky nodded frankly. "Yes." Emlyn's mouth gaped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look back at the altar, looking at the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life, as if he had become a puppet that very instant. In the evening of the December 31st, 2 Daffodil Street, Tingen City, Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. "I've booked second-class tickets for the steam locomotive to Backlund on January 3rd. Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with several newspapers in front of her, worriedly said, "Benson, the air in Backlund is terrible. Tens of thousands of people have died from the poison and diseases caused by the smog a few days ago. It's a sad and regretful matter." Benson walked to the dining room, sighed and said, "But the 2 houses have already passed the report submitted by the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater. So a new Backlund will welcome us. You don't have to worry too much." Having said that, he smiled mockingly. "When I came back from Iron Cross Street, I found a lot of factory owners or their employees from Backlund recruiting people. They said that due to the smog and plague, the factories there are suffering a shortage in manpower, so they're willing to promise that the working hours and minimum wage will be much better than the current standard." Heh. "You think it's impossible?" Melissa asked. "When more and more people flock to Backlund, it will be impossible unless both houses pass the corresponding laws directly." Benson spread his hands and pointed to the table. "Well, it's time to receive the new year." There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups on the table. 3 cups, 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. In the evening of December 31st, dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside a lounge, waiting for the start of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, exuberance, and joy on her face despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. In front of her was a newspaper. On it was written, "According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the fog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. Phew. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and said in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant and beautiful smile. She then walked out of the lounge and entered the party's hall, under the company of her parents. She walked all the way up to the front of the dais and, under the gaze of many, handed her white, muslin-gloved hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the dais as they faced all the guests. After a short pause, the Queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to you. Lady Audrey Hall." Bang, bang, bang. Outside the window, the fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. In the afternoon of January 3, 1350, on the outskirts of East Borough, in a newly opened cemetery, using divination, Klein found the graves of Old Kohler and Liv. This wasn't a grave in the truest sense of the word, but rather a niche where an urn was stored. They went on, row after row, stacked one above another. Standing there, Klein saw that not only was there no photograph or epitaph on Old Kohler's niche, but even his name was missing. Similar situations weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names, looks, and whatever experiences they had were unknown, nor did they garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers on the niches. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and carved a word on the niche's door, Kohler. Then he added an epitaph. He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, and a daughter. He worked hard to live. He withdrew his wrist, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emaciated Klein let the paper burn in his hands, as if it was a memorial service to all the souls residing in the area. Instead of appearing to help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail, so as not to implicate her in his own affairs. Mike had met Daisy, knew about her, and had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity fund. Therefore, Klein believed that he could help her receive more help so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims who had those missing. He raised his head, let out a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chatting with the passengers around him. "It's too expensive, just too expensive. A whole 10 soli, half a pound." A burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't buy a third-class seat or a boat ticket recently, I wouldn't have spent this money at all. This is equivalent to half a week's worth of my salary." "Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backland after the new year," Benson agreed. The burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said expectantly, "Because they promised me 21 soli a week and that I wouldn't need to work more than 12 hours a day. We signed a contract. When I receive my first payment and rent a house, my wife will come to Backland, and she'll be able to get a good job, a job that pays about 12 or 13 soli a week. It's said that Backland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll earn a total of over £1.50 a week, and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed the bill, passing the law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours." Benson sincerely wished him well before smiling. "This is the land of hope. Woo!" The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Backland. The sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit that early. Experienced, Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while following the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze sweep past them. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Melissa also looked away and cast their gaze to the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the street, as they looked forward to seeing the underground transportation system in Backland. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. He entered the departure station, facing the mass of people pouring into the land of hope, people filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. The sky was dark outside the window, but it wasn't the dark fog which Klein was used to. The sea waves rolled in, blowing away all the smog and making the clouds line up in various shapes, reflecting the reddish-gold sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Lone Kingdom. Wearing a light vest and white shirt, Klein stood by the window and watched the outside world for a while until his pocket watch urged him to return to the mahogany table. In the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up a black, round fountain pen, unfolded a letter, and slowly wrote, "Dear Mr. Azek, forgive me for not writing to you until today, but for the past few days, I've been wandering in Backland, immersed in the devastation that has been inflicted on this great city by the events of the past few days. If we were ordinary people, perhaps we would have been covered with white cloth and carried to the crematorium, eventually settling in a tiny niche. I've waited for quite a while and finally found an opportunity to retrieve what belongs to me. This includes the card of blasphemy I promised you. In addition, there's another item which I will get the messenger to bring to you as well. It's a copper whistle that can summon a messenger. It comes from a chance encounter of mine, regarding an elder who crawled out of his coffin. I'm sure you're puzzled having read this, as the description I used similarly points to you. This is what puzzles me. This is exactly what happened. I suspect that the original owner of the copper whistle is a member of the numinous episcopate that tries to revive death. Furthermore, his level isn't low. Perhaps you'll be able to tell something from this copper whistle. Before leaving Backland, I will write to the machinery hive mind to describe the massive underground ruin where you fought in Sangwell. I hope that they will be able to figure out the truth with the help of this information. After going through a roundabout and indirect test, I've confirmed that they do not have any enmity towards you and me for the time being. If you're in trouble, perhaps you can try seeking their help. Finally, I have one more question. Is there any way to remove the residual mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic that has already solidified? I am about to set sail. I wish you a smooth journey in finding your memories and a safe journey for myself as well. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. Putting down the pen and reading it once more, Klein folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope along with the Dark Emperor card and the copper whistle left behind by the suspected numinous episcopate member. When he was done, he picked up the copper whistle Mr. Azek had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing into it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall, made purely of white bones, its eye sockets burning with black fire. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was another messenger. Sighing secretly, Klein raised his arm and placed the letter into the messenger's lowered palm. The messenger lowered his head to take a look, before quickly disintegrating into bones and drilled into the ground like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Klein lightly tapped his right molar and deactivated his spirit vision. He returned his gaze to the table, where there was a pale yellow identification card. This was a necessary item required for official purchases of any voyage tickets. For this, he had specially gone to Sharon and obtained a new identity through her circle. This identity was that of a bounty hunter, a lunatic who was eager to go on an adventure at sea to get rich. In accordance with Klein's wishes, his name was Gehrman Sparrow. A hunter of evil, Klein whispered, putting away a series of documents for his new identity. Shortly after, he drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the fog. There was still some time before the tarot gathering, so Klein quickly retrieved Creeping Hunger and wore it on his hand. Closing his eyes, He tried to sense each and every twisted, illusory soul. He attempted to release the faceless. In the real world, creeping hunger would happily consume this gift and spit out the corresponding beyonder characteristic, but above the fog, it didn't dare to act rashly. It allowed the soul of the faceless to leave the glove and appear to the side of the long bronze table. It was a middle-aged man with a blurry face. His twisted and painful feelings seemed to dissipate quite a bit. With difficulty, he bowed at Klein, who was leaning back in his chair. His figure gradually turned dim, almost plummeting beneath the gray fog at any moment. In the majestic palace, Klein could directly communicate without any additional rituals prepared. Thus, he extended his spirituality and stabilized the man before saying in a low voice, "Do you know where there are live mermaids?" The man answered in an adrift manner, "Apart from those kept by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, they can only be found by sailing from the Gargas archipelago towards the Sonia Sea for at least a week. That was my destination." So he's also a faceless seeking to advance. In order to seek out mermaids, he had taken the risk to go out to sea. However, he somehow died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos in the end. The Church of the Goddess rears quite a number of mermaids? Klein suddenly asked in realization. Which organization did you belong to? Or should I say, where did your potion formula come from? The blurry-faced, middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled. It was only 2 seconds later that he spoke up. The Secret Order. I belong to the Secret Order. Secret Order? Doesn't the Secret Order rear their own mermaids? Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you ever seen your leader, Zeradal?" The illusory and transparent faceless was silent at first, but then he shouted with a sharp voice, "I have. He's abnormal. He's an undying monster." As he spoke, his figure became increasingly thin, almost on the verge of dissipating. As expected, Zeradal is still alive. Just what had happened for a Secret Order member to be so afraid of him? More accurately, I should use him. Klein quickly asked about another key issue. Apart from the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and what your Secret Order has, is there anywhere I can get the high-sequence beyonder formulas for the seer pathway? The faceless turned increasingly transparent and more illusory. He finally left the words, "The Church of the Evernight Goddess. Cathedral of Serenity." The Holy Cathedral. Klein silently watched as the faceless spirit body achieved complete liberation as he repeated the words. The Cathedral of Serenity was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, also known as the Holy Cathedral according to the Nighthawks. There really are high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway hidden there. I wonder how many secrets the various churches have kept buried and hidden. Sighing, Klein let the dark green glue-like substance that had formed on the surface of his glove slide onto the surface of the long bronze table. The faceless beyonder characteristic eventually formed a jelly-like translucent object. In the dark green background, from time to time, there were different faces emerging, like shadows hidden behind dark curtains. Klein took a few looks before nodding indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "I'll use the world later to get Mr. Hanged Man to sell this beyonder characteristic either to artisans or beyonders who need it." Although he had found a flaw in the official beyonder surveillance of 15, Minsk Street by means of divination above the gray fog, he didn't return there so as to not provoke them or expose the secrets of his spirit body. Instead, he spent extra money to buy a change of clothing and other daily necessities. All of that amounted to £12. Together with the £8 paid for the documents of his new identity, his wallet was so empty that there was almost no need for it to exist. As for the 10% stake in the bike company, Klein found an opportunity to meet with Isengard Stanton and signed a legal agreement to entrust the matter to him. After all, their relationship wasn't a secret in the eyes of the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. "I still have £5 in cash and 5 gold coins. It will cost £4 to head for the Rorstad archipelago, and that's for a third-class ticket at the lower deck. It would take at least £4 to go from the Rorstad archipelago to the Gargas archipelago. I have to quickly sell off the faceless beyonder characteristic. This way, I would be able to afford a second-class cabin and eat decent food. Thanks to Emlyn's suitcase being placed above the gray fog all this time, I've had to buy another one. Klein silently went through his financial situation, feeling as if he had returned to the time when he had just transmigrated, relying on the salary of the Nighthawks before he could even buy a suit. A Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic varies between 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. If I encounter someone in desperate need for it, then it can be sold at a premium. But apart from maintaining my living expenses, I have to consider the cost of the Nimblewright Master's supplementary ingredients. I also have to consider the cost of the ritual needed to eliminate the mental corruption. Klein sighed and took out his pocket watch to take a look at it. Seeing that it was about time, he sent a message to Little Sun to prepare for the gathering. Furza's vision turned clear as she saw 3 figures sitting across the long, mottled table. A new member? With a thought, she quickly settled down. At this moment, she didn't care if the Tarot Club had any new members. Her mind was filled with the incident of the smog and plague from last week. She vividly remembered that the world had warned herself and Miss Justice at the last gathering that something huge was brewing in Backland, which could likely bring about a tragedy. Mr. Fool had confirmed that conjecture, and he had further pointed out that the person at the heart of the problem was Prince Edisak. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's abilities and felt that the tragedy needed time to brew, giving her plenty of time to investigate. Who knew that it would come so quickly and so suddenly? Prince Edisak was also reported to have been infected in the haze and unfortunately died. It really happened. It really happened. Thinking back to the contents of the newspapers from a few days ago, she seemed to understand something, but she wasn't sure of it. For a moment, she felt terrified and uneasy. As a Sequence 9, I seemed to have become involved with terrifying matters that involved a huge city, a prince, and tens of thousands of lives just because I'm a member of the Tarot Club. It was only at this moment that the magician, Furs, realized the importance of being a member of the Tarot Club. Then, she heard Miss Justice's usual greeting that lacked her exuberance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You saved Backland again." "Ah, what? When was I saved again?" The Moon Emlyn listened blankly. As he thought back to the recent events, the Moon Emlyn was quick to associate it with the Great Smog and the Plague outbreak, guessing that this was what the lady opposite him was referring to. "But I heard that it was the work of a demoness of despair who was trying to advance herself. Furthermore, the Church of the Lord of Storms responded quickly, creating a hurricane to blow everything away. How could it be said that the Fool saved Backland?" Emlyn, who had an entire clan behind him, was quite well informed. Upon doing the comparison, it was hard for him not to be surprised and confused. Although he had always been proud and didn't wish to spend time on social interactions, he still felt an instinctive fear when faced with a hidden existence that he had to address with he. He didn't dare to open his mouth to ask and decided to listen for a while. Alger, even though he was drifting out at sea, had received news of the Great Smog in Backland. He was interested in the secrets and the truth behind it, confident in the belief that this was definitely a struggle between deities. After all, it had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. "I'll ask Miss Justice when we exchange information. However, she might not be too sure of the details. It's rather impossible for her to know too many details based on her standing. Heh. She has great curiosity. To open up with such a greeting, she would definitely attempt to get an answer from Mr. Fool, hoping to get an answer. I hope that I have the opportunity to listen in from the side." With this in mind, Alger turned his head to look at the sun, seeing how he wasn't anxious but calm and reserved. He knew that the City of Silver's exploratory team had already broken out from the fate of repeating their lives. Similarly, Audrey, who had figured out that the operation was successful from reading Little Sun's reaction, heaved a secret sigh of relief. She prepared herself to understand what had happened later in detail. After a solemn bow towards Mr. Fool, she thanked the seemingly unkind Tarot Club member, the World, for his advance warning. "Mr. World, if it wasn't for your advance warning, then perhaps tens of thousands of people would have died in Backland during this great smog. In truth, I was also doing it to save myself." Klein controlled the World to give a hoarse laugh. He said it with sincerity and without any trace of acting, because if it wasn't for Miss Justice who was notified in advance and warned the Church of the Evernight Goddess, then the powerful existence who erased Mr. A wouldn't have arrived in time, and he himself might not have been able to hold on for long. If Mr. A had disintegrated me and ate me, then perhaps I might not have a chance of reviving. Klein thought in appreciation. Mr. A's feasting would literally be feasting. Immediately after, as the fool, he leaned back in his chair and responded with a smile. All I did was provide some trivial help. No, your adorer really helped save Backland. His contribution is the greatest amongst everyone. Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. His warning allowed the goddess, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, to make preparations, wiping out the demoness of despair in a timely manner and preventing the primordial demoness from awakening. It allowed the contamination of the Great Smog to be kept under control. Furthermore, he even destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, preventing the attempted descent of the true creators once again, keeping him at bay from the real world. Audrey received unanimous praise by Earl Hall and his wife for providing the most important information. They hadn't concealed the results of the investigation and some of the details they had gathered from her. Of course, they also raised their wish as parents that their daughter wasn't to get too involved with that secret organization. It would be enough if she stayed in the outer circle and gathered some information, then maintained her strength below that of Sequence 7. The primordial demoness awakening, the true creator's attempted descent. What exactly happened in Backland? At the same time, Alger and Emlyn had the same reaction, but their expressions were different. The former only slightly raised his eyelids as his pupils contracted, unconsciously sitting to the side a bit, while the latter gave the illusion that he was about to jump up. Mother, no, esteemed moon, when did Backland become so dangerous? Two evil gods had actually made their appearance during the Great Smog. Is that young lady lying? Even though Mr. Fool is in existence suspected of being a deity, it's also impossible that he would simultaneously offend two entities of the same level, right? Could it be that he is actually the incarnation of a true god? Or is there an alliance of deities behind him? Is that why the ancestor asked me to pray to him? The more Emlyn thought about it, the faster his heart beat. But it was impossible for him to receive verification. The fact that Sanguine had the nickname Vampire didn't mean that they didn't have a heartbeat. It was just that they were relatively slow, and the heart itself was one of the Sanguine's fatal weaknesses. Indeed, it's an event that had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. But what benefits could he gain from sabotaging the evil god's plans? Alger sighed inwardly. Furs was surprised and frightened. She didn't expect that the horrible Great Smog that had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people would conceal an even more horrifying truth. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the whole of Backland would have been destroyed, and Zio and I wouldn't have survived. Furs swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Her feelings were similar to Audrey's feelings as well. Through this matter, this young noble lady clearly understood one thing, which was that the life she believed to be peaceful and calm was like a soap bubble amidst a clash between deities. Just a slight perturbation could immediately pop it into nothingness. Or it could be said that the entire kingdom, the entire human society, exists only because of the balance between the deities, and this balance is extremely fragile. Every time a similar thought gushed to her mind, Audrey felt a wave of grief wash over her. Klein was pleased when he saw that someone knew and remembered his contribution. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he has to stay away from Backland as a result. Mr. Fool's adorer has to temporarily leave Backland?" Audrey stood up again and sincerely bowed. "Please convey my gratitude to him." Klein maintained his image without giving a reply other than nodding his head. At this moment, Audrey added, "I'm very sorry, as the three churches and the military are cleaning up Backland. I was unable to get the follow-up pages to Roselle's diary. Please wait one more week." "Sure," Klein said in a flat tone. Hearing their conversation, Furs was startled as she hurriedly looked to the end of the long bronze table and said, "Dear Mr. Fool, I received 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Not bad. More members mean more channels, and many things snowball quickly." Klein gently nodded. "Very good." Roselle's diary? Emlyn felt as if he had heard something extraordinary again. Under his puzzled gaze, Furs conjured 3 pages of the diary and passed them on to Mr. Fool. Only then did Klein remember that he had missed introducing a particular vampire. Smiling, he introduced, "This is a new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called the Tarot Club. They are." "Mr. Moon, I thought it would be a lady who would choose the moon," Audrey greeted politely while her thoughts scattered. Similarly, Emlyn wondered whether the members such as the Hanged Man and Justice were humans or transcendent creatures, which pathways they were from, at which sequences, from which organizations, or if they were friendly to the Sanguine. Klein didn't care about them sizing each other up as he cast his gaze to the diary entries in his hands. February 11th. Today I found out about a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die from laughter. Ha ha ha. So it turns out that the hunter pathway that they possess will change gender at sequence 4. Men wouldn't change, but women will change into men. It's no wonder that none of the high-sequence beyonders of the Sauron family that I'm aware of are female. The iron-blooded knight is indeed a true man. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't for how sensitive this secret was, then I would even feel like ridiculing Florin next time. The Sauron family ancestor that he looks like might have been a woman. This potion is way too much of a trap, isn't it? I hope the savant pathway wouldn't have any strange changes upon reaching the high sequences. I don't want to one day suddenly realize that I either don't advance, or I have to change into a woman. The first thought that flashed through Klein's mind at the sight of this diary entry was, "Emperor, you won't become a woman, but you will do it with a demoness, perhaps more than one. Indeed, there's a pathway that changes women to men. Furthermore, it's within the ones I expected. Hunter represents war, causing women to change genders at sequence 4. This is a little odd. The demoness pathway changes at sequence 7, which it doesn't actually strictly correspond." Klein felt the warped and feeling of madness even more acutely. It was a result of the extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his hardest not to frown. February 12th. This won't do. I want to laugh whenever I see Florin. Ha 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 ha. February 15th. The modified artillery I designed and supervised was completed. The effect was worse than I expected, but the problem isn't that great. With it and mass production, I'll be able to show the world what true advanced tactics are. In order to celebrate, I decided to hold a banquet to invite those fellows who looked down on me. Just wait to be slapped in the face. The Emperor truly doesn't let a grudge go. While sighing, Klein turned to the second page of the diary. May 5th, that unspeakable organization called for another gathering. I'm struck by the way they gather their members every time. It's phenomenal, no, a miracle. With my earlier observations, I raised some problems at this gathering. For example, all the sequence 0 names have a high enough level on the blasphemy slate. Only Red Priest appears rather unique. It doesn't sound strong enough. The old gentleman sitting beside me told me that red represents the red of war, and priest can be understood as the ritualist of strength at its core. Someone objected, believing that the priest in Red Priest represents being a priest of that creator. I leaned towards the former and asked for the name of the old gentleman in a low voice. I didn't know the identity of every member. To put it in an extreme manner, I only know a portion of them. The old gentleman answered me with a smile. He said his name was Hermes. Hermes? The Hermes who created the language of ancient Hermes? Hermes, the founder of humanity's mysticism. Hermes? That's an ancient powerhouse. Klein frowned slightly. With his solid knowledge of mysticism, he was well aware of the era in which the old gentleman who had created the language of ancient Hermes had been active. That is, during the Second Epoch, when the giants ruled the land and the dragons soared through the skies. In a particular sense, he appeared before the god of combat and the Earth Mother in human history. In other words, even Little Sun, who didn't know the 7 gods before joining the Tarot Club, would likely know of the name Hermes. Yes, I should find a chance to confirm this using the world. That old gentleman had personally experienced the period when early humans tested the potions themselves, slowly seeking the thorny path of the powers of a beyonder, one step at a time. He had used Jotun and Dragonese as blueprints, and standing on the shoulders of the pioneers, he created a Beyonder language that belongs to humans. He probably saw the first blasphemy slate. He actually survived until the time of Emperor Roselle, and he might even be alive until now. This is a living fossil of human mysticism. Klein felt a surge of emotions. On the other hand, he felt the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order. It even had Hermes as one of its members. As for the other secret organizations, or even internally to the 7 churches, they will often use ancient Hermes to perform sacrificial rites and rituals. The Twilight Hermit Order is really high-end, grand, and of a high level. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he envied most wasn't the existence of Hermes, a legend who lived throughout human history, among the Twilight Hermit Order, but the fact that they possessed the second blasphemy slate. This is simply cheating. Klein sighed at the thought of how the Tarot Club only had 1 out of the 21 cards of blasphemy. He turned his focus back to the paper and continued to read the remaining entries of the diary. Heavens! The old man sitting next to me who looked so ordinary and nothing special was actually Hermes. He lived from the Dark Second Epoch all the way to the Beyonder decline of the 5th Epoch. I made the right choice joining this organization. I can see my bright future. Not using 3 exclamation marks to describe my feelings right now just isn't enough. This bunch of big shots, these undying old bastards, are all gathered together because they believe in the opinion that Twilight is approaching? No, it's definitely not the case. At least, I'm not. There must be people among them who passionately believe in those ideals, purely waiting for the original creator to awaken, hoping for the progress of history to develop to that node as predicted. According to my understanding, it's most likely not an awakening but a resurrection. But there can't be more than half of those people. The rest are people having their own goals. Either they're ambitious like me or they're just lurking snitches. Wait a minute, I thought of a problem. I quickly joined the gathering after I agreed to the secret invitation, but I didn't undergo any scrutiny, and although the person who called for the gathering said that the members of this gathering had their differences and had to vote for me to join, barely allowing me to join after a majority vote of 2/3, but that's not the point. The point is that they don't care if I believe in the idea that Twilight is coming, nor do they mind me having all sorts of thoughts. What are they relying on to determine that I won't bring harm to this organization? Could there be a high-sequence Beyonder of the spectator pathway among them, one that reaches the level of an angel? He had created a secret psychological cue in me through my verbal promise without me realizing it. And that they're confident enough to discover the hidden malice of its members? That might be possible, but thinking about it makes me shudder. In addition, without permission, once the name of that organization is mentioned to the outside world, it will be immediately noticed. They even gave me a few examples of former members who were eliminated. Writing on paper or in a newly created language wouldn't do as well. Let me think. Sequence 2 of the spectator pathway is discerner while sequence 1 is author. Who among them fulfills the corresponding traits 1? Yes, I have a preliminary suspect, the person who convenes the gathering. Yes, there's also sequence 0 of the spectator pathway. Its name is Visionary. But I don't believe anyone here has reached the level of a true god. Otherwise, there's no need to hide behind the scenes. Of course, they might have divine items at the sequence 0 level or the uniqueness of a particular pathway. Perhaps it's what creates this realistic dreamscape that can connect the east and west shores of the continent, while having the ability to react the moment its name is mentioned. I didn't think too much into it back then. Amidst my shock, I asked about a few other matters, such as why the term authority is used in the description of deities. Old Mr. Hermes gave an interesting answer. When he saw this, Klein realized that the diary page had already reached its end. He quickly turned to the next page, but he quickly turned back because the following page didn't connect to the previous page at all. Where's the answer? Is it on the next page of the original diary? Or was he too lazy to write it because it's too long? Or he felt that there's no need to jot it down in the diary? Klein was so frantic that he wanted to transmigrate and grab Roselle by the neck to get him to tell him what Hermes had said. Of course, he didn't show any signs of emotion on the surface, nor did he make any additional body language. So the spectator pathway's sequence 0 is called visionary. This corresponds well with the dragon of imagination. I thought it would be dragon. Visionary adheres more to what humans know, which also means that consuming the corresponding sequence 0 potion wouldn't necessarily change one into a dragon. Sequence 1 author. Just from the name of the potion, I find it quite similar to that quill 0-08's traits. The Twilight Hermit Order's method of summoning members is a realistic dreamscape that connects the eastern and western ends of the continent. The miracle description at the beginning of the diary gave me a fright. I thought they had the gray fog or the mysterious space above the gray fog as well. Klein calmed his emotions and discovered that the single diary page provided a lot of important information. First of all, he knew that the ancient sage, Hermes, had at least lived to Roselle's era, which was about 100 or 200 years ago, and he was a member of that mysterious organization. Second, from Roselle's description of how the organization's name couldn't be spoken, he basically confirmed that the mysterious organization was equal to the Twilight Hermit Order. Finally, he learned the Sequence 0, Sequence 1, and Sequence 2 names of the spectator pathway. Although they wouldn't be needed anytime soon, they enriched his accumulated knowledge of mysticism. Perhaps Miss Justice would ask the relevant question at any time. Her curiosity had always been strong. Forcing himself to forget the missing answers, Klein turned to the last page. As he read, Audrey habitually observed the details, and she acutely noticed that the Dark Emperor card, which Mr. Fool had placed face down on the long modeled table, was missing. He gave it to an adorer to provide the appropriate help, or he exchanged items with some existence. Audrey blinked, trying to guess the reason. She was more inclined to the first theory, because without the help of Mr. Fool, his adorers wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the ritual for the descent of the true creator. It's a pity that Father is unable to see the detailed file. Otherwise, I would know who Mr. Fool's adorer is. He's a man of medium height, dressed in Lone's most popular double-breasted frock coat, and he had been near Red Rose Manor at the time. I should be able to lock onto a target by using this information as a basis for investigation, but that might anger Mr. Fool. He hasn't permitted me to expose the identity of his adorer. Audrey, don't think too much. Don't be curious. Perhaps you'll meet in the future. Audrey retracted her gaze. At this moment, Klein felt like laughing because of the contents of the last page. March 16th, my first time attending a noble ball in this world. The young ladies and madams are a lot better than I imagined. In the novels I read, they didn't bathe in the Middle Ages and relied on perfume to mask their disgusting body odor. They would frequently step on feces when they were out, and easily smeared their faces with things that are laced with poisonous heavy metals. But it's different here. They love to take baths. They have charming perfumes, fair skin, and tight waists. Most of them have pretty good figures. I overcame my nervousness and had a nice chat with the young daughter of Viscount Darilos. We talked about the meritorious deeds of my ancestors, talked about my family's estate, and my present aristocratic title. Then, she politely mentioned that she wanted to get something to eat. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time since hitting on chicks needed to be taken slow, but when I went downstairs to take a walk in the garden, I found her in an empty study fucking with the eldest son of Earl Flowrice. Fuck, this is their first time meeting each. Is it me, Huang Tao, Roselle, who isn't good-looking enough? Or am I not entertaining enough? How realistic. Fortunately, the madams have treated me quite well. I can sense the hidden passion within them, hee. Roselle really wasn't used to the Inta style at first. According to historical records, the Gustav family had been on the decline for several generations, with only their aristocratic title of baron and a little property estate to their names. This lasted until Roselle made his fortune. I didn't expect the emperor to have a woman snatched away. Wait. I remember Roselle mentioning in his diary that he had done it with Countess Flowrice. Impressive. Impressive. Klein looked down at the 2 remaining diary entries. They were of no value and were accounts of Roselle's life in the manor. The entire content was him wanting to hunt, his missing of delicacies, as well as his hopes of obtaining beyonder powers and beautiful maidservants. Klein leaned back a little, allowed the diary pages to disappear from his hands, and said with a smile, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at the sun diagonally across from her. "Have you extricated yourself from the cycle?" Derek nodded honestly first before bowing towards the end of the bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your guidance. It allowed me to find the key point of the Angel of Fate on the mural with the words Rose Redemption. It aided the chief in destroying the repeated cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate? I don't know anything." The very puzzled fool, Klein, replied with a smile. "Not bad." Emlyn was similarly confused. Words like Rose Redemption, Angel of Fate, and destroying the repeated cycle of fate were beyond his understanding. He only felt that he could understand every word, but had no idea what they meant when placed together. Could it be that the young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Emlyn guessed from the small amount of information he could understand. After Derek thanked Mr. Fool, the hanged man shifted his position slightly, leaned slightly towards him, and kicked off from Miss Justice's question. He said in a normal tone, "What was the exact sequence of events?" Derek didn't hide anything and honestly replied, "Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, thank you for your concern, and thank you for the suggestions you previously gave me. In my 6th exploration I tried." He described his actions and the corresponding results, highlighting the matter that the little boy, Jack, came from in Mat Harbor and the details of the Rose Redemption murals. And Mat Harbor, that strange little boy, Jack, is really from the Lone Kingdom. In other words, the forsaken land of the gods, where the City of Silver is somehow connected to the northern and southern continents in some way. As long as one finds the right place, they'll be able to enter. Klein seemed to be listening leisurely, but he had made a judgment in his mind. And Mat Harbor was located to the east of Tingen City and was one of the most famous seaports in the central region of the Lone Kingdom. Together with Pritz Harbor to the south, they supported the resupply of more than half of Backlund's goods. The spirit medium, Mam Daly, had once settled there, and Mr. Z of the Aurora Order seems to be there as well. Klein recalled something from the past. The same judgment also appeared in the minds of Alger, Audrey, and Furs. Towards this, some of them had pure excitement, others filled with curiosity and worry, fearing that the all-consuming darkness around the City of Silver would continue to spread, eventually enveloping both the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas. The chief told me that he recalled some unverified content recorded in some ancient books, based on matters that had happened and my warning. Rumor has it that when the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, had his attention on this piece of land, he had several angels surrounding him. And there were 8 leaders of the angels, powerful beings that were closest to God's throne. Among them included the Son of God. Derek recalled Demon Hunter Collins' words and slowly said, he suspected that Amon is the angel of time among the kings of angels, and the mural depicted the angel of fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. 8 kings of angels? The 8 kings of angels who are closest to the Creator's throne? Audrey was inexplicably excited when she heard this. She couldn't help but curiously ask, "Mr. Sun, what are the titles of the other 6 kings of angels and their names?" The chief didn't say, nor did I dare to ask. Derek replied, ashamed. "I really want to know the answer." Audrey subconsciously looked towards the end of the long bronze table, looking longingly at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in gray fog, hoping to get the appropriate answer. She had already decided on the price she was willing to pay. "Why are you looking at me?" "I don't know either." Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Of course, he wasn't completely clueless. He could barely guess who 2 of the kings of angels were. The evil spirit in the underground ruin had described the Medici family as one of the founders of Rose Redemption. According to that mural, the angel of fate, Ouroboros, is likely one of the leaders of Rose Redemption. Both basically have equivalent standing, which is to say that the Medici family possesses a king of angels, but it cannot be determined if he has already perished. The Medici family is suspected to be in control of the Hunter pathway, which is the Red Priest pathway. That King of Angels title should be Red Angel or Angel of War. Since the Son of God is a King of Angels, Amon is one of them, being Angel of Time. Then Adam might not be one, but I can't confirm his title. As for the other 4 kings of angels, I can't guess who they are. Perhaps there might be one or a few of them inside the Twilight Hermit Order. It's possible. The Twilight Hermit Order views the fallen creator as its enemy, making it at odds against Rose Redemption, which worships that evil god. Perhaps its true origin comes from those few kings of angels. Right, there's indirect evidence which isn't substantial enough. According to the legends of the City of Silver, the authority of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, was taken back by the Creator. Logically speaking, it's not impossible for the Lord that created everything to give a portion of the authority to a king of angels by his throne. And from the description and guesses from Roselle's diary, the Twilight Hermit Order likely has a spectator, which has the strength at the level of an angel in the visionary pathway or even higher. The two can form a correspondence. Hermes is a person who had experienced that piece of history. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein smiled and said, "You will come into contact with it in the future. When I figure it out, I'll sell you the appropriate information," he added inwardly. Seeing that Mr. Fool had no intention of answering, Audrey looked away with a slight sense of loss, motioning little son to continue his story. Alger had a bold idea. The history before the cataclysm can no longer be referenced. At the end of the 3rd epoch and the beginning of the 4th epoch, there were only the 6 orthodox gods. Together with Amon and the Tail Devourer, aren't there 8? They had benefited from the death of the Creator and succeeded in advancing to sequence 0. For a moment, Alger felt that his thoughts were blasphemous actions that could be punished by fire, but he was also unable to contain his excitement. He finally calmed down and concentrated on listening to little son tell his story. Towards all of this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank look. For all this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank expression. Although the Sanguine had a long history and lifespan, so they knew quite a bit about the history before the cataclysm, they were all concentrated before the ancestor fell asleep, and it didn't involve the so-called kings of angels. While Derek was recounting the details of how the City of Silver, Chief Colin, destroyed the repeated cycles of fate, Klein was thinking of another matter. It can be roughly confirmed that the Tail Devourer Ouroboros is the sequence 1 snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. All the kings of angels correspond to sequence 1s? Could that angel of fate be the one pursuing Will Ossepton? If he is, that means that the true creator's forces in Backland aren't limited to Mr. A and his subordinates. However, the 2 snakes of Mercury are fighting for the position of sequence 0, to the point of draining all of the Tail Devourer's strength. He should be fully occupied and cannot spare time for this. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Will Ossepton is equivalent to Ouroboros. However, the chances aren't high. Rose Redemption has quite a number of demigods and even angels. There's no need to let the Tail Devourer restart his life as an ordinary person without protection. There's another possibility. The 2 snakes of Mercury in Backland aren't the Angel of Fate. The latter is still active in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. That way, all 3 snakes of Mercury are accounted for. After finishing his recount of how they escaped the cycle, Derek expressed his gratitude once again. As for Audrey and company, despite listening to the repeated events a second time, it still left them shivering down to their bones, filling them with curiosity and fear. This is beyond my knowledge of Beyonder powers. It's all thanks to the help Mr. Fool gave. Audrey sincerely praised the Tarot Club's master from the bottom of her heart, feeling full of confidence. Alger and the others had similar thoughts as her. They all thought that the repeated cycles of life were close to a miracle that could only be destroyed by a deity. Fortunately, the master of the Tarot Club was a deity. Mr. Fool was a deity. At that moment, Derek looked opposite him and sincerely said, "Miss Magician, due to some unexpected circumstances on our return to the City of Silver, despite it having been resolved, we have slowed down. It will prevent us from returning to the City of Silver on time. Your Spirit Eater's stomach pouch will require another day or 2. Yes, I believe I'm no longer under surveillance." "No problem, I can wait. I've prepared enough gold," Furs said as she let out a sigh. She had sold the Mirror Dragon's eyes to Miss Justice and had received £1,000 in cash. After informing her teacher, Dorian of the exact results. Her honesty had been praised and approved. Dorian told her that the £800 offer had been made in order to give her about £100 in labor fees. As such, the extra £200 would be a bonus for her. In other words, she had earned £300. Together with her original savings, she now had a total of £650, which was enough to buy the stomach pouch of a spirit eater. With this, Dorian trusted her a lot and revealed a lot of information regarding ingredients. It will take me at least 2 weeks to digest the rest of the potion. I'm not in a hurry. Looking diagonally across the table, Furs said, Mr. Hanged Man, there's news of the dragon-eyed sea condor you require, £2,200. Dorian had given a reference price of £2,000. On the one hand, Furs had allowed room for bargaining, and on the other hand wished to earn a little more. £2,200. Alger couldn't help but frown. His financial situation wasn't looking good after he purchased the wind-blessed potion formula. Although he still had some secret savings, they were either of use elsewhere, or he hadn't been able to find a buyer for a long time. Phew! He secretly let out a sigh and calmly said, Very well, but I'll need some time to collect the funds. In addition, yours is too expensive. I have many channels to get cheaper ones. £1,900. That's the highest price I can accept. No, £2,000. That's the bottom line. Furs replied without hesitation. She was afraid that if she made too high an offer, then the other party would give up the deal. Alger immediately nodded. Deal. Furs was somewhat stunned. After listening by the side and witnessing the conclusion of a deal, Emlyn thought and eagerly asked, Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know how a sanguine can improve their strength without relying on the bestowment of their elders? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt numerous gazes land on him. Sanguine? Is that the vampires of legends? Audrey's eyes sparkled as she studied Mr. Moon. And as a novelist, Furs no doubt had all sorts of beautiful or exotic fantasies of the sanguine, and her eyes were just as bright. Sanguine? Alger was taken aback at first, but he soon relaxed his brows. A vampire hiding in the darkness, covered in pus, while moving like the wind. Derek couldn't help but look sideways to size up Emlyn. Sanguine? The world was late by a second before giving a normal, necessary response. The moment he was being stared at, Emlyn was momentarily at a loss, vaguely aware that he had asked something he shouldn't have. Why are you looking at me like that? Can't I have a sanguine friend? Should I try to explain? No, what's wrong with being a sanguine? I'm a sanguine. There's wrong with admitting that. Us sanguine have a long history, long lives, and rich heritage. It's a lofty race. None of you are especially amazing either. What was just traded was only a sequence 6 item at best. After a few thoughts, Emlyn White raised his chin and proudly added, Yes, I am a pure sanguine. No one asked him if he was. Mr. Moon is lacking some self-confidence, which resulted in him reacting a little excessively. Audrey read Emlyn's performance. He's really a sanguine? Furs asked out of curiosity. Mr. Moon, do you sanguine mimic humans and give aristocratic titles like Duke, Viscount, Earl, and Baron to label different powerhouses of different standing? No, it's you humans who mimicked us sanguine. Emlyn sat up straight. Long before the cataclysm, long before the second epoch, our sanguine already had these aristocratic titles. Those who have yet to fully control their strength are underage sanguine, and as for me, I'm considered an adult. Going one step further, one will gain the title of Baron and the progression leads all the way to Duke. Above Duke would be positions such as Queen and Prince. Back then, you humans were still under the rule of the giant King's Court, so it's impossible for you to invent aristocratic titles. The moment his voice fell, the nearby Derek blurted out, There are no such records in the history of our city of Silver. The categorization of the sanguine was determined by the appearance of the blasphemy slate. Prior to that, it was very vague and ambiguous. There were only titles such as the different family clans' head or leaders of a territory. Standing atop all is the ancestor, Lilith. After that, it strictly followed the potion system, named after the different sequence names. Emlyn replied scornfully, "The history of our sanguine was written with our long lives. It's not something that can be overturned by the random records of some small, ordinary city of silver." Wait, they keep mentioning the city of silver. Where exactly is it? Why haven't I heard of it? After the retort, Emlyn realized that he had apparently overlooked something important. Our city of silver doesn't make up history. Our records come from ancient books that can be verified or from the ruins of other cities. Derek emphasized, somewhat aggrieved. If no one stops them, then I think they can argue about this matter until the end of the gathering. Although Little Sun is honest, sincere, and reserved, he has a very stubborn and persistent personality. On the other hand, Mr. Moon seems to care especially about the history of the sanguine. Audrey did her daily observations as a telepathist with piqued interest. At this moment, Alger interrupted the discussion between the sun and the moon. "I know how to raise the strength of a sanguine." Emlyn's attention was diverted. Mr. Hanged Man, what payment do you need? I can use some of the lost history our sanguine has in exchange." Alger revealed a smile. "No, we're all members of the Tarot Club. This kind of information exchange is free of charge." Mr. Hanged Man sure is a generous, noble man. Emlyn inwardly made a preliminary assessment. "Thank you for your goodwill." After thinking for 2 seconds, Alger said, "The sanguine can also consume potions to advance, but it has B in correspondence, the correct type. The various churches have done a certain amount of experimentation, and the results have proven that this method is feasible. However, I am unable to find out the exact details. But the main ingredient for those potions are from my kinsman." Emlyn denied such a method. The Hanged Man laughed and said, "Never deal with absolutes. For example, I have a clue about the characteristics left behind by a sanguine baron. He died in a sudden conflict and didn't have time to find his successor. As for you, you can use the potion method to receive this inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost." This item was owned by a great pirate that Alger knew. As he didn't know what sequence the potion corresponded to, he hadn't been able to sell it. Even his newly established artisan source wasn't that interested either. Use potions to inherit an inheritance to prevent the sanguine's powers from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that Mr. Hanged Man was very reasonable. Hence, he asked, "What's the price?" Alger chuckled and said, "Between 4,000 and 5,000 pounds. I won't know for sure until I find the owner of it." He had never communicated with the great pirate before, but he believed that as long as the price wasn't outrageous, the pirate would accept it. To a pirate, selling something would mean profit as it didn't take much capital. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn exclaimed. "With such a large sum of money, I can buy a few puppets that I've been eyeing for a long time, and I can even get some new clothes for all my dolls." Emlyn's first reaction was to give up such a transaction. However, he thought of the ancestors' favor in him, the glory of the sanguine, and the identity of him being the race's savior. He was momentarily put in a difficult position. Alger didn't rush him as he said indifferently with a smile, "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time and think about it." "All right." Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Hanged Man is really—" Audrey muttered to herself inwardly, turned to the moon, and said to all the members, "Lady and gentlemen, do you have any news regarding the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon?" "Yes," Emlyn answered without hesitation. He had previously made a fortune due to a particular detective's purchase of Beyonder ingredients. Therefore, at every sanguine gathering, he would pay attention to such information. Without waiting for Miss Justice's exuberant pressing, he continued on, "The price of the fruit of the Tree of Elders is between 600 and 700 pounds, and the blood of a mirror dragon doesn't exceed 100 pounds. I don't remember the exact amount." He quoted her the original price and frankly added, "But you'll have to pay me an extra 100 pounds. As you know, I'll have to take on a risk and waste my time." This was what Emlyn learned from Sherlock Moriarty. He felt that this was very good and reasonable because a middleman needed to be paid. "Deal." Audrey happily chose to accept as soon as he finished speaking. She knew such matters could still be negotiable, but she didn't think it was necessary. She was afraid that the deal was off if she angered the other party. To me, the most important thing is to advance to sequence 7. Emperor Roselle once said that any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Audrey's recently heavy mood improved. After the New Year ball, she had received control of her fortune worth £40,000. She just needed to hire some accountants and management staff sent by her father. At the same time, she received gifts of more than £20,000 in jewelry, horses, hounds, paintings, etc. Most of them came from her mother, 2 elder brothers, and other members of the Hall family. As for the cash, she didn't have much. It was only £5,000. Her contribution to the Backlands' Great Haze had been turned into Earl Hall's political resources by her own request to be kept anonymous, so there was no reward. For this, the great aristocratic banker offered to pay for any expenses his little angel had in the field of mysticism. Of course, Audrey didn't dare reveal her intention to aim for sequence 7. She could still only use her pocket money and savings. Well, I'll be able to pay off my debt to Glaint by this month. Next month, I can pay £2,000 to Mr. Fool's adorer. I won't be tight at all, Audrey thought in a good mood. Very rich. Emlyn almost failed to react before asking, puzzled, how do we complete the deal? Audrey explained with a faint smile, by making a sacrifice to Mr. Fool. She was very proactive in obtaining the Fool's consent, conjuring the corresponding ritual requirements. When Emlyn received the 2 goatskin parchments, he stared at them in a daze. The way they traded was beyond his imagination. Only then did he deeply understand how the Tarot Club was different from a normal secret organization. Watching the transactions between the members, Klein was very pleased. This was because with the passage of time, the channels and resources that were open to the Tarot Club would continue to increase. Everyone's goals and items that they wanted would be much simpler to obtain than in the past. It would no longer be in a state of having no response when making requests. Miss Justice represents the psychology alchemists, the lone aristocrats, and the power of money. Mr. Hanged Man represents the Church of Storms and the resources at sea. Mr. Sun represents the forsaken land of the gods and the city of silver. Miss Magician represents the low and mid-sequence beyonders in Backland and the Abraham family. The Moon represents the sanguine. All of them will perfect the Tarot Club's trading resources and news-gathering capabilities. They're all about to advance. While he was thinking, Klein controlled the world and said in a hoarse voice, I have a clue to a characteristic left behind by a psychiatrist. Miss Justice, would you have any need for it? Klein hadn't chosen to snatch Emlyn's business because he knew Miss Justice also reared a pet of the same pathway. He wasn't afraid that there wouldn't be any demand. Of course. Audrey hardly hesitated. Her idea was very simple. If met with an enemy attack, it might not be enough to just rely on herself to provide a surprise. Adding on Susie, who would be even more surprising, it would make things more assuring. This will take a certain amount of time, perhaps a month or even 2 months, the world added in a low voice. No problem. Audrey was under no psychological pressure. She knew that Susie hadn't finished digesting the telepathist potion. Phew, as long as this deal is closed. I hope I can release the psychiatrist as soon as possible. Miss Justice didn't seem to ask about the price. To her, with the Fool's supervision, the price wouldn't be too outrageous. She would accept it as long as it isn't too outrageous. Her finances have improved a lot recently. Klein made the world look at the Hanged Man and give a low chuckle. Are you interested in helping me sell an item? The price isn't less than £3,500. You'll be given a 15% commission fee. Pleasure to work with you. Alger first agreed to it before asking with interest, what is the item? He was rather curious about the world. He felt that the other party knew a lot and had no lack of good things. A characteristic left behind by a Beyonder and is equal to a sequence 6. The main purpose is to allow a person to change their appearance and build. There's the addition of powers such as close combat and control over fire. Of course, the effects that can be produced will depend on the artisan's ideas and standard. The world chuckled. Changing appearance and build. I really want it. Audrey and Furs had the same idea at the same time. The only difference was that the latter was only entertaining the thought, but Audrey opened her mouth and asked with sparkling eyes, "Mr. Hanged Man, can I pre-order the mystical item produced by the artisan using this characteristic? As long as the effect of changing one's appearance remains. Father will definitely agree to me buying a mystical item that doesn't have any negative side effects," Audrey added, in an exceptionally relaxed manner, in her heart. Pre-ordering a mystical item? Alger was stunned for a second before he realized what Miss Justice was talking about. The limits of his mind were widened, and he felt that there was room for exploitation. In a particular sense, the beyonder characteristic the world has entrusted to me has been sold. There is a definite destination to the item. I can easily simplify the process and make things benefit me more easily. That is to say, I don't have to sell it to the artisan again. Instead, I should choose to entrust the work. This way, I don't have to worry about whether the characteristic can be sold. I can receive the commission from the world and also obtain more profit from Miss Justice's side. The only capital I need to put up is the fabrication fees for entrusting the job. Of course, I have to consider if the artisan will be willing to promise to take the risk. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly weighed the pros and cons and finally came to a decision. No problem. I'll take care of this matter. He looked at Miss Justice and felt that she was emitting a blinding light of gold. Even after joining the Church of Storms and drifting out at sea for so many years, he had never encountered someone like that anywhere else. There were plenty of sea merchants and even more wealthy people, but none of them really didn't care about money. Has Miss Justice's financial situation improved to this extent? Klein was shocked too. For a moment, he wanted to speak out to urge her to pay the £2,000 she owed to his adorer as soon as possible. But, considering that he had already agreed to Miss Justice postponing her repayment until February or March, he could only keep silent and not ruin his image as the fool. At the very least, the money for the faceless beyonder characteristic would be available soon. The speed only depends on how Mr. Hanged Man contacts that particular artisan and the speed at which the artisan can produce the mystical item. Unfortunately, I can only rely on Mr. Hanged Man to contact an artisan for the time being. Otherwise, I can directly sell the special characteristic to Miss Justice without having to pay a commission. With this in mind, Klein's mood became mixed. After finalizing a big deal, Alger heaved a silent sigh of relief, feeling his financial situation slowly improve. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a way or item to make everyone on board a ship sleep at the same time?" The reason why Alger still hasn't gone to that primitive island to hunt down the Blue Shadow Falcon was that he hadn't thought of a method of leaving the Blue Avenger, as well as the 10 or so sailors and crew members of the church without garnering any suspicion. Let everyone on a boat fall into a deep sleep? The first thing Klein thought of was the biological poison bottle, but the effect of this thing was completely uncontrollable, so he was afraid that the outcome wouldn't look too good. Then, he remembered the nightmare soul in Creeping Hunger. Making people fall into a deep sleep and dragging them into dreams were specialties of this beyonder job. But the problem lies in the fact that a nightmare is unable to make that many people fall asleep at the same time. The limit to its influence doesn't exceed 10. To satisfy Mr. Hanged Man's request, it needs to be a sequence 5 of the corresponding pathway, or even that of a demigod. Klein struck down the thought and didn't let the world speak. At the same time, Audrey, Furs, and Derek either shook their heads in response or answered with no. Emlyn tried to recall and said, "I can help you ask. Perhaps us sanguine have some mystical items that have a similar effect in the clan." Always saying us sanguine. In the future, I can convince him by targeting this angle. Alger noticed this and nodded with a smile. "I'll have to trouble you." Seeing that the transactions were coming to an end, Klein quickly got the world to bring up his latest necessities. "Everyone, help me keep an eye out on the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, and a pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle." Other than that, the supplementary ingredients weren't too hard to purchase. He didn't think it was necessary to go through the tarot club. "All right." Derek was the first to respond. Then he added, feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Mr. World, The method for removing the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic will still require some time. I should be able to advance to sequence 7 soon. With that said, he looked to his side. Mr. Hanged Man, once I return to the City of Silver, I'll make a list of the commonly seen monsters in the vicinity. He had kept everything he owed others and every promise he made without fulfilling them in mind. These plagued him to the point that he couldn't even sleep in peace. No problem, the gloomy world indifferently said. Klein really wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't finished concluding his faceless principles, and his digestion of the potion had only just begun. It would still take several months. Therefore, his plan wasn't to head straight for the Gargas archipelago. Instead, he would act as an adventurer and a traveler as he worked his way through the colonial islands. From time to time, he would change his identity and experience life in order to extract the faceless principles. During this process, he would inquire more about mermaids in detail. After knowing that the Church of the Goddess reared such spiritual creatures, and that they possessed high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway, Klein kept feeling worried about traps placed against every faceless in the Gargas archipelago who sought advancement. In other words, Klein had to spend 2 to 3 months or more time traveling and adventuring on the Sonia Sea. This long period of time was long enough for the Sun to obtain a potion formula, gather the corresponding ingredients, and ascend to the sequence 7 solar high priest. With the conclusion of the transaction portion of the gathering, the Tarot Club members entered the period for free communication. Audrey didn't disappoint the Hanged Man's expectations by standing up first and raising the ends of her skirt, bowing towards the very end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the hidden truth behind Backlund's great smog. Is it purely a result of those cultists' bid to awaken the primordial demoness and to allow the true creator's descent? Why did Prince Edisac choose to cooperate with them? According to your principle of equivalent exchange that was set by you, what do I need to pay in order to obtain the relevant information? If I knew, things would have been completely resolved now. The experienced Klein maintained his relaxed posture, chuckled and said, There's no need. The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet, but there are enough clues. I hope the members of the 3 churches aren't too stupid. The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet? Mr. Fool has made his adorer give the churches and the military a certain amount of clues? Audrey was rather shocked when she heard this, but she felt that this wasn't too surprising within her previous concerns and worries. Thank you for your answer. She sincerely bowed once more. Is Backlund still in danger? Furs suddenly felt uneasy. After Miss Justice sat down, Klein controlled the world to chuckle and say, Mr. Hanged Man, I discovered the Balin person you mentioned. The Balin who was involved in the escape of many slaves from the colonial islands? The Hanged Man replied with disbelief. Yes, reddish-brown skin, of southern continent descent, Backlund accent, and the 3rd tooth on his left fake. The world answered hoarsely. It should be him. Alger recalled for 2 seconds before saying, Where is he? What's his present identity? Also, Mr. World, do you wish to receive £100 in cash directly or an item of equivalent worth? This was the mission of the Church of Storms, and purchasing clues was a reimbursable act. Therefore, the Hanged Man wasn't pressured at all. Of course, money. Klein, who was vexing over his living expenses, controlled the world to say, £100 in cash. Balin is in Backlund. He was seen meeting a member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it was exactly, because he was wearing a mask. A member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. The Hanged Man ruminated over the words, and then he remembered Miss Justice's question. Why did Prince Edisac work with the Aurora Order and the Demoness sect? It also points to the royal family. Can the 2 cases be one and the same? The truth behind all this involves the disappearance of the slaves. Alger felt that he could vaguely see some key points. You really are a well-informed and well-connected person. The £100 in cash will be paid tomorrow. Alger calmly said his thanks. Heh! The world laughed and turned to look at the sun. Kid, do you know ancient Hermes? Derek didn't try to hide anything as he replied honestly. I've heard of the Hermes language, But the City of Silver doesn't have that kind of knowledge. During the second epoch, there was no distinction between Hermes and ancient Hermes. It was only sometime during the fourth epoch that ancient Hermes was simplified accordingly, making it easier to be used, taught, and disseminated for daily use. However, it no longer had such a strong and direct effect on rituals. That is to say, the Hermes spoken by Little Sun is equal to ancient Hermes. There really is a person known as Hermes in the history of the City of Silver. Klein secretly nodded and said, "A pity. I wanted to ask you for a favor." At this moment, Audrey remembered something from their conversation. It was something that originated from the psychology alchemists. She had intended to communicate directly, but after looking at the new member, Mr. Moon, she felt that she didn't understand him too well, so she raised her hand slightly and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you." Klein nodded slightly and isolated the senses of everyone else. "What is it?" he asked in a calm manner. Audrey said, "Honestly, I got some information from the psychology alchemists. The most important thing is that they were founded after excavating the ruins of Hermes, who was the master who created ancient Hermes." The ruins of Hermes? This old gentleman was still alive 100 or 200 years ago. Had he deliberately guided the psychology alchemists to discover the relics, or had he perished in the Roselle incident? Klein was stunned for a moment. After deliberating for a moment, he smiled and reminded her, "Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order." He didn't mention that Hermes could still be alive, because it was impossible to confirm. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The psychology alchemists might have something to do with this mysterious organization? Audrey was stunned before she let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I have the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool backing me. Otherwise, I would have no way of knowing and no way to guard against." Once again, she gratefully praised the Fool. At this point, Klein wanted to comfort Miss Justice, so that she wouldn't be too distressed and worried about the Backland incident. Maturing didn't mean that she had to give up positive moods and smiles. It wouldn't affect her ability to take things seriously and would instead help her persevere for a longer period of time. However, after consideration, in order to maintain his image as the Fool, he had to give up this advice he gained from being a former clown. He then removed the isolation barriers around the other members, waiting for the end of the exchange and for the end of this tarot gathering. After another round of conversations, Derek suddenly asked a question, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what kind of hand gesture should we use when we would like to thank you usually?" Hand gesture? Klein was momentarily stumped by Little Sun's question. It had never occurred to him to imitate the gesture of drawing a clockwise circle from the Church of the Goddess, nor the Church of Storm's prayer gesture of striking the left of one's chest with their right fist. This is probably the last bottom line of a fake god, he lampooned inwardly. Seeing Mr. Fool smile without a word as though he was waiting for her and others to make suggestions, Audrey suddenly had a lot of inspiration and came up with a new question. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around and said, "Everyone, should we design a secret gesture to indicate our identity? Our tarot club doesn't have many members at present, so there's no need to worry about us appearing at the same spot and ending up opposing each other due to various reasons. But in the future, it might be very difficult to avoid that. We need a set of unique signals, so as to identify friend from foe. I have an idea for that." Klein suddenly remembered the secret hand gestures he knew from his previous life, such as the hand in waistcoat. Just as he was about to manipulate the world to make a suggestion, the hanged man opened his mouth. "No, Miss Justice, I don't think it's a good idea. Compared to other secret organizations, our tarot club's most striking characteristic is that the members do not know each other. Even if, let me raise an extreme example. Even if one of our members are captured and interrogated, they wouldn't be able to affect the others unless there's someone who can resist Mr. Fool and enter this place directly. And that is clearly impossible. Once we have a full set of signals and passcodes, traitors can allow the opposing faction to use these means to fish us out one by one. Are you that eager to flaunt your identities as tarot club members?" Audrey temporarily failed to provide a rejoinder as she stammered. "But it's reasonable to worry about the situation you mentioned, but this can be avoided through our fixed interaction every week and creating a temporary gesture ahead of time, as well as praying to Mr. Fool. In consideration that she would be providing him large amounts of gold, Alger's tone gradually turned pleasant. Audrey replied with some understanding. The simplest example is that at the tarot gathering on Monday, we'll first understand if there's a possibility of us bumping into another member to the point of entering a conflict. Hence, we'll design a set of temporary gestures to identify ourselves. After the matter is over, we would immediately abandon that gesture. If there's any sudden situation and we're unable to communicate in time, or if there's some suspicion, we can seek an opportunity to pray to Mr. Fool to confirm if another member is participating in the same event. Something like that. Alger let out a silent breath. At that moment, Derek suddenly said in enlightenment, "Sorry, I asked a foolish question. Mr. Fool never mentioned any gestures to thank him, because he was worried about us exposing ourselves." He immediately looked to the end of the long bronze table. "Your wish steers our path. I just thought of a special hand gesture." Klein chuckled and replied, "That's right." He cast his gaze towards the other members and said in a composed manner, "Let us end today's gathering here. By your will." All the members apart from the moon stood up at the same time. Emlyn froze for a second before standing up in a flurry, mimicking the bows of the other members. A deep red light immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and he felt his body plummet slightly. Soon after, his vision returned to normal and he saw dolls of various sizes in his room. Phew! Only until this moment did Emlyn White completely calm down as he recalled his first tarot gathering. Apart from Mr. Fool, the other members don't seem too powerful. Could they be like me, chosen for various reasons? I have the ancestor backing me, so who's backing them? What a joke. I originally imagined the sun to be a demigod who just escaped the pursuit of an angel. It turned out that he's only a sequence 8 and seeking to advance to sequence 7. A child who doesn't know manners definitely isn't an adult yet. However, the city of silver that he mentioned and the experiences that he had undergone are very strange. I have to find an opportunity to ask Lord Nibs. No, I have to first ask Cosme as well as my parents. I'll see if they know anything about the city of silver. Humph. How dare the history books of the city of silver tamper with the feats of us sanguine. Miss Justice is from Backland. She's very, very rich. Is she the daughter of some rich banker or the daughter of some noble? Perhaps she's a banker or noble herself. Miss Magician looked at me very strangely. She must admire the lofty sanguine. She doesn't speak much and didn't divulge much about herself. Yes, she's a quiet girl. Mr. Hanged Man is a mature gentleman. He knows a lot and has a sublime character. He's willing to answer questions from new members and is willing to provide the corresponding help and information. Can be said that he's very popular. The sun and the world are both willing to ask him questions and seek his help. The world is quite an unlikable person. When he speaks, it's like there's phlegm in his throat that he can't spit out. I would disdain even drinking such a person's blood. It has a dirty taste. He's very introverted and is good at hiding his emotions. Furthermore, he easily produced a sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic and promised to provide a psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic in 2 months. Very impressive. As the details flashed through his mind, Emlyn discovered that the tarot club was simple but also not very simple. Furthermore, Mr. Fool didn't interfere much with the development of the gathering. He seems to only be interested in the so-called Roselle's diary, but he is willing to offer convenient services on the level of miracles to his members. At this thought, Emlyn couldn't help but feel a little proud of his identity as the moon. Surveying the room of dolls, he recalled his own problem. A relic worth 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. A chance to become a baron in a short period of time. This is really putting me in a difficult position. At this moment, although Emlyn hadn't made his final decision yet, he felt the room grow darker, as though he were shouldering a heavy debt. In the ancient palace above the fog, Klein pressed his thumb and middle finger of his right hand to one temple and gently rubbed it. He quickly sat up in the silent environment, allowing a small badge to fly out from the pile of junk and land on the long bronze table in front of him. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, On the surface, there were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It was the item that Klein had found on Lenevis's body. On its back, it was inscribed with the words, "You can join if you have this item," in ancient Hermes. It also provided the corresponding information for the gathering, January 4th, 1350, 8 p.m. in Bobber Valley. The question Klein needed to consider now was whether he should take the badge to the Bobber Valley tomorrow night to try his luck. Frankly speaking, he was inclined to not delving deeper. Even though he had already advanced to Faceless and was able to put on a perfect disguise, he didn't want to take the risk, because he didn't know anything about the gathering. A magician never performs unprepared. He muttered softly, took out a gold coin, and held it between his fingers. He picked up the badge with his other hand and muttered to himself, "It's risky to attend the gathering in Bobber Valley." After repeating this a few times, he finally flicked the gold coin. The gold coin tumbled down and stood upright in the palm of his hand. This meant that the divination had failed. As expected, Klein wasn't surprised. This isn't a problem of insufficient information, but rather the complete absence of it. He sat there in silence, letting the gold coin weave between his fingers. In the end, Klein overcame his curiosity and adventurous spirit and decided not to go. But that doesn't mean that I can't get involved. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. He smiled faintly and returned to the real world. 4th January, 10:35 a.m. Klein stood in front of a mahogany table and picked up a stack of bills. There were 5 10-pound notes and 10 5-pound for a total of 100 pounds. This was the payment which the hanged man had just paid via a sacrifice. The 15 notes made Klein's wallet much fuller, and he was finally able to buy his ticket in peace. Putting his wallet away, he picked up a thin human-skinned glove on the table and put it on his left hand. One of the main features of Creeping Hunger was that it had a camouflage effect when it wasn't in use and couldn't be detected by most Beyonder means. Therefore, Klein was able to switch between its original appearance, gloves of various colors, and camouflaging it as skin. This time, he chose black gloves. To that end, Klein had specially prepared an individual black glove for his right hand. Soon after, he placed the brown biological poison bottle into a metal box, sealed it with a wall of spirituality, and stuffed it into the inside pocket of his clothes. As for the sun brooch, as long as he wore it and carried it with him, it would create a hot summer feeling. Klein had no choice but to put it in his iron cigarette case and hide it at the bottom of his suitcase. 9 purifying bullets, 15 demon-hunting bullets, 3 exorcism bullets. Klein took out his revolver and a cartridge box, silently counting as he loaded them. Pa! He closed the cylinder, inserted the revolver into his underarm holster, put on his black tweed coat and half-top hat, picked up his cane and suitcase, and walked out of the hotel room. Apart from the all-black eye and the other items that he couldn't use still being above the gray fog, he was fully armed. Taking a carriage, Klein arrived at the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company located in White Rose Borough. This company was located in a rather old 3-story building. There was a wooden notice board on the door. Klein walked over and stopped there. He casually glanced at the board which said, "Things to take note. 1. Maintain order. Lines are strictly enforced. 2. Do not urinate or defecate as well as spitting. 3. Find the guard in the lobby if there is a dispute. 4. Do not open canned wolffish in any of the rooms." Canned wolffish? What's that? Klein raised his eyebrows. The lobby of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company was rather spacious, with 7 ticketing windows, but there were already a dozen or so people lined up in front of each. Klein took a glance and didn't directly go to the one with the fewest people. Instead, he took 2 steps to the right and arrived in front of an erected brown board. There were many pieces of white paper pasted on the wooden board, announcing all the information about the recent week's passenger ships, including their destinations, the ports they passed, and the prices of the different cabins. Before Klein could take a closer look, a staff member came over and drew a red circle on the second-class cabin of one line, marking it with a single phrase, "Sold out." So popular, Klein sighed. Of course, Pritz Harbor is the kingdom's largest port. Countless people pass through here to the southern continent and the colonial islands to seek out opportunities. A middle-aged man who was standing next to the wooden board replied in a clearly boastful manner. He was wearing a black bonnet and a black and white checkered uniform similar to that of the police, but he had no epaulets. All he had was a seagull badge hanging from his chest, exactly identical to the logo of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company. The middle-aged man's face, hands, and all of his exposed skin were bronze in color and rather rough. It was as if he had been exposed to the sea breeze and the sun for many years to the point of giving people the feeling that he had salt in his wrinkles. Find the guard in the lobby if there's a dispute. This should be the guard. Klein remembered the things he had to pay attention to at the door. He didn't mind that the other party had taken the initiative to talk to him. He smiled and said, "You seem to understand this port very well?" Hearing this question, the middle-aged man replied quite smugly, "I was once a sailor with the kingdom's navy, and their main base was located at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island. I served for 15 years and spent a long time in the sea around here. If it wasn't for East Balam's war destroying my health, then I could be a sailor for another 10 years. I know this port as well as I know my wife's body." A little cultured but also a little vulgar, Klein casually chatted with him, having the intention of asking about news on the sea. "You became a guard here after retiring?" "No, I was crammed into a night school for 2 whole years as a student and as a gatekeeper. Holy Lord of Storms. Can you imagine the scene of someone my age reciting with a bunch of teenagers? And they know and remember words faster than I do." The guard showed an expression that showed how unbearable it was to reflect on the past. As he spoke, he patted his thigh and sighed. "Unfortunately, my knees can't stand wet weather. Otherwise, I would be a part-time teacher at night. Those kids will make you feel young. But I won't deny that it's because I want to earn more money. When you have a wife and 4 children, you have to realize that you have to support your family." "Sir, you talk a little too much. Maybe that's why the ticket company hired you as a guard." Klein smiled and didn't continue with the man's topic. "I just saw the things to take note of at the door and found that canned wolffish are not permitted to be opened here. Frankly speaking, I've never heard of such a thing." The guard's expression suddenly became complicated. He pinched his nose and said, "It's a food that's popular in places like the east coast of Fasak and the Gargas archipelago. It's wolffish pickled in salt, but it retains the blood, and the smell is very, very stimulating. It stinks and it's disgusting. It turns out to be a food of unknown origins." Klein laughed and said, "But I don't think anyone would specially eat canned food while waiting in line to buy a ticket, right? No, you don't understand that feeling. Perhaps one day you will." The guard showed a look of lingering fear. "There was once a barbarian from the north who came here to buy a ticket. As there were already many people lined up in front, causing the hall to look like a barrel filled with fish, he became very anxious, so he opened a can of wolffish. In less than 10 seconds, only he and a few guys were left in the lobby. This is a biological weapon. An ordinary version of my biological poison bottle." Klein laughed. In the end, he successfully bought a ticket, and a new point to take note of was added outside. The result wasn't as he expected. The lady and the gentleman in charge of ticket sales also escaped. Heh. As you know, the brains of barbarians are even worse than that of curly-haired baboons. The guard chuckled. "When I was a sailor, there was a rumor at sea that a group of pirates controlled a merchant ship from Rolls. That's a city on the east coast of Fasak. In short, the pirates eagerly opened their spoils. But who knew that they were barrels filled to the brim with wolffish? Can you guess the outcome? They fainted, vomited, and lost their fighting power, and the crew received their bounty reward." "Good story." Klein tried not to laugh. He returned his gaze to the pieces of paper on the wooden board and searched for information for a ship scheduled to depart on January 5th. As a professional, he had previously divined which date was suitable for setting sail on this week. It came out to be the 5th and 8th. And among the passenger ships that headed to the Rorsted archipelago, the St. Havre and the White Agate suited him the most. There are still tickets, and the prices are about the same. £4 for third class, £10 for second class, and £35 for first class. People who depend on the sea for survival more or less believe in the Lord of the Storms. Even in countries like Intis and Faisak, there are fishermen and crew who secretly believe in this forbidden deity, in a bid to be safe out at sea. The name Saint Haver originates from the Church of Storms. It has a certain background. Klein thought it over. He was inclined to choose the white agate. Not in a rush to make a decision, he turned to look at the guard. "Do you know anything about the white agate?" The guard immediately smiled. "Sir, you have a good eye. The white agate is a steam-powered ship, but it also retains a sail. Its maximum speed is 16 knots. Also, the captain is very experienced. He was once the boatswain of the Royal Navy's William V. No, it should be the Imperial Navy. The king has always claimed that he obtained the title of emperor in Balam. In the Imperial Navy, no matter how outstanding or excellent the average person is, he can at most become a boatswain. He cannot be an officer unless you can satisfy your superior, regardless of what method is used. Only then can you be recommended to the Pritz Naval Academy as a reserve officer. This is how Eland was forced to leave the Navy and ended up joining the White Agate, where he slowly became captain one step at a time. I suggest you choose a first-class cabin. That way, you'll have rooms for 3 to 4 servants, an attendant who has received etiquette lessons, an appointed chef who has excellent culinary skills, a quiet restaurant where you can enjoy the scenery, a special room for smoking cigars, and a place where you can gather and play cards. Hearing the guard's detailed explanation, Klein couldn't help but feel suspicious. Noticing his expression, the guard smiled in embarrassment. Eland was my boss in the past. He would often treat me to drinks and ask me to help him promote the first-class cabins. But you can rest assured that everything I say is true. This really isn't the problem. It's a problem with money, Klein silently said to himself. Having made up his mind, he asked after some deliberation, "Sir, what advice do you have for a maritime adventurer?" To suit Gehrman Sparrow's identity, Klein had modified his image slightly to make himself seem colder and sharper. "Adventurer." The guard unconsciously raised his voice. Many people in the queue turned to look at Klein. Based on his spiritual intuition, Klein instinctively traced a line of sight. He saw a man in his 30s wearing a black top hat. He had a boorish face, weather-beaten wrinkles, a strong but not tall body, and pale blue eyes that had experienced a lot. Another adventurer? Klein and the man looked away just as their eyes met. At that moment, the guard squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm sorry. I'm a bit too sensitive on the term adventurer. In my opinion, this is equivalent to a fugitive, a sea villain, and a person who goes against his pledges." "No, I'm not talking about you. You want sincere advice? You have to remember 3 things. First, do not provoke pirates. Second, do not provoke pirates. Third, do not provoke pirates. Unless you're a member of the Navy or the Church, do not go against the pirates. Don't be fooled by the enthusiasm of the island girls. They're either pirates or want you to take them to Pritz, to Backland. It's not entirely their fault. In order to cheat them of their bodies, many sailors, crew, and passengers paint them a very attractive metropolis and a very beautiful life, then kick them out of their beds and abandon them, leaving them in their original spots. What a bunch of vile people. In this era, people who live on the sea can't be too kind. Is the order at sea that bad? Pirates are this rampant? Klein nodded and said, "Thank you. I know what to do now." Saying this, he walked over to the line with the least number of people. Behind him, the guard shouted, "And the legends of treasure at sea are all fake." After buying a second-class ticket for the White Agate, Klein returned to the hotel and waited patiently for the night to descend. In the process, he had enjoyed the most famous fried fish in the Pritz harbor. He thought that the taste was pretty good, but he definitely couldn't accept eating it all the time. When it was close to 8 o'clock, he went above the gray fog, holding the badge from Lenevis in one hand and writing the corresponding sentence in the other. The situation of the gathering this time. Tick, tock, tick, tock. When his pocket watch struck 8, he closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began to recite the divination statement. He had reason to believe that when the door of the gathering opened, he would be able to divine something above the gray fog with the aid of this medium which had locked onto the location. He had failed before because nothing had happened yet, but this was different. Things were happening now, and Klein had the right medium. Soon, Klein entered a gray, blurry dream world. He saw the Tussock River flowing quietly, a wide river valley on the two sides, and about a dozen people in different positions. They were shrouded in thin light, vanishing indistinctively or illusorily. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He looked quite handsome, and he was a familiar face to Klein. Leonard Mitchell. Leonard? Klein thought for a moment that he was mistaken. However, the blurring caused by the rays of light wasn't that serious. Being familiar with Leonard, he was able to quickly confirm his previous judgment. In the time it took to take a breath, Leonard disappeared, the light dispersed, and the valley returned to its midwinter silence. The scene which Klein saw in the dream shattered as a result. He opened his eyes and placed the badge he had obtained from Lenevis on the surface of the long bronze table. Is it really Leonard, or a faceless disguised as Leonard? Klein considered and flipped a gold coin. His spirituality had told him through the medium that it was Leonard Mitchell, his teammate from the Tinjin Nighthawks team. Is he the investigator sent by the Church of the Goddess for the gathering? Or is he risking his life to find an opportunity to find the revenge target while keeping the Nighthawks in the dark? Klein muttered to himself in suspicion. It was hard to make an accurate judgment. And without any leads, his divination couldn't provide him with any revelations. After a few seconds of silence, Klein gave a self-deprecating smile as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. I wish him the best of luck. May the goddess watch over him. Klein no longer bothered with the problem, and he planned on understanding more about the gathering before deciding whether or not to participate in the future or to warn Leonard Mitchell anonymously. Backlund, in a secret room in the basement of the Steam Cathedral. A cancer took off his hat, pressed down his fluffy but not soft hair, and sat in the first seat on the left. Then, he took out the ancient silver mirror of a Rhodes from an inner custom-made pocket in his clothes and placed it in front of him. To his right, across him, and diagonally across him, were the machinery hivemind deacons and captains, all of whom had been summoned by the member of the Divine Council, the Archbishop of Backlund, Horamic Haydn, for a meeting. The white-robed archbishop looked like an ordinary old man, sitting calmly at the end. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he looked around and softly said, Let's start with the cancer. Tell me in sequence about the investigation over the past few days. A cancer Bernard pushed his hair while flipping through the thick document file, and he reported in a concise manner. Your Grace, we were in charge of Sherlock Moriarty. After a careful investigation, and with the aid of Beyonder means, we confirmed that he was pulled into the matter. Prior to the incident, there was no evidence that he knew of Prince Edisac's problem. He and the dead Talum Dumont were friends, and he indirectly fulfilled some of the tasks entrusted to him by the prince. But there weren't many problems. At most, he had falsely made some fraudulent claims for his expenses. At this point, Icancer suddenly felt a little worried because Sherlock Moriarty was also an informant for the machinery hivemind, and his expenses here were likely to be somewhat exaggerated. In any case, his job as an informant was very effective and very outstanding, enough to offset a lot of problems, and he hasn't become our informant for long. The money involved was mostly just from commissions. Icancer exhaled slowly and continued to report. Our conclusion is that he's considered an innocent party and that there is no hidden plot behind him. He once keenly noticed the danger of Red Rose Manor, but that is a typical example of coming to the correct conclusion from an incorrect deduction. He was afraid of the royal family's internal strife, and for this reason, he had been slow in his work and didn't do any substantial investigations. On this, he had reported it to us. Unfortunately, he still failed to avoid the matter, but he was lucky enough. He mentioned that the descendant of death happened to be monitoring the vicinity of Red Rose Manor at the time. Hence, he was rescued from the perilous situation when the meteorite fell. The signs at the scene are ample proof of how terrifying that strike was. It's likely due to 0-08. Klein mentioned the existence of Inzangwil and 0-08 in his letter. As for whether or not he knew the former archbishop and the Grade 0 sealed artifact, no one was concerned about it because he was with Isaac Eggers for some time. It was entirely possible that he learned the information from him. This was also a conclusion that everyone subconsciously came up with. As for matters regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the 7 Orthodox churches constantly shared information of the rough situation with each other. The numbers were shared, and there was no repetition. However, we haven't been able to grasp the entire situation. There are 3 matters that aren't confirmed. First, 2-111 indicates that after Sherlock Moriarty fled into the forest, he didn't immediately escape far away. Instead, he stayed on the spot and prayed to someone. Second, it's still unknown when he and Isaac Eggers got to know each other. Third, it's still unknown how he escaped the underground ruins. It's unlikely that he could have done so with his strength. And in this process, he had even destroyed the descent ritual of the Aurora Order. A cancer finally concluded. 2-111 referred to the magic mirror, a Rhodes. Horimic laughed after he listened to the recount and muttered, "Fraudulent claims of expenses." He then cleared his throat. In any case, Sherlock Moriarty is a hero of Backland. If he hadn't stopped the ritual in time, and if he had been frightened at that moment and had chosen to flee, then most of us wouldn't be alive sitting here. Moreover, he has also displayed his faith in God and his friendliness towards us. As long as there isn't too much of a problem with him, then we can pretend that we don't know anything about his tiny flaws and secrets. Your Grace, this is what we were thinking as well. A cancer heaved a sigh of relief and said, I guess his prayers in the woods, including the ritual of blowing the copper whistle, were to get in touch with Isaac Eggers. But the effects and speed can be different. In such a critical situation, the only thing he could do was to try to save himself, which is something that we deduced from the follow-up process. Apart from trying to save himself, he could write his will, another machinery hivemind deacon quipped before he immediately reported the portion he was responsible for. We haven't found the underground ruin which Sherlock Moriarty described, even with the help of 2-111. We're still temporarily unable to grasp the locations of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders on that very day. It can be confirmed that the Church of Evernight received the information first. This came from a special channel of Earl Hall, but the specific situation is unknown. Most of the forces of the Aurora Order in Backland have been eliminated by us, the Nighthawks, and the mandated Punishers. However, I suspect that they still have some hidden strength. At the time of the incident, Sherlock Moriarty mentioned that Trissy was heading to Backland, but no one has seen her ever since. According to Sherlock Moriarty, she was a key figure and was renamed Trissy Cheek. It cannot be determined what method the Church of Evernight used to capture the Demoness of Despair and the butler, Funkel. Results via divination tell me that they're still alive, but they aren't free. One by one, the deacons and captains reported on their findings while Horimic half-closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and slowly said, Put all efforts into finding Trissy Cheek, if she's still alive. Pass me all the problems where divination has failed to provide any effective revelations. The Church has a saint who is good at this, although it's not necessarily more effective than 2-111. As for the surveillance and investigation of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders, it can be tabled. There's no need to worry. They've always known what we've been doing. It's also a form of warning. Continue the search for the underground ruins and report it to the Evernight and Storm churches. A cancer asked 2-111 how Sherlock Moriarty escaped the ruins, as well as when he got to know Isaac Eggers. A cancer looked at the Archbishop, then at his colleagues before gritting his teeth and said, Yes, Your Grace. He was sadly convinced that his legends were about to spread from just a few machinery hivemind's teams that he was in charge of to all the beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam in Backland. After a very well-rehearsed process, he opened his mouth and said, Honorable Rhodes, my question is, when did Sherlock Moriarty get to know Isaac Eggers? The silver mirror, which seemed to have eyes on both sides, suddenly started to glow with an aqueous light, quickly forming a scene. Sherlock Moriarty stood in a room, watching a rat with a rotting belly burrow into a hole in the wall. Behind him was old Kohler and the owner of a budget hotel. He got to know Isaac Eggers while completing the bounty mission for him. That mission was issued by MI9, which originated from a coincidental conflict. A cancer interpreted the scene. With that, he chose to answer the corresponding question. He held his breath as he waited for a Rhodes to give the soul-piercing question. As expected, he saw the bright red words. Do you know the feeling of trying your best to win the favor of someone, but only to end up being abandoned without any progress? This question isn't sharp enough. It's unlike a Rhodes's usual style. A cancer suddenly felt that the blood on the mirror seemed to lack its usual horror and bloody sense. It appeared somewhat weak. He didn't bother to think about why, and immediately opened his mouth to answer, "Yes. Congratulations, you got it right." A new line of text appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. Its color was somewhat pale. January 5th, 9 a.m. With a gray scarf around his neck, Klein arrived at Rose Wharf with his suitcase and cane. The white agate was docked there, unusually large compared to the height of a human. It was said to be capable of ferrying hundreds of passengers. It had the rich characteristics of the age, with its chimneys, sails, and its 12 cannons on both sides of the ship, necessary for defending against pirates and other piers. Under Captain Elland Cagg's arrangement, the chosen stocky sailors and crew lined up at the mouth of the gangway, some even deliberately revealing their legitimate revolvers, rifles, and knives. This gave the passengers on board the boat a greater sense of security. They were no longer afraid of the journey that would take them 9 days to complete. Klein stood below, looked up, and climbed up the hanging ladder in the undulating blue water. My travels begin. He took a step forward and sighed silently. As soon he stepped onto the deck and before he could enter the cabin, Klein saw a figure moving through the crowd towards him through the corner of his eye. He looked over his shoulder with an air of indifference but hidden vigilance, and he saw a man in his 30s wearing a black half-top hat and a windbreaker of the same color. The other party had a weathered face, looking boorish but extremely masculine. His light blue eyes didn't contain a smile, as if they were immersed in many past events. He looks a little familiar, right? He's that guy I noticed at the ticket office yesterday. He seems to be an adventurer as well. He's actually wearing a windbreaker at sea in January. He's quite strong. While lifting his cane with ease and pointing diagonally downwards, Klein said with a smile, "Good morning, we meet again." It was like he was greeting an old friend. The boorish man, however, wasn't surprised. He stopped and nodded in a somewhat reserved manner, saying, "Clevy's a former adventurer. Mate, are you in the same trade? I thought you knew yesterday." "Gairman Sparrow," Klein responded with a smile. He didn't pass his cane to his left hand, because he didn't intend to shake Clevy's hand. "I can tell." Clevy's maintained 2 seconds of silence and said, "Being an adventurer isn't a beautiful profession. I've already switched careers and have become a bodyguard. This time, I'm accompanying my employer's family to the capital of the Rorstad archipelago." He half-turned and pointed to another spot on the deck. Klein traced where he was pointing and saw nearly 10 people gathered together. They were led by a plump, middle-aged gentleman with ruddy cheeks and spirited eyes. On his double-breasted suit, Klein could see the gold chain from his pocket watch and a jeweled collar brooch. Next to him was a lady in a wide-brimmed hat, her face completely hidden by the dark blue muslin that hung down, and her figure wasn't too bad. Standing in front of the couple were 2 children. The younger one was a boy who wasn't even 10 years old. He was wearing a child's version of a tailcoat. The older one was 15 or 16 years old and was a lively and energetic teenage girl. Her looks couldn't be considered outstanding, but her pair of brown eyes were quite bright and intelligent. Her faint freckles and puffy dress added to her playfulness. Around them were 3 people carrying suitcases and all sorts of items, a man and 2 women, all dressed as servants. One of the maids had brownish skin, clearly of southern continent heritage. The bodyguards protecting the 7 people were a man and a woman. They were dressed simply and neatly in white shirts, light sweaters, black coats, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots. The 2 bodyguards deliberately didn't hide the outlines made by the gun holsters by their waists. They didn't relax as they inspected the approaching passers-by. Their eyes were sharp and they were composed. 3 servants and 3 bodyguards? Klein asked casually. This is quite an extravagant setup, which means that their employer is a rich person. Instinctively, he made his judgment. Yes. Cleves nodded. Without another word, he quickly turned around and walked towards his employer's family. Klein was stunned. He didn't know why Cleves had specially come to greet him for. After recalling the novels, movies, and television dramas he had seen in his previous life, he gradually understood what Cleves was implying. He's a little wary of me, or should I say of someone who claims to be an adventurer while not looking like someone to mess with, so he introduced himself in advance to indicate his identity and what his job is. It's to tell me to not have any plans regarding his employer's family. In short, you do what you do, I do what I do, and we stay out of each other's business. Is this the tacit understanding between experienced adventurers and veteran bounty hunters? Interesting. Klein chuckled. He carried his suitcase and black cane as he went into the cabin. With the help of his ticket, he found his own room. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The room wasn't very spacious, just large enough to fit a bed, a table, and a cupboard. There weren't even any chairs. Its greatest advantage was that it came with windows. The wharf sunlight shone in, illuminating the table and bedside with pure golden spots. A member of the crew mentioned that the washroom and bathroom are for public use, with about 8 rooms sharing one. If someone urgently needs one, then they can provide a wooden toilet, but one must pay the cleaning fee of 3 pence each time. I have to be grateful that after the white agate was renovated, it has many metal pipelines laid. Boilers are burning and hot water is being supplied, providing a relatively convenient way of life. Otherwise, my travels wouldn't be a pleasant one. Klein silently sighed. He quickly took out his necessities and placed them on the table for daily use. When he was tidying up the place, he sat down on the edge of the bed, which wasn't too high, and he listened to the long whistle of the steam whistle. He felt the power that stemmed from steam and machinery contained within it. When the ship began to set sail, Klein looked out the window at the sea and gradually withdrew his thoughts. He began to think about the most important thing that would happen next, the problem of how to act as a faceless. While facing the true creator's descent ritual and the powerful Mr. A, the decision to give up trying to escape and attempt a sabotage act had allowed his potion to be digested a little. Based on this feedback, he gained some new insights into the acting requirements of a faceless. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is the principle which Nimblewright Master Rosago was made to remember. I originally imagined that yourself refers to my original identity, but from the looks of it, that's not the complete picture. What is considered as yourself requires serious thought. Klein leaned forward and bathed in the sunlight as though he was a thinking statue. After a while, he came up with an idea. Does this correspond to the spirit of one's identity, to their true identity deep down? Even back on Earth, Zhou Mingrue had worn a lot of facades which formed a social persona. In a sense, this was a big part of what wasn't real. Yes, when I become someone else, I take over their identity. In order to not be discovered, I have to disguise myself socially, which is the same as wearing a different mask. When all the masks are taken down, there will be none left. What kind of yourself does a faceless see at the end of the day? Is this the deeper meaning behind yourself in that principle? When I face my inner thoughts, overcome my fear, and challenge the impossible without reasons stemming from society, am I really acting as myself? This is to be explored and verified. At this thought, Klein changed his position, trying to sit more comfortably. Remembering everything that had happened before, he found another question regarding acting. In the underground ruins, I disguised myself as Zangwil and successfully escaped from my predicament. But why didn't I feel any signs of digesting the potion at all? Does this imply that to digest the faceless potion, A superficial disguise such as that isn't enough? Yes, this is closer to the use of beyonder powers and not acting. What can stimulate the digestion of the potion is a disguise on a deeper level. Is it being a true substitute for a person, becoming that person on a social level? Only when his relatives and friends are unable to find him for a long period of time does it prove that his disguise was a success. In that case, the reason why I feel harmony with the faceless potion is because I had previously disguised myself as Klein Moretti. The first principle of faceless is that you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. The second principle is to have a disguise on a deeper level that fools everyone. But to replace a person and become that person in a societal sense is quite evil just thinking about it. Don't tell me that I have to find those kinds of people who have died in a foreign land but have a wish that has yet to be fulfilled? Klein eased his baffling horror, and he drew up an initial direction for his acting attempts. The higher the sequence, the more difficult it is to act. He sighed, took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Since it was still too early for lunch and the room was too small and cramped, he decided to take a walk on the deck and enjoy the scenery amidst the sea breeze. After the excitement of the first hour of the voyage, there weren't many people left on deck. Klein walked along the side of the ship, arriving at a secluded area with large shadows. It's a warm, sunny day. Other than the strong winds which might steal my hat, there are no shortcomings. He pressed the half-top hat on his head and leisurely surveyed the cabin, listening to the faint sounds of music coming from inside. Suddenly, he saw the former adventurer, Cleves, busying himself around the corner. In front of him seemed to be a trident, a dagger, and a short knife. Cleves sensed this and raised his head to look at him. Keeping a well-seasoned demeanor, he said in a taciturn manner, "We're all old mates, and we have to maintain them frequently." At this point, he added, "There are children in the cabin." "Understood." Klein smiled in response. Cleves lowered his head and continued to busy himself. He casually asked, "You don't seem to have these things with you?" "I'm used to using weapons that keep abreast with the times," Klein said vaguely. "And I frequently do maintenance." Cleves silently raised his dagger, looked at it against the sunlight and said to himself, "At sea, guns alone aren't enough. Pirates will board ships, and there will be a lot of people. After you finish shooting your bullets, you won't have the opportunity to reload again. Although these guys no longer keep abreast with the times, they're still useful enough." Very professional, as expected of a former adventurer. Klein leaned against the side of the boat and said half-jokingly, "If there really are pirates boarding the ship, I'm more likely to choose not to fight back." Cleves turned his head and stared at him for a good 3 seconds before retracting his gaze. Then, as he packed up his things, he said in a low voice, "It seems that you don't need me to remind you. You've already understood the rules of the sea. The bounty hunters who travel the earth are often unable to be adventurers at sea." He skillfully hid the dagger, short knife, and trident under his clothes, which dazzled Klein. "Thank you." Klein smiled and nodded. Without speaking any further, Cleves turned around and returned to the cabin, leaving behind only his broad and deep back. Klein smirked, shook his head, and turned his gaze to the side of the ship. Blue waves gently rose up and down, and silvery white flying fish occasionally leaped out of the water and soared in the air. This fish can fly and swim. They're considered the family of the Lord of Storms by fishermen and sailors, so even if they were caught by nets, they're returned to the sea. Klein was leisurely admiring the surface of the sea under the sunlight, as well as the flying fishes above the surface of the sea. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. I wonder how good their meat is. Honorable Rhodes, my second question is, how did Sherlock Moriarty escape from the ruins? Icancer's mood was a lot more relaxed than before. The surface of the silver mirror shimmered, rapidly outlining Sherlock Moriarty leaning his back against the wall, his fists clenching and tightening. Then, Icancer Bernard and the surrounding machinery hivemind deacons and captains saw the private detective's exaggerated smile before turning around and dashing out with his gun drawn. At this moment, under the influence of the composed scene, they all felt an inexplicable sense of sadness and excitement. The image in the mirror jumped, revealing Sherlock Moriarty wielding his revolver as he shot at the altar to no avail. The scene of those disintegrating bullets caused everyone present to be a little worried. Then, Sherlock Moriarty threw out a brass key, and the altar showed signs of instability due to corruption. With the erupting air blast, Mr. A fell to the ground and Sherlock Moriarty pathetically fled out of the temple building. At this point, the image changed to have the slightly turbid Tussock River as the main background. Sherlock Moriarty and Mr. A floated in the water, looking up into the sky where there were no clouds or fog. Almost instantly, Mr. A became transparent and disappeared, leaving only Sherlock Moriarty looking around in astonishment. "The Church of Evernight's reinforcements," a cancer said with a frown. Unfortunately, he didn't mention what appeared in his letter. We have no way of guessing. Was he trying to sell this secret for a good price? Or was he simply affected by it and lost the relevant memories? Also, his experience of escaping from the underground ruins doesn't show anything. It seems like the corresponding clues have been concealed at the same time. He analyzed it quickly in procedural sentences, and then without too great a psychological burden, he chose to answer with reciprocity instead of taking a risk. Rhodes doesn't seem to be in the mood to be a prankster today. I can make the most of it. In his self-consolation, a cancer saw bloody words appear on the surface of the mirror. With a skip of his heartbeat, he had a bad premonition, suspecting that Rhodes had already recovered to his usual state. The blood-like words wiggled and quickly formed into a question. Who was the person you gave your all to while trying your best to win the favor of, only to end up being abandoned? With his head buzzing, a cancer's face drained of all its color before flushing red. The question pierced a deep wound in him while leaving him at a loss as to what to do. If I mention who he is, then his reputation would be ruined before tonight. I've already become a kind of legend in some sense. A cancer swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and bitterly said, I choose punishment. A bolt of lightning immediately descended. However, it was different from before. It was no longer silvery white and had been dyed with slight green. It hit him right on the head, causing his hair to stand on end and flash with the color of lightning. He shook violently like shaking dice, as though he had been drugged with a hallucinogenic drug. Archbishop Horimic sighed, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, a grade 0 sealed artifact? When a cancer recovered, he looked around and said, There's one more question. Where did the key that Sherlock Moriarty used to destroy the descent ritual come from? Which one of you is going to use 2 to 111? All the machinery hive mind deacons and captains looked at each other. For a moment, no one responded. The sound of water splashing against the ship's hold seemed to be the only sound left in the world. The sea at night was both noisy and quiet. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He saw the wooden ceiling covered with a crimson moon veil. His spiritual intuition told him that there was something happening outside. Is someone having a rendezvous? He tilted his head to listen, vaguely able to hear some unnatural sounds. He sat up, put on his gloves and put on his coat. His eyes turned dark as he took out a gold coin, flipped it, and quickly performed a divination. After receiving no revelations of danger, he took out the revolver under his pillow and put it in his pocket. After making the appropriate preparations, Klein opened the door and walked out of the room, following the sound to the upper deck. At this moment, at sea, away from the industrial pollution, the crimson moon quietly hung there, mysterious and dreamy. After carefully bypassing a few patrolling crew members, Klein arrived at the area where there was a commotion. He could smell the faint scent of blood. With the help of the moonlight, he looked over and saw the former adventurer, Cleves, squatting to the side of the ship and setting up something. There were 3 people hiding in the shadows of the cabin about a dozen meters away from this gentleman. One of them was a companion of Cleves, the female bodyguard in the black coat, and the remaining 2 were the children of their employer, a girl of 14 or 15 years of age and a young gentleman of no more than 10 years of age. The 2 youngsters wore thick cotton nightgowns and outer coats. It was obvious that they had come out in a hurry. They trembled amidst the chilling night wind, but they still squatted there full of energy and vigor, looking at Cleves with their bright eyes. Playing hide and seek? Klein joked inwardly. He purposely increased the volume of his footsteps, causing Cleves and the others to turn their gaze towards him. Friend, what happened? Klein recalled the expressions of some bounty hunters he knew in Eastborough. But he still maintained Gehrman Sparrow's unique identity of being cold and sharp. Cleves replied, unperturbed, a private job, a hunt that came by accident, but one that's worth looking forward to. A hunt? Klein's interest was suddenly piqued. The reason he had named himself Gehrman was that it represented the first hunter of a game he had played in his previous life, and it suited his idea of hunting evil at sea. Klein was in no hurry to inquire about the reason. Using his left hand, which wore creeping hunger, he pointed at the shadow next to him with his left finger. Private job? Doing a private job in front of your employer. Cleves, who was squatting there, glanced at the boy and the girl and said, without changing his tone. Cecile wasn't careful enough and ended up waking Donna and Denton up. She had no choice but to let them follow. The girl called Donna wrinkled her nose when she heard her name mentioned. She curiously looked up and asked Klein, Uncle, are you also an adventurer? Uncle, even if it's the me from Earth, I'm at most 10 years older than you. Klein said in amusement. No, you can't use the word also. Strictly speaking, I'm the only adventurer here. They're just bodyguards right now. He turned to Cleves and said, Hey, mate, what prey did you discover? Cleves looked into the faint crimson waters and said, A murloc. Murloc? That's a beyonder creature. Even though it's of the lowest grade, it's still quite difficult for ordinary people to deal with them. They would need at least 5 to 6 people and 4 to 5 spears to have a chance. That's right, the scales on a murloc's body are very hard. Revolvers can only deal a little damage. They need to have a rifle. Klein raised his eyebrows and asked, What do you plan on doing? And how are you sure it's a murloc? Cleves pointed to the edge of the ship and said, There are traces of its body's mucus here. 1 to 2 hours ago, it tried to climb onto the ship to attack the passengers. But the deck was still bustling with activity, and there were lots of sailors and crew. Klein took a few steps forward and saw that there were some traces of green corrosion on the side of the ship. He recalled the information he had come into contact with in Tingen City, and it coincided with the content in the books. He asked with great interest, Why must it be one, and not a group? He remembered that murlocs had a tendency to live together. If it's a group, then they'll directly destroy the ship's hull and let everyone sink. Moreover, the area around this channel and the surrounding sea have already been cleared of murlocs. The Church of Storms really enjoy hunting them, Cleves solemnly explained. That's because murlocs are probably one of the main ingredients of the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion. Klein stroked the revolver in his pocket and asked with a smile, Are you confident? Cleves didn't directly answer him and instead opened a paper bag beside him. Inside the bag were some pig organs still stained with blood. This was the source of the smell of blood that Klein noticed. All murlocs like this kind of food and are unable to resist its allure. Of course, these monsters love human organs the most, so in many sea legends, it's emphasized to prepare some pig or beef organs from the ship's kitchen or canned organs. Cleves said as he sprinkled some granules. Pepper granules can cause the murlocs to feel the excitement of smoking marijuana and lose some of their sense of balance. This can last for about a minute, and after that, the murlocs will be exhausted after the high state of excitement has subsided. He then took out a wooden box from his clothes and placed the dark green paste on the tip of the trident, dagger, and short knife. The mint cream that's popular in Pritz Harbor is a unique sweetener for humans. But in the eyes of the murlocs, it's a deadly blood toxin. In addition, I borrowed 2 rifles from the sailors. I got an agreement to not disturb this area for 20 minutes, and I spent a sizable sum of money. However, as long as I can successfully kill a murloc, then I'll be able to reap 10, 20, or even 30 times the cost. As expected of an experienced adventurer, he's exceptionally aware about the weaknesses and problems of his prey. Listening to him speak, I feel like they have a chance of successfully hunting the murloc, even if they aren't Beyonders. In the face of traps and firearms, low-sequence Beyonders really aren't much stronger than the average person. It's not like there are no low-sequence Beyonders who die in gang wars. However, Murlocs are creatures that seem to wear full-body armor. It's not easy to kill them. They would be injured, but it's not like they can't escape. Klein curiously asked, "You seem to have killed quite a number of Murlocs?" Understanding the characteristics of common sea monsters is a prerequisite for an adventurer's survival. Cleves didn't show the joy of being praised as he remained calm and silent. As they conversed, the girl, Donna, and the boy, Denton, squatted in the shadows and listened with relish. They found all of this to be the most interesting thing in the world. "Yes, I also need to brush up on my studies in this area." Klein smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Cleves pierced a portion of organs on a rod and said with a deep voice, "If you want to participate, take care of Donna and Denton so that Cecile won't be distracted." "Sure." Klein, who wanted to watch from the sidelines, smiled and agreed. The red moon hung high in the sky as Klein walked over to Donna and Denton and squatted down beside them. Cecile, the female comrade of Cleves, let out a sigh of relief. She picked up the rifle on the deck, bent down, and quickly walked in another direction. She opened up a distance of about 10 meters from the peppered pig's organs. "Uncle, is it starting?" The mischievous, freckled teenage girl, Donna, suddenly felt a little nervous. However, her face was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Klein raised his left index finger to his mouth, motioning for the two young ones to be quiet. At times like this, he couldn't help but thank Roselle. It was because of the efforts of this Transmigration senior that some of his habitual gestures had become common body language in the northern continent, so it wouldn't lead to misunderstandings. It was said that in the early part of the fifth epoch, this don't talk gesture was an insult in Loan. But in certain parts of the southern continent, it means, "Kiss me." Klein's mind was a little distracted for a moment. Donna and Denton didn't dare to say anything else. They just squatted there quietly, watching with rapt attention as Cleves prepared for the battle. The former adventurer picked up a rod and threw the thread with some pig organs hanging from it over the side of the ship. With a splash, the bait entered the water. Calmly dispersing the remaining organs, Cleves wielded his weapon and retreated, step by step, to hide in the shadows opposite Cecile. The two of them formed an angle of about 60 degrees to the side of the ship where the rod was being supported. Leaning his trident and other weapons, he raised his rifle and tried to take in the feeling of aiming. The deck had completely quietened down, leaving only the operating sound of the steam engine and the crashing of waves against the ship. As the minutes ticked by, Donna and Denton couldn't help but switch from squatting to sitting, with their backs against the planks of the cabin, trying to soothe the paralysis in their legs. At that moment, they saw the rod on the side of the boat sink a little. The muffled sound of friction rapidly grew closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the deck. It was a monster bathed in crimson moonlight. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, and there was a green slime flowing around it. It didn't have much in common with humans. It was like a giant fish that had grown 4 strong limbs, and there was obvious webbing in the cracks of its limbs. The Murloc was more than 1.9 meters tall, with round eyes and gills on its cheeks. It looked like demons from legends, making Donna cover her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. At the same time, she covered the mouth of her brother, Denton, as well. Good thinking. Klein smiled to himself as he carefully examined the Murloc. Unlike the sailor rampager he had seen before, real Murlocs didn't have human-like brains. They were pure monsters. The Murloc vigilantly scanned the surroundings before squatting down. It picked up the scattered pig organs, quickly stuffed them into its mouth, and produced clear chewing sounds. The light in its mainly white eyes gradually faded, as if it had fallen into a dream. It's of low intellect. Klein shook his head and made his judgment. Bang! Cleves pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out from the rifle. It instantly struck the Murloc's chest, causing its scales to shatter and blood to splatter. Wah! The merman let out a cry which sounded like a child, and it threw itself at Cleves, who was hidden in the shadows. It was as fast as a steam train. At this moment, Cecile, who was in another position, opened fire as well. Bang! The bullet from the rifle struck the Murloc's ribs, causing many scales to scatter and the tall figure to stagger. The Murloc, who had eaten the pepper granules, became visibly sluggish. It stopped, unsure of which enemy to attack first. And this gave Cleves and Cecile a chance to calmly reload. They took aim again and pulled their triggers. Bang! Bang! The sprays of blood bloomed in succession. The pain caused the Murloc's eyes to regain its lucidity. It flipped and pounced, dodging the follow-up shots, and closed in on Cleves as if it were unhurt. Cleves methodically put down the rifle in his hand and picked up the trident that was leaning to his side. Instead of dodging, he leaped forward and rolled to the side of the Murloc. The trident in his hand ruthlessly and accurately pierced into the area where the scales on the side of his prey were shattered. The Murloc spun around abruptly, bringing with it a gust of wind. It forcefully threw the trident along with Cleves out, causing the former adventurer to crash onto the deck. The Murloc shook its head, as though sensing an intense discomfort. It didn't attack Cleves and Cecile again, but instead took large strides to the side of the ship in an attempt to jump into the sea. Bang! Cecile's bullet hit it again, creating blood to blossom again, but it still didn't make it become immobile. With 2 steps, the Murloc reached a suitable spot. It bent its knees and prepared to jump up. However, its body was too weak to exert its full strength. The distance it had jumped was obviously not enough, so it could only land on the inner side of the ship. Bang! The Murloc bore the brunt of the damage and tried to flip over the side of the ship. Seeing it almost escaping, Klein took out his revolver. Just then, a loud bang came from another direction. The Murloc's left eye turned into a bloody hole, and one could vaguely see a pale gelatinous substance squirming inside. It wasn't dead yet. It lay on the floor of the deck, trying its best to crawl and get up again. After a few seconds, the poison took effect and it twitched to its death. Klein traced the sound and saw a middle-aged man step out of the shadows on the other side of the cabin. The middle-aged man was wearing a thick dark red coat and white slacks. He was wearing the standard ship-shaped hat of this era. He was holding an iron-colored musket that was a relic of the times as white smoke billowed out of its thick black muzzle. Klein had heard the attendant introduce the man before, and he knew the man. He was the captain of the White Agate, Elend Cag. With obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his forehead, and the corners of his mouth, Elend walked towards Cleves and said with a smile, "As a captain, I must ensure that no accidents happen. Forgive me for watching by the side all this time." Cleves had already stood up. He didn't betray his emotions. "This is your ship. According to convention, you have the right to share in the spoils." Ellen turned his head to look at Klein and others and said with a smile, "The next resupply of water and food is in 2 days' time. You'll have to think of a way to preserve the Murloc's corpse. How about this? Sell it to me at a cheaper price. The difference is the reward I deserve." "This is the best solution." Cleves and Cecile exchanged glances and agreed to Ellen's request. "For 130 pounds, it's all yours. The Murloc Beyonder ingredient has a market price of 150 to 200 pounds. Considering the other parts with spirituality, 130 pounds is indeed cheap. However, this is the only thing Cleves and Cecile can do. This is Ellen's ship, and he had a large group of armed sailors and crew to help him. If the negotiations break down, they could sink everyone here into the sea within minutes. Of course, that's under the premise that I don't involve myself. Yes, it can be seen that Cleves and Cecile aren't Beyonders, at least not Beyonders of the combat and shooting domains. As for Elend, I find it suspect." Klein stood up and listened to the deal. "No, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not threatening you. 150 pounds. That's a fair price." Elend Cag called for a sailor and gave him the key to the safe. "You are the just Elend?" Only then did Cecile seem to recall his title on the sea. Elend laughed and said, Yes. At this moment, Donna and Denton, stunned by the intense battle and the living monster, jumped to their feet and ran over to the Murloc in excitement and fear. Is it really dead? Donna kicked the Murloc's body with her toe. Then she jumped away and hid behind her younger brother as if she were afraid it would revive. It really is a monster. Denton took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. There are many monsters at sea. Apart from having 4 limbs and being able to stand, Murlocs have no similarities to humans. Eland smiled gently. He squatted down and took out a knife, slicing the cheek beneath the Murloc's eye, revealing white, tender skin that was tainted with some red. The most delicious part of a Murloc's body is suitable for eating it raw. Eland carefully sliced a piece of flesh and handed it to Donna. You remind me of my daughter. Unfortunately, she's grown up and has a family of her own. I don't dare to eat it, Donna said, looking at the thin sliver of flesh held at the tip of the knife. Ha. Which one of you wants to try? Eland laughed and looked around. After confirming that there were no warnings from his spiritual intuition, Klein nodded. I'm very curious. Eland immediately handed him the knife. Give it a try. On land, even nobles may not necessarily have a chance to eat it. These Murlocs are fish monsters. They can be understood as a mutated type of fish. He was trying to dispel the siblings' fears. Klein wanted to ask if there was any wasabi, soy sauce, or any other condiments, but seeing that the other party didn't mention it, he was afraid to appear ignorant. He took the knife, bit into the bloody flesh, and swallowed it. It was a feeling of flesh that instantly melted in his mouth. The taste of blood was very faint, giving it an appropriate salty taste. It perfectly set off the fresh and sweet taste of the meat. Klein chewed twice, taking in the deliciousness of the tenderness and freshness of the fish meat. It was the first time in his life that he was experiencing something like that. Excellent. He wasn't stingy with his praises as he gave a thumbs up. Donna watched the whole thing with curiosity, suddenly interested in the flesh on the Murloc's cheek. This overwhelmed her fear and disgust, and she suggested the idea of trying. Eland fulfilled her request and smiled as he watched her tightly close her eyes as her face scrunched into a grimace as she bit into the meat. Donna's expression gradually relaxed, and she quickly opened her eyes. She excitedly praised, "An indescribable delicacy." She spurred things into action as Denton, Cecile, and the others shared the little chunk of cheek meat. Eating it satisfied them, but it also made them dissatisfied. They were satisfied with the taste, but were dissatisfied with the quantity. Seeing that Eland had eaten the last piece, Clevis pointed at the Murloc's body and said, "The meat around the ribs is suitable for frying, while the belly meat should be roasted. The other parts taste bad." "I share your thoughts," Eland said with a chuckle. "I'll have the chef prepare it immediately. On such a night, we should enjoy good food and wine together and exchange the legends at sea. It's a very enjoyable matter. I'm looking forward to it. However, why did a perfectly fine hunt turn into a delicacy exchange?" Klein swallowed his saliva. Above the deck, there was an extra layer of asbestos beneath the grill to prevent the coal sparks from being blown out by the wind and scorching the surface of the ship. The fat cook, wearing an apron and a tall white hat invented by Roselle, used a fine brush to constantly apply a seasoning created from a secret recipe: basil, fennel, sea salt, pepper, and lemon juice, to the long white strips of fish, and frequently flipped them over to ensure that both sides were evenly heated. The flesh of the Murloc's belly was fatty, dripping with drops of oil and causing the coal beneath the iron mesh to sizzle and flare up. An enticing aroma began to fill the air, and Klein inhaled again and again. In front of him was a round table and a chair. On top of the table was a unique-looking bottle of wine. The wine was golden red in color and seemed slightly sticky as it swirled about. Sonia blood wine is brewed from the sugarwood juice found in the surrounding areas of Golden Spring. It tastes like thin honey mixed with blood. It's sweet and smooth, but it's very easy to get drunk on. If you fancy any lady and want to treat her to a drink, you can consider this. It will make her drink more without realizing it. Ha ha! That's under the premise that you're able to handle the amount of alcohol she's drinking. Noticing Klein's scrutiny, Captain Elendkag introduced in a half-joking manner. As expected of a former bosun, he's accomplished when it comes to self-deprecation. Klein sat down and maintained a cold attitude as he asked. A qualified adventurer wouldn't indulge in alcohol. Cleves, who was beside him, nodded. Only when they return home will adventurers allow themselves to drink. What a pity. Eland turned to look at Donna and Denton, who were staring curiously at the blood wine. He laughed and said, "This isn't something that underage children should experience. I've had it before. It tastes really good." Donna retorted immediately. It's just that I fell asleep without realizing it, and slept an entire afternoon. I remember that you drank 2 cups that time." "The little gentleman," Denton said enviously. Eland didn't satisfy their cravings, and instead ordered a cup of sweet iced tea for each of the siblings and casually explained, "There are a lot of Southerners on this ship." Denton retracted his disappointed gaze and looked at the Murloc, which had its valuable materials taken away. He said rather innocently, Actually, it's not that scary. It's just a bigger, uglier fish with 4 limbs." Donna shot a glance at her younger brother. "Congratulations. You've finally recognized the essence of it." She then looked eagerly at Cleves and Eland. Uncle, are there many of these monsters in the sea?" Murlocs didn't possess beyonder powers which were beyond one's imagination. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were akin to ferocious beasts at sea or a living example of legendary monsters. Ellen chuckled and said, "No, in the main sea route and the surrounding seas, there are very few monsters like this. They've been cleared out a long time ago. You must be lucky enough to meet a Murloc. Think about it, if I can often kill monsters worth 200 pounds or more, then I certainly wouldn't be the captain of a passenger ship. I'd organize my own hunting boat to chase down these gold pounds. That makes a lot of sense." Klein secretly cheered him on. According to his observation, the beyonder ingredient from a Murloc was its bladder. That azure aqueous light made one feel like they were looking at a gem. Cleves raised the black tea which a sailor had just delivered. He first smelled it before taking a sip. Only by leaving the main sea route and going deep into the ocean, which is often shrouded in fog or storms, will there be a good chance of encountering such monsters, but that would be very dangerous. Apart from scaly Murlocs who can climb, there are also legends at sea of Nagas that have the upper body of a human while their bottom half is that of a snake. They have 6 arms and are very agile. Eland continued on the topic. There are also giant octopuses which can spit out juices that can corrode a lot of people. Terrifying sea monsters that can flip a boat with a gentle blow. Mermaids with intoxicating songs that make one unwilling to leave. Blue giant dragons that can produce lightning. Giant birds with wings that can cause hurricanes. Heh, I've never seen any of these before. They're all legends of the sea, and no one knows whether they're real or fake. Mermaids. Klein's expression didn't change. "Very interesting," Donna exclaimed, fascinated with a look of longing. Denton looked around, and seeing that Klein hadn't spoken, he curiously asked, "Uncle, you're an adventurer too. Have you seen such monsters before?" Klein was stunned for a moment and then gave a faint smile. "Once. Back then, there were 5 of us and we chanced upon one, a single Murloc. After an intense fight, we finally finished it. This was a real experience of his in Tingen City. It was also his first encounter with an official beyonder who had lost control. At that time, he and Old Neil had helped to eliminate a mutated sailor at the request of Swain, the old owner of the evil dragon bar." Thinking of this, Klein felt nostalgic and wistful. The cold and sharp expression on his face couldn't help but soften significantly. 5 people. While asking, Donna secretly counted the number of people who had been involved in the battle. 1, 2, 3. She discovered that only 3 people had taken action to kill the Murloc. Without waiting for Klein's response, Ellen said with a hint of surprise, "A chance encounter?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "Were there any casualties?" Ellen pressed. Klein shook his head. "A few minor injuries. A chance encounter and you only took 5 people to finish a Murloc. All of you are very powerful. Cleves gave his own evaluation. His companion, Cecile, nodded to express her astonishment. The battle that had happened just now was brief and quick, and the Murloc seemed easy and vulnerable. But she and Cleves both knew very well that without the pre-prepared bait, the hallucinatory effects of the pepper granules and the subsequent fatigue, the Murloc's fatal weakness of mint cream, and the 2 borrowed rifles, it was impossible to imagine how many people would die in order to kill a Murloc. Indeed, very powerful. Eland looked thoughtfully at Klein. It was a team formed of 4 sequence 9s and a sequence 8, Klein said with a half smile and a half sigh. At that time, I was still very young, and I didn't even have any experience in combat. I was purely support. Uncle, you're still very young. Donna nodded her head vigorously. I like what you said. Klein keenly noticed that Captain Eland had relaxed a lot from what he had just said. At this moment, several crew members had brought over a large ceramic plate. On top of it were pieces of meat that had been fried to a golden hue. The basil leaves were sprinkled with color, and a captivating fragrance assaulted their noses. Eland raised his glass of Sonia blood wine and offered a toast. To a beautiful night. May the storm be with us. To a beautiful night. Donna and Denton cheered and sipped their sweet iced tea. Klein chose to clink glasses with a cup of black tea. He forked a piece of meat from the Murloc's ribs, finding it firm and without fat. However, after absorbing the vegetable oil, its flaw of being too dry was remedied. As he chewed, it emanated an limitlessly chewy consistency and fragrance. It's really inferior to the cheek meat, but it's already good enough. It's better than all the fish I've eaten while in Backlund and Pritz Harbor, Klein praised in satisfaction. Eland put down the knife and fork in his hands, took a sip of Sonia blood wine, and sighed at the topic. At sea, the greatest danger doesn't stem from the monsters but those pirates. They helm their ships going wherever they please. No one can defend against them in advance. Uncle Captain, will we encounter pirates? Denton asked with concern as he swallowed the fried fish. Eland laughed. The route to the Rorstad archipelago is the safest in the world, with colonial islands en route every 2 to 3 days, allowing us to dock. The route is also patrolled by ships from the Imperial Navy and the Church of Storms. Even if pirates come wandering here, they wouldn't do anything too excessive. After seeing our cannons, they would at most extort some compensation. Seeing that the 2 underage children had calmed down, Eland added, but from the south of the Rorstad archipelago, or as we continue east, we'll have to rely on the Lord's blessing. Many pirates are active in these areas, playing hide and seek with the ships of the Navy and Church. If we're lucky, we'll be able to reach the southern continent and every destination very smoothly. But if we aren't lucky, we'll encounter some relatively powerful pirates, including the fleet of the 7 pirate admirals and even the 4 kings. However, you don't have to be too worried. Ever since Nast became the king of the 5 seas and enacted the rules of sea passage, most pirates will only rob you clean of your wealth, without doing anything too overboard. Around this area, we're most afraid of encountering the captain of the Black Tulip, Admiral Hell Ludwell. He'll get his subordinates to kill everyone on board, throwing the innocents into hell. Next would be Admiral of Blood Seigneur. He loves blood, and he allows his subordinates to partake in heinous acts. Many girls have suffered under them before being sold to different islands. Donna trembled as she subconsciously changed the topic. I heard that there are a lot of treasures at sea. There are legends of treasures, but most of them are fake. Eland glanced at Cleves and said, there are 6 stories which are the most famous. Ranked first is the Death's Key. Rumor has it that at the end of the 4th epic, Death, who had caused the Pale disaster, was attacked by the 7 gods and ended up perishing. He attempted to return to the southern continent and created a raging stormy wave, an impassable barrier. It completely obstructed the sea route between the northern and southern continents. This is the origin legend of the Berserk Sea. However, he eventually failed to return to the southern continent and ended up vanishing in the sea. When he said this, Eland sighed with pangs of yearning. It's said that in some secret place in the Berserk Sea, the treasure left behind by Death is waiting for the person holding the specific key to find it and open it. but no one knows what the key looks like, or where it will appear. Ranked second is the Fountain of Unaging. It's deep in the Sonya Sea. Rumor has it that one of the four kings, King of Immortality, Agalito, had drunk the waters of the Fountain of Unaging. Fountain of Unaging? Will you really gain eternal youth if you drink it? Donna widened her eyes and asked curiously. She didn't have any feelings of anticipation, because she was still young enough. Elan didn't answer at once, and instead, he forked a piece of fried murloc rib meat, tore into it in 2 bites, and took a sip of Sonya wine. The sweet and smooth taste has completely nullified the cloyed taste of fried oil. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like a gourmet. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly answered Donna's question. I don't know if there's a Fountain of Unaging, nor am I certain if the King of Immortality, Agalito, drank its waters. I only know one thing, and that is that when I was very young, I heard the legend of this pirate king. It's just like how King of the 5 Seas, Nast, seems to live forever. Their beards must be very long, extending beyond than their chests. Denton gave his opinion. In fact, the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, has a beard that only reaches below his neck. He sits on the deck, draped in a black splendid robe with silver ends. He wears a crown that's 2 times taller than his head and overlooks everything like a deity. Elan's tone gradually lowered as though his memories had entered a quagmire, and he was unable to extricate himself. Uncle Captain, have you ever met the King of the 5 Seas? Donna asked excitedly. This was the most legendary pirate. His name traveled through the sea, and even the children of the port cities knew his name. Whole generations of people grew up listening to stories about him. In a sense, many people view Nast as the true pirate king. I remember one of the conditions for advancement for Dark Emperor is to equate one's name with Emperor, entrenching it deep in the hearts of the people. Is this an early or simplified version of an attempt? I wonder what sequence the King of the 5 Seas is at now. Although Klein was focused on sampling the murloc meat, his mind whirled as a result of the group's discussion. Faced with Donna's question, Elan said with a sigh, At that time, I was still very young and serving on the William V. Once, our fleet tried to cross the Strait of Calamity in the Berserk Sea and encountered the Dark Emperor's ship there. In those few minutes, everyone, including the fleet captain, lost the will to fight. Fortunately, Nast didn't give the order to attack us. Very cool, the boy Denton cheered, his eyes shining. Eland didn't continue the topic. He smiled and said, As for King of Immortality Agalito, I've never met him in real life. I only know that his bounty notice depicts a pale middle-aged man. How pale? Let me give an example you can understand. It's like he's been dead for some time. A corpse which is just beginning to rot. When Donna and Denton heard this analogy, they subconsciously looked at the badly mutilated Murloc's corpse and involuntarily quivered their throats. Of course, the most important thing in a bounty notice isn't the looks. It's the bounty reward. In loan alone, Agalito is worth 100,000 pounds. And his bounty is the lowest among the 4 kings. Eland diverted the topic and said, Let's continue the stories about treasure. Ranked third is the inheritance of the Solomon Empire. In the 4th epoch, when that massive empire was dissolved and destroyed, the royalty brought treasures that even the gods would be jealous of onto a ship. They steered it deep into the Fog Sea, awaiting the opportunity to rebuild their dynasty. However, 500 years passed, 1,000 years passed, and 1,500 years passed, but it ultimately didn't appear. Rumor has it that the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, inherited parts of the Solomon Empire's inheritance. No one knows if he's a descendant of the real Dark Emperor. Cecile added with interest. Fog Sea? Western shore of the northern continent. Donna thought back to her geography. Right? Cleves responded simply. West of the northern continent was the Fog Sea. To its east was the Sonya Sea, south was the Berserk Sea, and north was the North Sea. The east and west sides of the southern continent were similar to the northern continent, while south of it was the Polar Sea. Together, they formed the 5 Seas. The lone kingdom was backed by the Hornacis mountain range and the inland mid-seashore. Its eastern face was the Sonya Sea, and it stretched south to Desi Bay. It occupied several of the excellent entrances to the Berserk Sea, but it didn't involve the Fog Sea. Is that so? Donna didn't have much interest in the faraway treasure, so she switched focus and asked, "What about the fourth treasure?" "It belongs to the last empire of the fourth epoch, Trunsoist. Rumor has it that they built a huge ship the size of a city, and they transferred all their treasures onto it. Funny enough, their escape was of no use. Although the predetermined passengers and crew didn't fail to arrive at the port in time, none of them survived. However, that ship vanished by itself. Up to this day, people often claim to see a gigantic ship sail by them silently in a foggy night. It's been called the Spectre Empire, and it appears across the Sonia Sea." Heh, this is the conclusion from all those stories. Eland looked up at the red moon hanging high in the sky as he said with a tone of mockery, without any disguise of his longing, "Perhaps we will see it pass us by tomorrow night." "No, tonight," Donna thought with anticipation and excitement. Klein finished up the rest of his food, drank his black tea, and listened with interest to what Eland had to say about the rest of the treasures. The fifth is the lost city of Nuins. Rumor has it that, at the bottom of the Fog Sea, there's a civilization with intelligent creatures. Around that patch of sea, seafarers and adventurers often find special items which all point to the Nuins of ancient times. However, the members of this civilization have yet to appear. It's like it has been lost to this world. Eland drank the remaining of his Sonia blood wine and said, "That is an inheritance left behind by a civilization. The magnitude of its wealth is absolutely unimaginable." After pausing for 2 seconds, Eland put down his glass and laughed. "In fact, the treasure I look forward to the most is one which has more accounts than legends. The sunken laurel. More than a century ago, it carried gold, jewelry, and various valuable items that the kingdom obtained from East Balam. As it steered away from the sea route, it sunk in an unknown area somewhere between the Berserk Sea and Sonia Sea. It hasn't been found to this day. It's said that the items on board are worth millions of pounds." Millions of pounds? The number caused Donna to blurt out in astonishment. As a merchant's daughter who had been educated for many years, she had a vague understanding as to what this number represented. In Lone, a millionaire was a genuinely rich person, second only to the top noble families and tycoons. Millions of pounds? As a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a major shareholder in the coin company, Mrs. Mary, who allowed me to join the Quelag Club for free, is only worth a few £100,000, and even so, she's rich enough even in the circle of aristocrats and merchants. She's a popular divorced lady, and there are even aristocratic children who propose to her. Klein quickly found a target for comparison. Eland sighed with a smile. "If I can find the sunken laurel, then I don't have to be a captain anymore. I'll head to Backlund and become a philanthropist. I'll purchase land and donate to political parties, and get a hereditary aristocratic title. I've heard Talum mention before that a baronet costs about £300,000 and about £800,000 for a baron. If you manage to get your hands on the treasure, the titles of viscount and even earl is something within the limits of imagination. Millions of pounds." Klein helped Eland perfect his plan. "If it were me, I wouldn't do that. I'll buy a huge manor." Cecile also began to imagine her life after finding the treasure. "I want to hire many servants and helpers, plant large tracts of wheat, build vineyards, make wine for myself. Also, I want to have a room where I can sunbathe. Have leisurely moving cows, sheep, and horses, and have bread from my own mill, just like a beautiful picturesque scene." Eland laughed when he heard that. "Ma'am, do you know how much a manor like this is worth?" "No, I don't." Cecile shook her head. "It's only a few £1,000s. If you find the sunken laurel, you can buy 1,000 of those manors." Eland used exact numbers to illustrate the value of the treasure. 1,000 manors? Cecile couldn't help but raise her cup and drink a mouthful of black tea. Before this, she had known that several £1,000,000 was a lot of money, but she hadn't expected it to be this much. In order to alleviate the shock in her heart, she looked at Cleves and said, "Boss, if you find the sunken laurel, what do you plan on buying?" "No, what sort of life do you wish to have?" Cleves fell silent for a moment before saying, "Return home. I'll hug my wife and children, telling them that I no longer need to go on an adventure out at sea again." "Not a bad guy." Klein nodded slightly. Donna looked at him curiously. "Uncle Adventurer, what about you?" Klein replied expressionlessly. "Tell myself not to sleep anymore. Hurry up and wake up." Donna spat out the sweet iced tea she'd just drunk, but fortunately, the fried fish on the table had already been eaten. At this moment, Klein sighed inwardly. "Even though I know it's basically impossible to find the treasure. Otherwise, the various churches would have already done it with all the powerhouses they have. But when discussing such topics, I couldn't help but get excited. This is the charm of treasure. Even if it was just a legend, it can attract many adventurers." Donna wiped her mouth and sat down like a lady, as though she wasn't the one who had lost her composure. "The little boy," Denton asked, still eager for more, "are there any other legends of treasure?" Elend looked at Cleves, indicating that he should answer. Cleves calmly drank a mouthful of black tea and said in a deep voice, "There are countless treasures at sea, the hidden lands of the elves, the missing pirate ships in the depths of the fog, the underwater city sealed with powerful monsters, the last secret trove of Emperor Roselle, and so on." Ah, the Emperor had already reached the level of leaving treasures and legends for others. If it's true, would there be cards of blasphemy in it? How many would there be? The legend of the Key of Death might help Mr. Azik regain more of his memories. Klein thought with curiosity and anticipation. After the talk about the legends of treasures that had inspired generations of adventurers to go to sea came to an end, the cook had also finished roasting the flesh of the murloc's belly. They were white after being cooked, charred a little black, and covered with tiny brown particles that glistened with a moist, oily glow. The repeated smearing of seasonings had already seeped into the texture of the meat, effusing it with a tantalizing visual effect. "Desi grilled fish. It's different from how you usually eat it." Elend pointed at the white porcelain plate the cook lowered. Donna held her fork and knife and eagerly said, "I love honey-roasted fish, but this is also very appetizing." Honey-roasted fish. How much honey would that take? If I have a chance to try it, the taste should be pretty good. Klein allowed his imagination to run wild. With a chef, there was no need for them to serve themselves. They could only look on expectantly as pieces of fish were sliced, placed on different plates, and served in front of them. Klein was very serious when it came to tasting delicacies, so he was in no hurry to deal with the fish. Instead, he took a sip of black tea and used the slightly sour liquid to clear his mouth of any remaining flavors. After doing all of this, he forked a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. In a split second, he felt the slightly stimulating flavors of fennel, basil, and other spices. They were sufficient enough to help him open up one taste bud after another. Immediately after, the delicious juices of the meat, the slightly astringent taste of the sea salt, and the refreshing, sour, and sweet taste of lemon all burst out at the same time, filling his oral cavity and making his mouth water. As he chewed, the last bit of the fish meat's stubbornness was broken off one by one after having its fat roasted out of it, fully presenting the splendor of the meat, as well as its faint sweetness. Swallowing the fish in his mouth, Klein recalled a delicacy program he had watched in his previous life and chose the evaluation line that matched what he just felt. "The layered flavors are very clear, excellent." "Haha. Your tone and words make you sound like a gourmet," Ellen joked. Donna waved her fork and echoed, "Uncle, perhaps you should write a column in the newspaper about different restaurants and different cuisines." And why didn't I think of this idea? This is a good job that can earn me money, as well as allowing me to taste delicacies. The only problem is that an obese man can't be a flexible clown. Use the great art of spewing vomit? What a waste of food. Klein seriously considered Donna's suggestion. To a beautiful night. When there was very little food left, Elend poured himself some more of the Sonia blood wine and raised his glass with a ruddy face. Klein and the others echoed in similarly good moods. To a beautiful night. They drank the rest of the liquids from their glasses and watched the waiter clear the table and clean the deck. They talked for a while more amidst the cold wind, talking about the mermaids that Donna was most interested in. Cleves told the young lady that, in some legends, mermaids were also called sirens, and they used their songs to confuse humans not for entertainment but for hunting. Aside from the possibility of encountering these creatures on the sea route from the Gargas archipelago to the depths of the Sonia Sea, there was a certain chance of discovering it in dangerous seas that haven't been explored by humans. However, all of this stemmed from the drunken boasting of certain pirates, and they all avoided the question of how they escaped from the mermaid songs, which made it highly suspicious. No matter what, this at least points me in a possible direction. Klein took note of what they had discussed. Donna, Denton, it's time to go back. You'll have to get up early tomorrow and have breakfast with your parents. Cecile looked at the moon's position. Fine. Donna stood up reluctantly. Denton hurriedly asked, Do I have a chance at becoming an adventurer? His mind had been captivated by the previous hunt and the legends. Cleves walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, Before you ask this question, you need at least 5 years of combat training and studying. I think your father will hire a good tutor for you. Yeah. Denton's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. After 5 years, the adult you probably won't want to be an adventurer who can find himself buried at the bottom of the sea at any time. Cleves's handling of the situation was very shrewd. He didn't immediately refuse him, but rather he gave him hope and let time wash away his interest. This prevents the child from becoming suddenly rebellious. Regardless, mastering a fighting technique is always beneficial for anyone. Klein put his hands in his pockets and thought with appreciation. On the way back to the interior of the cabin, Cleves handed 2 5-pound notes to Klein. Your payment. He had just received £150 from Ellen's purchase of the whole Murloc. I didn't do anything, Klein instinctively refused. Cleves glanced at him with his pale blue eyes and said in a low voice, You freed up Cecile and took good care of the children. Took good care of the children? Klein was somewhat amused, but he finally took the 2 bills and drew a triangle on his chest. You're more generous than I thought. Thank you. He stopped declining because he suddenly figured out something. If he hadn't accepted the £10, then in the eyes of a veteran adventurer like Cleves, it would appear as though he was dissatisfied with the price and was attempting to get more, making it possible that he would attack them at any time. Among self-proclaimed adventurers, there was definitely no lack of greedy madmen. Seeing Gairman Sparrow pocket the money, Cleves looked away and said flatly, This is a rule of the sea. Without another word, he followed Cecile, Donna, and company into the cabin. If I could get such rewards with every single mission and job of this difficulty, then I would have long made a fortune with my job as a private detective. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and turned his head to look at the red moon hanging high in the sky. It still shone quietly and gently in the night. Legends of the sea, different monsters. I finally found the slight feeling of being an adventurer. Klein turned around and walked to the edge of the ship. Bathing in the crimson veil, he admired the waves that were growing darker. Gradually, his mood settled as he walked out bit by bit from the gloom of Backlund's great smog. The cold, damp wind slapped his face, and the vast, endless ocean caught his eye, opening up his heart. For a moment, Klein felt the urge to sing, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't remember the corresponding modern verses. I can't just end up saying, Oh sea, you're all water. The Emperor's Savant sequence is really well suited to doing such things. When I have the time, I should read through his poems so as to not look like illiterate. Klein lampooned as he looked at the red moon and the ocean before sighing. What a beautiful night. After an accidental episode of getting lost, the exploratory team returned to the City of Silver. Looking at the wall's cracks filled with weeds, Derek found himself in a trance, as if he had been gone for many years. Diagonally behind him, Demon Hunter Collins' eyes suddenly wore a lost look as he raised his hand to press on his right temple. The rest of the team members were filled with joy and relief from the bottom of their hearts. After a difficult exploration, having a home waiting for them was the happiest thing in their hearts. Collins' gaze returned to normal as he turned his head to the side and looked diagonally ahead. Backlund, the White family. After some thought, the confident Emlyn came up to his parents and asked, "If I wanted to delve into the history of a sanguine, who would I look for? If I were to ask about the City of Silver directly, it's very likely that I'll be exposed for being problematic. Although I'm not afraid and very calm. For the ancestor and in order to save the entire sanguine race, I have no choice but to hide it. I've always been interested in the history of sanguine. I've collected a lot of information, and father and mother know that, so I wouldn't be suspected in any way. This excuse is perfect." Emlyn praised himself inwardly. He resembled his father to a certain extent. He wore gold-rimmed glasses that made him look very professional. The gentleman, who had gotten his doctorate in medicine, put down the thick anatomy book in his hands, nudged his glasses and said, "No one in Backlund knows more than Lord Nibs. If I dared to seek Lord Nibs, I would have long done so." Emlyn thought of Mr. Fool's description of him being a messiah, that had to bear the burden of a secret while being misunderstood, as he pressed with a solemn expression, "Aside from Lord Nibs? He's sleeping underground, so it's not convenient for him to be disturbed." Emlyn's father pulled up the collar of his thick cotton pajamas and thought for a moment. Waymandy. He always thinks of himself as a historian. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "I wish to visit him." Woo! The whistle sounded and the white agate sailed into Demir Harbor. It would replenish fresh food and water on the colonial island and set sail again the next morning. After hunting the murloc, Klein spent the next 2 days of what could be described as a leisurely or boring life. He was completely bored by the scenery of the sea, and he decided to head to the harbor's bar to look around that very night, hoping to get more information on mermaids and inspiration for acting. If I were to come across a pirate whose hands are stained with blood on shore, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. There are still souls waiting to be released from creeping hunger. Klein's forehead sweated as he equipped himself with all his mystical items as he left his cabin before heading down to the harbor. During this process he met Donna, Cleves, and the others. They seemed to be heading over to a port restaurant to taste Demir's most famous cured meat. Donna and Denton greeted the adventurer, whom they had just gotten to know, without their parents noticing, and seemed curious as to where he was going. Klein smiled back, pulled up his collar, and, following the directions of the sign, found the nearest bar. Flying Fish and Wine. Klein looked at the signboard and saw that the outside of the bar was plastered with bounty notices. Among them were the 800,000 pounds belonging to the King of the Five Seas, and more than 100 pounds for the common pirate captain. This formed a unique landscape that ranged from the highest to the lowest. "It's all money." Klein stood on the spot and looked at it for a long time. He withdrew his gaze, pushed open the door, and entered the bar, only to find that it was abnormally quiet. It didn't have the din that such places came equipped with. What happened? Klein looked around and saw Captain Eland, in a dark red coat, sitting at the bar, as well as 2 large men in the middle of the room, facing each other. The standoff was between a brawny man in a blue-white striped shirt, a symbol of the Navy. Despite the weather being at near zero temperatures, he had his arms bare. He held a dagger against the throat of the man opposite him, but his glabella was being pointed at by an ancient musket, one which could have been placed in a museum. The musket's owner was also more than 1.8 meters tall, with strong muscles and an oily face. He had shaved his hair, and with a sea eagle tattoo, he cursed, "Dogs hit Navy sailor. No one in Demir Harbor would dare slander me as a pirate's informant." The Navy sailor didn't yield to him, and both sides fully illustrated the rich profanities of the sea. Klein observed for a few seconds. Then he walked around the edge to Captain Eland, who had a straight sword at his waist and a hidden musket on his body. He asked in a calm and casual manner, "What happened?" "A quarrel between 2 drunkards. In Demir Harbor and in the surrounding waters, there's always been such rumors that Sea Eagle Logan is in service of the master of the Black Tulip." The Navy sailor had mentioned this a moment ago, and Sea Eagle just happened to hear that. The master of the Black Tulip? Isn't that Admiral Hell Ludwell? Klein turned and sat down on the high stool in front of the bar counter. He tapped the wooden countertop. 1 glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. A bronze-skinned bartender with pearly white teeth wiped the cups as he said with zero passion. When it comes to continental specialties, the prices are much higher than Backlund and Tingen. Klein fished out a handful of copper pence, counted 6 pence and gave it to him. At this moment, Logan and the Navy sailor were stopped by the bar's bouncer. After they each spoke harshly to each other, they retreated to different corners. Perhaps it was due to him losing his dignity. The Navy sailor hurriedly left after about 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the bar became lively once again. Want to play some cards? Captain Elland pointed to the stairs by the side of the bar. No, Klein's main purpose for coming was to gather information. Elland subconsciously wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but his cold and sharp demeanor stopped him. He could only pull back his hand and pretend to adjust his dark red coat and remind him, "Don't get the women here." Klein nodded, picked up the glass of Southville beer, and took a swig. Also, don't trust anyone here. Only a small portion of what they say is true. Elland carried his lanty-proof and stepped onto the stairs that led to the second floor. Klein turned his head to glance at him and asked without a change in expression, "Including you?" "Perhaps." Elland was taken aback at first before he laughed out loud. "At least my reminder just now was real. Oh, and me being a man is true as well." "Not necessarily. There's a potion called witch in this world." Klein looked away, drinking slowly and listening to the surrounding drinkers boasting. 2 or 3 minutes later, a short, thin man sat down next to Klein with his drink. "Mate, you look like an adventurer." He tilted his head and smiled. The man who greeted him had black hair, blue eyes, and aged facial features. His temperament was rather wretched. "You could say that," Klein replied coldly. "I can tell you're a hunter that chases after bounties and riches." The short man looked around and lowered his head, suppressing his voice while he said, "Have you heard of the Spectre Empire? I've heard of Amway, and I've also heard of the Father in Heaven and the Messiah being sealed at the bottom of the sea." Using the power of Faceless, Klein sent out a signal not to approach him. "Yes, a huge, ancient ghost ship full of treasures. We have clues to it," the short man said in an infectious tone. "We found some information about where it will appear next. We don't want the pirates or the Navy to benefit from it, and we don't want to be robbed of our wealth, so we've decided to hire our own armed merchant ships to wait in that area, which would probably cost about 1,000 pounds. I've already found 15 companions and raised 720 pounds. Are you interested in participating?" Without waiting for Klein to speak, he fumbled for a stack of brownish-yellow letters. "I know you won't believe it so easily. In fact, no one will. But after the 15 friends who read through this information, all of them decided to join in on our plan. Do I have such a gullible face? Or would any bumpkin end up in this situation without slipping away from this sort of thing?" While Klein was considering whether to appraise the letters from the corner of his eye, he saw that Sea Eagle Logan, who was previously squabbling, was walking towards him. "Woody, you're trying to scam someone again. You damn sewer rat." Logan picked up the short man and threw him into the open space in the middle of the bar, where he landed on the ground, sprawling. The muscular man, with the bluish-green tattoo on his head, sat in the same position as Woody and guffawed. "Sorry. These are the rats of our Demir Harbor. They always do things that ruin our reputation. In fact, we're all very friendly. If you have anything you want to ask about, don't hesitate to ask me. Heh. Don't believe what they say about me. I'm an upright person, and I have nothing to do with Admiral Hell. The more you emphasize that, the more suspicious it becomes." Klein's expression didn't change as he calmly said, "I want to know the latest rumors." "No problem." Sea Eagle Logan slammed the bar top and said to the bartender, "Give me a plate of special cured meat. I'll be treating this mate to our most famous delicacy in Demir." The bartender, while still maintaining his cold expression, pushed open the door and entered the kitchen. Soon he brought out a plate of red and white, finely cut cured meat. 5 pounds. He didn't look at Sea Eagle Logan, and he instead looked straight at Klein. 5 pounds. Sea Eagle Logan turned his head to the side, smiling warmly as he raised his arm to show his muscles. Everyone just heard it. In order to thank me, you offered to treat me to some special cured meat. For a moment, Klein didn't realize what had happened. It was only when the bartender urged him a second time that he realized he was being blackmailed. Furthermore, their scam was rather well planned. First, they used an easily seen-through farce to let Sea Eagle Logan appear, thereby winning a good impression with the target. Then, with the excuse of treating the target, order an especially expensive special cured meat. And then finally, he goes back on his word and turns matters upside down and forcing a sale. It's no wonder that, when Rat Woody was thrown out, those drunkards didn't make a sound. They were all afraid of this Logan, who's rumored to be in the service of Admiral Hell. How should I deal with this? My present persona is Gehrman Sparrow, a somewhat crazy adventurer and bounty hunter. Klein raised his cup and drank a mouthful of the rich malt-flavored beer, and said with his usual tone, "Why don't you just rob me? Why don't I just rob you?" Logan was a little stunned by the question. Soon after, he saw a fist expanding before his face. Thump! Klein's left fist landed on Sea Eagle Logan's chin, knocking him backwards toward the bar counter. With a push of his right palm, Klein nimbly left his chair and approached Logan's falling body. His legs tensed, and his knees jerked upward, slamming into Logan's lower abdomen. Logan threw back his head, his eyes bulging while his mouth hung half open. Klein drew his gun, shoved the revolver into the man's mouth, and pulled the hammer back. I am... Logan shouted indistinctly. Klein looked him in the eye, pulled out his revolver, and swung it, striking the side of Logan's face with the butt of the gun. Logan's teeth fell out one after another, and his mouth was stained with blood. Faced with such a heavy blow and a pain that exceeded his limits, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Klein propped him up and pulled a handful of loose bills and coins out of his pocket. Since he estimated that there wasn't more than 5 pounds with just a glance, Klein threw them on the bar and calmly said, "Keep the change." The bartender's bronze face turned slightly pale as he shouted in panic, "My boss is White Shark." Without looking at him, Klein released his hand and allowed Sea Eagle Logan to fall to the ground. Then he sat down again, forked up a piece of cured meat, and stuffed it in his mouth to taste it. He found it rather unique as the flavors of the condiments spread out in wisps, scratching at his belly and throat. After eating 2 pieces, he looked up and asked, "Does your boss know that you're colluding with Sea Eagle?" No. The bartender mumbled an answer. Seeing that Klein had no intention of continuing his attacks and had paid the bill so quickly, the bouncers who had gathered nearby silently retreated. Klein took a sip of his wine, glanced at Sea Eagle Logan on the ground, and calmly said to the bartender, "He's Ludwell's informant. How much is his bounty worth?" "No, he's not." The bartender shook his head and said, "This is just something he says about himself. The information he spread himself. That Navy sailor from before was hired by him. That's the only way to make everyone here afraid of him." Upon hearing this answer, the drinkers at the bar all put down their glasses in surprise. Some of the drunkards even staggered over to Logan and spat in his face. "Pooey, pooey, pooey." Many drinkers followed suit. Klein lowered his head again and said while eating the special cured meat, "Tell me about the recent rumors." The bartender breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped his glass and gave an intermittent account of the rumors in the past 2 months. Some of them were what Klein had heard before, and there were also things he just learned. The Imperial Navy's ironclad warship, Pritz, had destroyed a passing pirate crew during routine training. Panic over the behemoth's cannons has begun to spread among the small and medium-sized pirate powers. Some of them even wished to take advantage of the ironclad warship fleet's inchoate form to madly commit crimes before withdrawing from this trade with a sum of money. The sea wouldn't be peaceful for the next 6 months to a year. Admiral of Blood Seigneur and Rear Admiral Dusk Bulatov Yoan had a conflict in the southern waters of Sonia Island, and each of them lost 2 ships in the massive skirmish. Klein listened without asking questions, and he gradually filled his stomach. Seeing that the plate containing the special cured meat had been emptied and having finished the rest of his beer, He slowly stood up. Remember today's lesson. Klein handed the plate to the bartender. The bartender was about to reach out when the hair at the back of his head was grabbed. Bang! Klein shoved him down hard, knocking the bartender's head against the bar top, sending splinters flying and blood gushing. The customers all tried to avoid the impact, and the bouncers rushed over quickly. After doing all of this, Klein clapped his hands and picked up his own glass, trying to pour the rest of the beer onto the bartender's head. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Klein silently gave up. He turned around and bent down, grabbed Sea Eagle Logan, and threw him to the bouncers who were rushing over. Taking advantage of the moment when the bouncers were dodging and the bar being in chaos, Klein quickly ran, agilely circling around them, and easily left flying fish and wine. He pushed down his hat and quickly proceeded forward, turning towards a neighboring street. After continuously changing directions, he suddenly slowed down his pace, and a gold coin appeared in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving around in his fingers as if it was scouting something. Ding! The gold coin quietly flipped up, tumbled down, and firmly lay in the palm of Klein's hand. Lowering his head to glance if it was heads or tails, Klein spun his heel and smoothly turned into a quiet, dark alley. The wind by the sea was cold and strong, and it caused a convection in the area, propelling his coat up without him realizing it and causing his half-top hat to almost fall off. Suddenly, Klein stopped, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." His eyes were sharp as he stared at the shadow around the corner. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. He chuckled and said, "Very sharp." It was a man in a black cloak, approximately 30 years of age, and his eyebrows were charred yellow while his dark blue eyes were bright. His face wasn't too chiseled, as though he was from the area south of Intis, Lemberg, and Seeger. As soon as he saw him, a picture flashed in Klein's mind. As he entered the flying fish and wine, he had professionally looked around for anyone he needed to pay attention to. The answer at the time was no. The man had been drinking like a sailor and watching curiously from the side. He was no different from the other guests, and his appearance wasn't distinctive, but his black cloak had left a certain impression on Klein, allowing him to recognize the person who tailed him in an instant. "What do you want?" Klein, who was maintaining his persona, bent down slightly, like a huge feline ready to pounce. The man in the black cloak laughed once again. "The fighting technique and handling method that you displayed just now was very consistent with my taste. I chased after you to ask if you're interested in joining us. Although that guy named Logan was indeed pretending to be an informant of Ludwell, White Shark Hamilton does have connections with many pirates. He's a character with a shady background, so he'll definitely take your act of beating up one of his men at the bar to heart. There will definitely be problems for you in the future, and I can help you resolve this problem. You're an adventurer, so it's necessary for you to have dreams of treasure. As for us, we're people who banded together in a bid to seek treasure such as the Spectre Empire, Solomon's Inheritance, the Secret of the Fountain of Unaging, the Death's Key, the Sunken Laurel, and Roselle's treasure while traveling the 5 seas. Today, although we haven't accomplished any of our main goals, we've found many missing pirate ships. Heh. What I said does sound like what that rat had said, right? He cleared his throat and said, "Frankly speaking, we're a band of pirates formed from a group of adventurers, but we only plunder merchant and passenger ships when we're especially poor, and we don't harm the innocent. Our main focus is on finding treasures, and we often reap harvests. And I kid you not, I once slept on a bed formed of gold coins. If we run into any other pirate ships, just showing them our prowess wins us some compensation. By the way, our captain has decreed that before we recruit new people, we have to explain our creed and remuneration." "Creed? Your captain is a little interesting." Klein deliberately softened his tension to see if the enemy would take the opportunity to attack. The black-cloaked man smiled in a relaxed manner. "What I said previously was our creed, and now let me talk about the remuneration." This fellow is quite confident. Although he wasn't a spectator, Klein could tell that he was very confident and that he was completely unfazed by the scene in front of him. "We don't have any weekly salaries or annuity, but once we find treasure, or obtain riches from plundering, they'll be distributed according to our ranks. Under normal circumstances, when our luck is still pretty good, the lowest-ranking sailor can earn about £200 to £300 a year. I heard that this would make one a member of the middle class on land? Heh, if we find the sunken laurel, all of us will become tycoons. The black-cloaked man casually introduced. According to our ranks, we would get different days off every month, but they can only be accumulated together and done in a staggered fashion. As he spoke, he suddenly cursed softly. Dog's hit. Just the year before, we missed a good chance of finding the Spectre Empire because Captain was on holiday. Pirates have annual leave. Klein found it somewhat surprising. He could only feel the pirate crew's comedic intensity from the man's description, reminding him of the humorous Somali pirate recruitment advertisements he had seen in his previous life. Seeing that Klein appeared shocked by his words, the black-cloaked man added with a smile, "As an adventurer, are you still chasing after the powers that transcend nature as told in legends? As long as you join us, you'll have a chance to possess them." Having said that, he coughed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself." His expression turned solemn, no longer looking as jocular as he was before. Rear Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards's subordinate, fourth bosun of the Golden Dream, Blazing Danitz. After reporting his title, real name, and identity, Danitz waited patiently for the look of panic and fear to appear on Klein's face. After a second, he heard the adventurer, who acted somewhat crazily despite looking refined and polite, say in a low voice, "Blazing Danitz with a bounty of £3,000? Danitz was about to reply when he had the illusion that the man standing in the dark alley had turned into an indescribable, hungry monster, salivating over his soul and flesh. He suddenly clenched his fists, his body no longer as relaxed as it had been earlier. He was so tense that he was trembling slightly. His intuition told him that he was facing an abyss filled with madness and bloodlust. In this state, Danitz had no idea how much time had passed until the other party spoke again. "Why are you here?" "I am on vacation." Blazing Danitz's dignity made him scorn to answer this question, but his instinct made him spit out the reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the man retract his gaze, the hunger to gnaw on his flesh and soul disappearing. He stood where he was and watched as the young adventurer in a black coat and a silk half-top hat turn around and walk to the other end of the alley. He stopped when he was about to turn the corner, and turning his head, he asking, "Where's White Shark?" He lives at 1 Seawall Avenue, but he spends most of his time on the second floor of the Flying Fish and Wine. "It's no different today," Blazing Danitz answered truthfully. Only when the figure disappeared into the distance did Danitz straighten his back and take off his cloak. "What a terrifying fellow," he sighed silently. Following that, he found his thoughts and muttered to himself, "I have to inform Captain that there's another terrifying person at sea. This is a guy who looks like a gentleman on the outside, but he has a heart like a lunatic's. If one doesn't have the determination and confidence to kill him, it's best not to deal with him." Danitz pulled up his black cloak's hood and decided to return to the hotel for some sleep. He planned to wait until the telegraph office opened the next morning before relaying the message to his middleman contact in the Rorstad archipelago. As for what would happen to White Shark, he didn't care at all. In the corner of another quiet street, Klein stood in the shadows, looking down at the black glove on his left hand. He found that, although creeping hunger had been sealed by Mr. Azik, its thirst for flesh and souls still intrinsically existed and was trying to manifest itself. Under normal circumstances, Klein wasn't worried that the sealed item would produce any problems, but when he had the urge to kill someone, the corresponding influence he would receive was enough to let that hunger which could lash back at him emanate. Earlier, when he heard that Danitz was a famous pirate on the bounty list, killing intent instantly rose inwardly out of his yearning desire, causing creeping hunger to become as active as a fish in water. Fortunately, Klein always had good self-control in this aspect. From his words, he was able to judge that he wasn't a pirate who was riddled with sin, so he easily restrained his impulse. With creeping hunger, Gehrman Sparrow's persona will be flawless. Klein paused for a few seconds, took out a gold coin and performed 2 divinations. First, he divined if Blazing Danitz was lying, and second, if White Shark Hamilton was able to cause harm to him. The first revelation showed that there was no need for Blazing Danitz to lie, and the second one showed that White Shark Hamilton was unable to cause harm to him. Klein put away the gold coin, pressed down his hat, and while doing so, he swept his palm down and touched his face. He instantly changed his appearance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Then, Klein unbuttoned his overcoat and pulled up the inner shirt so that it was no longer stuffed into his trousers. After a simple change of his attire, Klein, who didn't carry a cane, began sweating. His lips were dry as he identified the direction and headed back to the Flying Fish and Wine Bar. On the way, he met Blazing Danitz again. The man only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze and headed for the hotel opposite the bar. After inspecting the bounty wall, Klein calmly reached out with his hand, pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since he escaped. In the bar, most of the customers had dispersed, but there were still a lot of drunkards gathered here to watch the show. Their eyes swept over the new guest, but they all withdrew it soon after, and Klein made his way unimpeded to the bar counter. He saw the bartender standing with frightened eyes beside a fat man. His forehead heavily bandaged with white bandages, his nostrils stuffed with tissue paper, and his face was bruised. The fatty was tall and big. His skin was fair and he looked like a big white shark that had swam itself ashore. He touched his shiny bald head and said to Eland, who was wearing a dark red jacket and a straight sword, "Someone told me that you know that guy? There are only 3 passenger ships that dock today, so there won't be many unfamiliar outsiders. Don't try to lie." Eland patted the hilt of his sword and smiled casually. "Yes, he is my passenger. But the problem today clearly stemmed from your people. So I just want him to come back here, apologize to me, and compensate me for the damage done to the bar." The tall, big-sized white fatty said with a frown. Eland laughed and said, "White Shark, I have a proverb from my hometown. Don't hate wild dogs that pass by just because of the rats in the storehouse." "Just Eland. Is this your answer?" White Shark Hamilton narrowed his eyes. Eland gripped the wooden handle of the musket, took a step forward, and said with a deep voice, "Yes, this is my answer. Captain Shure has his way of doing things." Klein was slightly surprised at Eland's response. After staring at each other for a few seconds, White Shark Hamilton took in a deep breath. "You've helped me before, so I don't need an apology. However, he must compensate half of my losses, and you will be the one to pass them on." "Good suggestion." Eland smiled. White Shark Hamilton's face darkened as he looked around. He suddenly threw out his hand, slapping the bartender in the face. The bartender flew out, all his teeth dropping to the floor. Klein quietly watched from 5 meters away, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Bam! The bartender fell to the ground, writhing in pain. White Shark Hamilton snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the 2nd floor, stepping on the creaking wooden stairs. After the excitement was over, the drunkards dispersed one by one. Unaffected, Captain Eland and the others returned upstairs to continue playing cards. Klein took the opportunity to follow. He returned to Flying Fish and Wine, not to deal with White Shark who didn't pose any threat to him but rather to simply get more information from the owner of the bar, who was connected to many pirate factions. After all, he had named his new identity Gehrman, which secretly implied hunting pirates whose hands were stained with blood. He planned on using their souls, flesh, and beyonder characteristics to replace the souls in Creeping Hunger who were awaiting their release. There was no gas in Demir Harbor, and the corridor on the 2nd floor was relatively dark. The brass candle stands that were inlaid into each wall flickered and dimmed. Klein observed the surroundings as he wiped his face, silently transforming into one of the bouncers on the 1st floor. He used illusion creation to compensate for his mismatched attire. After finishing his preparations, he walked towards the room that his spiritual intuition identified as belonging to White Shark Hamilton. He first passed the card room, but he didn't attract anyone's attention. He stopped in front of the bouncers who were guarding the corridor and said in a low voice, "There's something going on downstairs again. Holy Lord of Storms. What's happening tonight?" A bouncer sighed. "I hope those beautiful people don't get hurt," another guard said worriedly. He was referring to the whores who got their business in the bar. "They're fine." Klein stepped past the bouncers and knocked on White Shark's door. "Who is it?" Hamilton warily asked. "Boss, it's me. Something happened downstairs again." Klein remembered the information he gleaned while watching the commotion and deliberately hoarsened his voice. "Damn it!" Hamilton bellowed. "Come in and explain to me what happened." Klein turned the doorknob and walked in. When he closed the door, he dispelled the illusion, and the muscles on his face rapidly squirmed, returning to his previous identity. A new customer with blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. "You?" Hamilton was stunned for a moment before he immediately opened his mouth wide in an attempt to shout loudly. At the same time, many illusory fish scales surfaced on the back of his hand, his originally large and fat body burgeoning. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster, and a strong instinctive fear seized him by the throat. At this moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a demon that had been starved for many days, repeatedly examining his flesh and soul with an ice-cold, craving look in his eyes. All of a sudden, White Shark Hamilton was gripped by an extreme panic, and he failed to effectively respond. Klein slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He politely smiled. "Now, can we talk calmly?" The feeling of being stared at by a horrifying monster suddenly disappeared. Hamilton relaxed all of a sudden while his body shriveled up a lot like a punctured balloon. He didn't rashly cry for help as he asked with beads of sweat lining his forehead, "Who are you? What do you want?" "A hunter," Klein answered casually. "I heard that you're connected to a number of pirate factions. I would like to know their respective situations." "No, I'm not," White Shark Hamilton subconsciously denied. He immediately felt the extreme hunger again, and he felt as if the man's eyes were dyed with a dark red layer. Klein inwardly deliberated over his persona and said with a gentlemanly smile, "You have two choices. One is to answer frankly. The second is to be killed by me and then answer honestly." "Killing to channel my spirit?" White Shark Hamilton had heard of similar rumors. He swallowed hard and asked, "Why do you want to know about any of this?" Klein smiled and answered, "I'm a hunter, so I'm chasing after bounties." Hamilton suddenly felt that the man's polite smile was tinged with an indescribable madness, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Are you mad? I've seen many similar adventurers, but all of them have been buried at the bottom of the sea. It's not hard to kill a lone pirate, but can you defend against any further retaliation? The whores in the bar or the seemingly ordinary customers might all be pirate informants. Your friendly accomplice could be bribed at any moment and you'll be shot in the back. The pirates will gather information in advance and surround your ship. Can you protect all the passengers? Can you survive a cannon bombardment? On the sea where there's no room to run, how are you going to survive? After venting the horror in his heart in one breath, he saw the man, who called himself a hunter, reveal a gentle and kind smile. Just have them all killed, and then there won't be such a problem. A true madman. White Shark Hamilton immediately took a deep breath and said, I'm in contact with many pirates, but it's a passive relationship. They need to sell the cash, jewelry, and goods that they plundered in exchange for alcohol, food, fresh water, weapons, and women's comfort. This has to happen through me, but I can only wait here for them. I don't know where their ships pass or where they're going. What else? Klein asked calmly. His reply just now was mainly to scare White Shark. As for having revenge sought on him by the pirates, he wasn't worried at all. As a faceless, he might as well find a place to drown himself at the bottom of the sea if they could find him so easily. And White Shark Hamilton's throat moved, without immediately giving an affirmative or negative description. He tightly closed his mouth and looked at the gentleman in the half-top hat. The gentleman's eyes were calm and reserved, as though madness was brewing within him. The uneasy silence was like the calm sea surface before a storm, gently resounding, colliding, and fermenting. Finally, Hamilton shifted his gaze away and placed his hand on the desk in frustration. Yes, I'm still gathering information for them. If there's any urgent information, I'll use the radio transceiver they gave me to alert them. White Shark didn't dare to take the risk and was afraid that the man possessed unique beyonder powers that could determine if he was speaking the truth, or if he was saying the whole truth. Radio transceiver? Klein, who had succeeded in laying his bets, sharply caught onto a noun. That's what they call it when speaking to me. It's like a telegram, but it doesn't require a wire. Hamilton turned and walked over to the gray safe and squatted down. A wireless telegraph? The pirates possess such advanced technology? Klein could vaguely guess what the radio transceiver was. He had previously thought of inventing something like this, but when he flipped through relevant magazines, he realized that wireless telegrams had long since appeared. However, it hadn't found its place in the commercial world. The Berserk Sea, which separated the northern and southern continents with its constant thunder and lightning, the chaotic magnetic field, and violent storms, made only a few sea routes accessible. Even if one was equipped with wireless telegraphs, they were almost useless. Similarly, the weather in the Fog Sea and the Sonia Sea had changed drastically, and there were a number of factors that affected electromagnetic transmission. The use of wireless telegrams had been severely restricted. Could it be that there's an enhanced model that can solve some of those problems? Klein watched as White Shark pried open the floor plank in front of the safe and twisted a mechanism to reveal a secret door in the wall. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet with 3 levels. On the top level were some documents and bills, a revolver, a new type of half-arm gun, and other weapons, while the bottom layer was filled with complicated black machinery. With just a glance, Klein deduced from his previous life's impression and the information he had gathered previously that the mechanical construct belonged to a radio transceiver. That's what they call it. It's called a radio transceiver. The news it transmits can be received by similar items as far as the Rorstad archipelago. Any further and it'll depend on the weather and one's luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and limited. Hamilton didn't know much about the machine, and he was vaguely describing the corresponding situation based on his experiences using it and what he had been taught. It's better than the new radio transceivers that are now being commercialized. I wonder who invented it. Klein quietly listened and asked, "Who are they?" He made himself look like a bounty hunter who didn't understand technology. White Shark Hamilton wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Silver Coin Viper Oder, who claims to serve the owner of the Dawn, as well as the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Old Quinn. They appeared together, and I can't be certain if they're working together. Of course, Oder has always only made claims. The owner of the Dawn, that Queen Mystic?" Klein looked away, a gold coin appearing in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving between his fingers before finally leaping into the air and landing. It left White Shark puzzled as he trembled in fear and trepidation. Lowering his head to take a glance, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "Who gave you the potion?" "Old Quinn." Hamilton hesitated but still chose to answer honestly. Klein nodded and no longer asked. He turned and walked towards the door. Thud! The wooden door opened and closed. The figure wearing a black coat disappeared from White Shark's room. Hamilton held his breath, waited for more than 10 seconds, and finally let out a long sigh. He quickly wiped the sweat from his face, placed the radio receiver on the desk, flipped through a codebook, and hurriedly sent a telegram into the distance. "I was targeted by an unfamiliar fellow." Beside the completely engrossed Hamilton, Klein had his hands in his pockets as he quietly watched, taking in the entire frequency spectrum and the passcodes. His departure just now was just a large-scale magic show, more than enough to deal with a low-sequence beyonder like White Shark's Sailor Pathway. As for the question of whether or not he would be able to remember the details later, a seer didn't need to worry over it. A dream divination was enough to recall everything. Admiral of Blood and his men enjoy killing and love blood. They're passionate about enacting violence against women. Every time they rob a passenger ship, they would always cause a tragedy, This is public information known by everyone, and they themselves were proud of it. They're never stingy with their proclamations. The target of the hunt and the risk involved. I'll give priority to them. Klein thought for a moment and then prepared to leave the room while Hamilton tidied and put away the radio transceiver. He didn't plan on dealing with White Shark for the time being, as he was afraid of disturbing the real prey. Anyways, this kind of fellow who was on land with a fixed territory could be easily dealt with in a letter later since he had dirt on him. Klein's soundless footsteps caused the door to slowly open and then quietly close, bringing in a slight cool breeze. After sending out the telegram and cleaning up the desk, White Shark Hamilton relaxed completely. He was finally in the mood and had the ability to think about the details of what had happened to him. The first question that popped into his mind was, what about the bouncers outside? He propped himself up with both hands and walked heavily to the door. When he opened it to take a look, he found that several of his men were standing there unsteadily, telling each other jokes involving women. Hamilton's anger rushed to his head, but he soon calmed down. The muscles on his face twitched slightly as he pounded on the open door. Thump! The bouncers were startled and instinctively turned to look at the door. Boss! Boss! Seeing who was making the sound, they hurriedly stood there and stammered. White Shark took a deep breath and asked, "Did you see anyone enter my room?" "Yes, Lardero." He said that there was a situation downstairs. The bouncers were confused by the question. "Boss, you were the one who let him in." As soon as they finished talking, they suddenly thought of other explanations and asked, "Boss, was something inside stolen?" Hamilton's expression sank, and he shook his head. "Don't doze off." Thud. He drew back and closed the door, leaving the few bouncers puzzled as they exchanged looks, suspecting that their boss was drunk. In the room, the tall and fat Hamilton frowned and started pacing back and forth. Lardero, they saw Lardero. That guy, can he change into someone else's appearance? As a collaborator who helped pirates sell their loot and gather intelligence, White Shark Hamilton was no stranger to all sorts of sea rumors. The first thing he thought of was the former pirate Admiral Kalangos, who was said to be capable of turning into anyone. However, he quickly made more connections. It might not be this mystical ability. If it's really close to the description in the rumors, illusions, cues, and mental manipulation can all do similar things. There's something amiss. That fellow appeared refined and gentle on the outside, but he's inwardly mad and has terrifying strength. With the character he showcased, he should have knocked unconscious or killed anyone who had seen him, before strolling to the door and very politely knocking on the door. If it's to avoid creating a huge commotion so as to not leave behind too much information or exposing secrets related to his sequence, then he could have used a more covert method, like climbing through the window. Very contradictory. There's only one explanation for this contradiction. He was putting on an act. Was he disguising his personality or disguising his strength? Or both? When he thought of this, Hamilton suddenly stopped and put all the details together. That guy is a novice. His madness is a disguise. His strength is demonstrated by relying on some mystical item. Yes, that must be it. This can explain the contradictions. He didn't climb up the walls and enter through the window because he's a low-sequence beyonder, and he isn't good in such aspects. The focus of his mystical item isn't in this domain. In order to successfully enter my room, he was willing to lower his head and address me as boss, because he was purely relying on the mystical item. He wasn't too confident about himself and doesn't have enough pride and madness. He acted like a madman so as to match the mystical item's effects of generating horror in others. He created pressure to ask for information. This can also perfectly explain why he left just like that. The reason why he came to find me is because he obtained such a powerful mystical item. With his elevated ambition, he wants to capture and kill some pirates to make a fortune. Once he knew that I'm serving Silvercoin Viper Odor and Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, to the point of being involved with the Queen Mystic, he got scared and fearful, so he chose to leave after acting perfunctorily. He didn't dare to kill anyone. The more Hamilton thought, the closer he felt to the truth. He hurriedly set up the radio transceiver again and flipped through the passcodes and added a telegram to concisely describe his theories. He didn't believe that he was being targeted by a hunter, because everything that had happened was a result of the inflated ambition of a young man who simply had a fortuitous encounter. He also gave the corresponding characteristics of the target. Blonde, blue eyes, not crazy, and even a little timid. Possesses a rather mystical item that might allow one to change their appearance and create illusions. In consideration of the sense of horror, the latter is more likely to be true. He's just a novice who doesn't have much experience. He specializes in mimicking a powerful aura with the help of the item. He knows a thing or two about me, and he doesn't look like an outsider who's here in Demir Harbor for the first time. Tap, tap, tap. Hamilton stopped his finger and leaned back in satisfaction, his chair creaking under his weight. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, as though he had already seen the ending of that bastard from just now. It wouldn't end well for a fellow with a very low sequence despite possessing a powerful mystical item at sea. Many greedy sharks would rush towards him. When the time comes, I'll no longer have to worry about my problems being exposed. Under the night sky, the harbor was rather quiet. After leaving the Flying Fish and Wine, Klein made a detour in the distance. He first walked quickly before moving slowly, his pace gradually turning into a stroll. When he was sure that no one was following him, he turned his face back to Gehrman Sparrow as he passed through the shadows. He stuffed the hem of his shirt into his trousers. He adjusted his sideburns and took out his gold-rimmed glasses, placing them on the bridge of his nose. It gave him a coldness despite his refined appearance. He began to rely on the stars to find his way back to the white agate. As he walked, he let out a soft chuckle. Amidst the cold wind, he leisurely thought, I hope White Shark isn't that foolish and is able to see the flaws I left behind. The persona he had set up tonight was of a new adventurer who lacked experience and made mistakes. And this person, on the other hand, knew a lot about Demir Harbor and White Shark. He had a tempting mystical item on him which had messed with his mind, making him a little crazy deep down. Klein's initial idea was that pirates would wander around the ocean, and even the Navy would have a hard time finding them. If he could get more accurate information from White Shark, he could of course go straight to them. If that didn't work, his identity could be used as a bait to lure some knowledgeable pirates to a predetermined location to complete the initial hunt. When it was discovered that White Shark could contact Old Quinn, the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Klein's plan was completed. His acquisition of the passcodes and the frequency spectrum had allowed him to monitor the corresponding situation and grasp the target's movement. Then, by interfering with the divination of others, he could, at the most appropriate time, use the combination of having a powerful mystical item and being a weak adventurer as bait to catch a number of big fish. Now, the problem I have is that I don't have the equipment to monitor their communications. It's basically impossible to buy it at sea. I'll have to use the world's identity to get Miss Justice or Miss Magician to buy one in Backland. I'll receive the delivery via a sacrificial ritual. This is the advantage of the Tarot Club. With this in mind, Klein sighed. Seeing the white agate in sight, he quickened his pace a little and found that Donna's family and Clevy's were returning from another street. Clevy's greeted him by nodding his head. Just like when they officially met, he said in a low voice, I heard there was trouble at Flying Fish and Wine? Very well informed and rather familiar with Demir Harbor. Klein smiled and replied, I only taught 2 cheats a lesson. Clevy's brows twitched slightly, suddenly feeling that his impression of Gehrman Sparrow was a little wrong. After his previous observation and interaction, he felt that, although this young adventurer was a bit sharp, a bit reserved, and a bit cold, he could still be considered someone who smiled, was polite, and knew when to advance or retreat. But now he was a bit uncertain. He felt that there might be a hidden flame of madness hidden in the recesses of his heart. At this moment, Donna's father interrupted. Mr. Clevy's? Who is this? A colleague, Gehrman Sparrow. Clevy's introduced in a very simple manner. With a polite smile, Klein extended his right palm. It's my honor to meet you. In the future, if you need anyone, and if you can't find Clevy's and the others, you can consider me. No problem. I hope you're as strong and professional as them. Donna's father shook hands with Klein with apparent warmth and introduced himself. Ertie Branch. Klein had just released his grip on the box when his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was something strange inside the gift boxes the branch servants were holding. He quietly activated his spirit vision and discovered that the gift box contained strips of cured meat. However, the surface of the cured meat had very rich colors at the red, white, and black spots. They were things from the spirit world. There's the aura of the spirit world, but they're practically harmless. This cured meat is very special. Klein was surprised. Noticing his gaze, Donna's father laughed and said, "This is a specialty of Demir Harbor. In the center of the island, there's an extinct volcano. There are a few cracks in the surrounding underground caves where a natural hot wind blows. Curing meat there allows the meat to gain a wonderful and unique flavor. Can be used as gifts for friends. Mr. Sparrow, if you wish to buy some, it's not too late." Unique flavor? The taste of the spirit world? Klein had a rough idea of what was going on. According to theories in mysticism, the spirit world completely overlapped with reality without interfering with it. One had to rely on the strength of a beyonder to open up a gap. But this wasn't an absolute situation. There were places in the world which had the spirit world being strong enough to slightly influence reality. In such regions, it was very easy for the dead to turn into water ghosts, zombies, and the like. There was also a non-trivial possibility that residences in such areas would have paranormal activity. A similar situation should have occurred in the interior of Demir Harbor's underground caves. But it's not serious and doesn't cause any abnormalities, only giving the cured meat a unique flavor. There wouldn't be any problems if one doesn't eat too much of this in one sitting. Klein responded with a smile. I'm not interested in cured meat. Only at this moment did he finally confirm that the cured meat that the bartender had previously served him was ordinary and nothing special. At this moment, the little boy, Denton, pointed at the moon in the sky and said, "It's so very red." "Yeah." Donna nodded in agreement. "Very red?" Klein looked up and saw that the red moon was no different than usual. Because a child's spirit is relatively pure, he temporarily possesses certain spirit vision powers after being tainted with the spirit world's aura from eating such cured meat. Would the children on this island be in a similar situation? This might be the source of Demir Harbor's folklore. Klein observed for a moment and found the answer. The group strolled back to the ship, moving up the gangway and arriving on the deck. Klein bade them farewell and went to the second-class cabin. Suddenly, his mind stirred and he once again activated his spirit vision. He saw the huge skeleton messenger appear in front of him and drop a letter. Pa! Klein stretched out his hand and caught the slightly heavy letter. The large skeleton messenger didn't stay, and it immediately disintegrated into a fountain of bones. One bone after another fell to the deck and disappeared, as though it didn't want to stay a second longer. With the letter firmly in his hand, Klein didn't lower his head to examine it. Instead, he instinctively turned around and looked at the wooden staircase leading to the first-class cabins. He saw Donna and Denton with their eyes wide and mouths agape, as though they wanted to scream at the sight of the scene, but everything they saw was over before they could make a sound. As a result, they even wondered if they were hallucinating. The children who eat the special cured meat in Demir Harbor gain temporary spirit vision to a certain degree. Klein's brows twitched slightly as he raised his left hand's index finger vertically and placed it against his mouth to silence the two young ones, just like he did while the Murloc hunt was happening. The already rather tall Donna immediately raised her hand and covered her mouth. She nodded in fear and excitement, indicating that she understood. When she looked diagonally down, she saw that her brother was still in a daze. She quickly grabbed his arm and pushed his hand against his mouth. Clevis and Cecile sensed that something was wrong with them. They stopped and looked at Klein, but they discovered nothing. Facing their stares, Klein calmly nodded and continued walking to his room. A gold coin had appeared in his hand without anyone realizing. It was tossed up, and it tumbled around as though it possessed life. Ding! The gold coin landed with a number facing up, indicating a negative result. This meant that the tiny episode wouldn't be detrimental to Klein. Seriously, the current messenger isn't polite at all. It's not like the previous one who would tap my shoulder or nudge my body to give an advance warning, or just convert my surroundings into a spiritual world to prevent ordinary people from seeing him. Klein lampooned as he took out his key and opened the door. He sat down on the edge of the low bed, lit a candle with only half its length remaining, and opened Mr. Isaac's response letter. As he pulled out the items inside, the first one that caught his eye was the Dark Emperor card. Looking at that face which pissed him off, Klein let out a breath of relief and eased his worries. He wasn't afraid that Mr. Isaac wouldn't return it to him, as he had that minimum level of trust. After all, the potion formula and corresponding rituals could be copied, and only the convergence properties of high-level materials couldn't be imitated. And since this was clearly not Isaac's pathway, nor was it one of the switchable paths available to him, so a powerhouse like him had no need for it. Klein was worried that the messenger would be robbed, losing the card of blasphemy which would help him tremendously while in his spirit body state. This wasn't impossible. The number of strange creatures in the spirit world was hard to count, so it isn't hard to end up having a few who were good at locating messengers and robbing them. The Dark Emperor card was returned along with the copper whistle from the numinous episcopate. After temporarily putting away these two items, Klein unfolded the important letter and read Isaac's reply. That card that depicts the Dark Emperor reminds me of certain scenes. The tall-as-a-mountain Blood Emperor who wore a red cape with his eyes being abnormally crazy, containing almost zero reasoning. He was on the brink of losing control. There was the true Dark Emperor who had revived. He sat on a gigantic throne, overlooking the land. When I looked up at them, I lost consciousness when the Blood Emperor looked at me. I should have, in some form, participated in the War of the Four Emperors, but the exact details still require me to recall them. Perhaps it was because of an injury from back then that caused me to lose my memories again and again as I repeatedly died and reawakened. The legend of Death's treasure trove in the Berserk Sea doesn't ring any bells. Perhaps I'll be able to sense something and be naturally attracted to it when I travel to the southern continent by boat and pass through that sea. The experiences of the owner of that copper whistle resemble that of an undying's ritual, but there are also clear differences. I can sense evil auras and the premonition of danger. I believe the owner of the copper whistle is in a strange and terrifying state. It's best that you don't blow that copper whistle and summon the messenger. This will bring extreme danger. We can make further attempts when I fully recover my memories and figure out what that experience really means. The feather left behind by the copper whistle's owner that you mentioned can be used in the domain of the undead. It's a unique material that's rich in spirituality. When I recall more, I'll organize the knowledge of some rituals and charms you can use with it for you. Speaking of this matter, I recall that you'd asked me about the method for ridding the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic. This will likely need more time. At the very least, I'm still a blank slate in this aspect. Also, I vaguely remember that in the southern continent, there are strange creatures called feathermen. It's best to seal that card. Otherwise, it might attract powerful enemies and many disasters. I can give you some techniques. This isn't too difficult. First, an improved wall of spirituality. As expected, the card of blasphemy has a convergence effect upon activation. It's a good thing that I've left it above the gray fog in the past. According to Mr. Isaac's descriptions, he shouldn't be an amnesiac death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked up to the Blood Emperor and the Dark Emperor. It's likely that he's a son of death, participating in the War of the Four Emperors by accompanying that deity. Unfortunately, he suffered from severe injuries. As he thought, Klein produced a flame and burned the letter. Then, he tried the sealing technique and practiced what Isaac had taught him in the letter. After doing all of this, he held a ritual and brought the Dark Emperor card and the numinous episcopate's copper whistle into the mysterious space above the gray fog, eliminating all possibilities of any accidents. There was no doubt that Klein had no wish to suddenly meet the King of the Five Seas, Nast at sea. Early in the morning, the sun rose above the horizon and dyed it golden. Klein went to the not-so-well-stocked second-class buffet cafeteria and ate 2 slices of toast with bacon and butter and drank a cup of lemon tea. After filling his stomach, he went to the deck to breathe in the fresh air and enjoy the beautiful early morning scenery. Then he saw a drunk Captain Eland returning, his straight sword swaying. Thinking back to last night's incident, Klein came over and said without a smile, "Good morning. White Shark didn't cause you any trouble, right? He should be able to determine that I'm a passenger of the White Agate." Dressed in a dark red coat, Eland took off his ship-shaped hat and laughed. "This is his own problem. Actually, he wanted you to pay half the repair fees for the bar counter, but that isn't much. It's just a few solely. I happened to win £6 last night and gave him some extra tips, and that was the end of it. Captain, are you afraid that a crazy adventurer like me will blow the whole thing up just for the sake of face, so you ended up choosing to bear the compensation?" Klein was silent for a few seconds. "I understand." Then, he turned and walked back to the bow, leaving 2 soft words, "Thank you." When Klein returned to his original position, he felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. He slowly let out a breath, feeling that it was too goddamn hard to force a persona. After enjoying the wind for a while, he was about to return to the cabin when 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. They were Donna and Denton. Cecile, who was in charge of protecting them, was a few paces away. Donna had obviously not slept well last night. Her eyes were puffy, and her face was gloomy, but she was in high spirits. She was obviously imitating Klein's taking in of the scenery, but her eyes were darting around nimbly. Just as Denton, who was in a similar state as her, wanted to speak, she spoke first. "Uncle, who was that last night?" As she spoke, she looked ahead without turning her head, but her body was trembling slightly, as though she was recalling the scene she had seen. "It was a messenger. You can think of him as a postman." Klein also didn't look at the 2 little kids, as though he was talking about what he had for breakfast. "Messenger." Denton almost lost control of the volume of his voice. "The world is so huge, so there's bound to be some strange creatures in this world. Trust me, although this creature looks very ferocious and terrifying, it's actually very gentle and professional. It just sent me a letter on behalf of a friend who's far away." Klein explained slightly, trying to describe the 4-meter-tall messenger as pitiful, weak, and helpless. After a night of panic, and because she hadn't been harmed in any way, Donna was much calmer. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Well, that's amazing. It's like listening to a story. Very cool." Denton also expressed his opinion. Then, he puzzledly asked, "But why didn't anyone else see it?" No one had any response. "That's because your hearts are pure." Klein smiled. This was a white lie. After all, he couldn't just say that it was a problem with the special cured meat. That would only make the 2 curious little fellows fail to resist making attempts. This way, ignoring the fact that ingesting large amounts of it would cause one to fall ill, just randomly having spirit vision activated was a very dangerous matter. Even though Klein could now sustain the consumption of his spirit vision for a long period of time, he ultimately didn't dare keep it open. Sometimes, seeing things he shouldn't have seen could lead to madness or death. "See, can we have a messenger of our own?" Donna asked, curious and excited. "That will depend on luck," Klein answered simply and calmly. He couldn't help but lampoon inwardly, "I don't even have a messenger of my own." In order to obtain a messenger, he had to design an accurate summoning ritual and prepare the corresponding spirit world creature contract. This was a specialized field of knowledge, and randomly doing so could easily summon something bad. So Klein didn't dare to recklessly try it. Yeah. Donna looked forward to it. Then, she said in a tiny voice, "Uncle, we'll keep this a secret for you." Beside her, Denton nodded solemnly. At this moment, a new passenger that intended to board in Demir Harbor carried his suitcase as he walked onto the deck. After sending the telegram, Blazing Danitz considered that the captain might instruct him on certain matters. So he decided to cut the holiday short and await orders at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. Through his own channels, he had obtained a ticket, put on a wig, blackened his eyebrows, and easily boarded the white agate, waiting for the liner to blow its whistle. As Emperor Roselle said, capable people always have to do a little bit more work. As Danitz walked towards the cabin, he looked around leisurely. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young adventurer in a black coat, gentle in appearance and mad in nature. He was standing at the bow of the ship, beaming at him like a gentleman. The muscles in Danitz's face began to stiffen. Discovering a pirate who was worth 3,000 pounds board the ship in disguise, Klein immediately felt wary. He smiled to Denton and Donna who were beside him and said, "I've got a friend." He calmly walked towards the Rear Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun, locking his eyes on the other party. The smile on blazing Danitz froze when he saw the young adventurer, with crazy blood flowing through his veins, slowly approach. He suddenly had a thought. Run as fast as you can. Do your best to escape. Even if I have to use Beyonder powers and expose my identity, I have to flee immediately. In his eyes, the reserved and stern adventurer was a genuine monster draped in human skin. Just as Danitz was about to make his move, he suddenly calmed down because he remembered what happened last night. The adventurer hadn't attacked him and had allowed him to leave. That is to say, he doesn't necessarily have the hostile intention of hunting me down. He can be reasoned with to resolve this crisis. Directly running away would only lead to conflict. Thoughts ran through blazing Danitz's mind. Relying on his rich experience, he forcefully controlled his legs and appeared to wait in place. Klein walked over, one step at a time, and smiled. "Good morning, we meet again." That gentle and courteous smile of his made Danitz shudder for some inexplicable reason. He pursed his lips and said, "Good morning." Klein maintained his persona, his expression turning cold. "What are you doing on the ship?" "Heading to the Rorstad archipelago." Blazing Danitz, who was also considered a famous pirate, answered honestly. "Why are you heading there?" Klein calmly asked. Danitz forced a smile and said, "Waiting for our captain's orders. Perhaps there will be a mission arranged for me. He's probably going to chase me off the ship. In any case, there's a potential risk to have a pirate board a ship." After he finished speaking, Danitz speculated about the possible developments. For him, this was considered a pretty good result. At most, he would waste a ticket. Klein fell silent, so silent that Danitz's hair stood on end. It was a full 5 or 6 seconds before he spoke again. "Which cabin do you live in?" "First class, room 312. Danitz raised the ticket in his hand to eye level. He didn't dare to look down for fear that the enemy would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Is there a servant room?" "Yes." Blazing Danitz subconsciously answered, but his heart was at a loss. He had no idea why the man was posing such a question at him. Then, he heard the man say to him in a flat tone like he was speaking to a subordinate, "You'll sleep there." "Ah, where? I'll be sleeping in the servants' room? Aren't you going to chase me off the ship?" Danitz was somewhat stunned as he blurted out, "Why?" Klein glanced at him and said one word in a faint voice, "Hostage." "Hostage?" "He's worried that I'm a planted agent on the ship, making it easier for the pirate fleet to plunder the white agate, so he plans to use me as a hostage? That's reasonable. If it really is as he suspects, then it wouldn't stop the pirate fleet's attack even if I'm chased off the ship. It's better to hold me hostage to aid in the negotiations." Dogs hit. I hate this kind of arrogant, cold person who doesn't say much. They always only say a word or two, or even just an utterance, leaving me to guess the rest. If I'm really not his match, then I wouldn't even mix with such company. Why did I previously think that his temper matched my tastes? I must have been mad. Danitz gritted his teeth as he thought. "Fine." He exhaled helplessly. "To your cabin." Klein maintained the perfect Gairman Sparrow persona. Phew. Blazing Danitz carried his suitcase, reluctantly leading the monster draped in human skin to the cabin. They went to the upper deck and arrived at room 312. After opening the door, Klein took a quick look and found the place several times better than second class. The living room was about 30 square meters and was connected to a master bedroom and 3 servant rooms. It had a separate bathroom, a standard wardrobe, and a mahogany desk. Danitz put down his suitcase and glanced at the servant rooms. He suddenly thought of an important question. Is the master bedroom going to be left empty just like that? The moment he finished speaking, he already knew the answer. It's mine. Klein smiled in a gentlemanlike fashion. As expected, to watch over me, Danitz felt depressed. Klein paced on the carpet in the room and said while pointing to the door, "Come with me downstairs." All right. Danitz was a little lost, unsure what the man was up to. The adventurer and famous pirate duo soon arrived at the second-class cabins and found Klein's original room. After opening the door, Klein didn't enter. He pointed inside and said to Danitz, "Tidy the things on the desk and put them in the suitcase." "What? Tidy things? You want me to help tidy things up?" Danitz was almost stunned. In a blink of an eye, he felt a surge of anger rush to the top of his head. "How can I, Blazing Danitz, Rear Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun, a famous pirate with a bounty of 3,000 pounds, be driven like a servant? My dignity and my reputation won't allow me to accept such humiliation." Klein gave him a cold look when he saw that Blazing Danitz was standing motionless like a petrified statue. Danitz's body suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and replied with a smile which looked worse than crying, "All right." Aggrieved, he bent over and entered the cabin that didn't have a very high ceiling, swiftly putting the items that were scattered outside into the suitcase. Without needing Klein to remind him, he placed the things in order even more carefully than how he dealt with his own luggage. After doing all this, he carried the suitcase and followed Klein upstairs. Along the way, he always had the impulse to sneak attack the man's back. But in the end, he held back. After returning to room 312, Danitz clenched his teeth, swallowed his saliva, and said, "How should I address you?" "Gehrman Sparrow," Klein responded succinctly. "Gehrman Sparrow." Danitz ruminated over the name inwardly, swearing that he would definitely not forget what had happened today. He vowed to let the man before him have a taste of something similar in the future. "Captain will definitely help me," he thought with anticipation. For the sake of his persona, Klein didn't choose the reclining chair. Instead, he randomly chose a hard wooden chair to sit down on. He leaned back in his chair, his body slightly hunched as he clasped his hands together, and said to Blazing Danitz, "Tell me about the famous pirates you know of." "There are a lot of them," Danitz replied, feeling somewhat stumped. He stood where he was, afraid to move, like a servant. Klein slowly curled his lips up and said, "Do it in accordance with the bounties." With that, he pointed to the chair opposite him. "Have a seat." With a sigh of relief, Danitz hurriedly sat down. He suddenly felt that the man wasn't too bad. He was at least willing to give him a seat. Woo! The white agate sailed out into the open sea and moved at a speed of 13 knots until noon. Blazing Danitz, whose mouth was going dry from all the talk, was finally permitted to stop. He took his ticket and led Klein to the first-class dining restaurant. The restaurant was decorated elegantly, with violinists playing in the corner and barriers separating the tables to ensure the privacy of one's dining environment. After walking a few steps, Klein met Donna's family and Clevy's. They occupied a large table and were waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes. Uncle Sparrow. Because of their shared secret, the little boy, Denton, had changed the way he addressed him. Donna blinked, fully expressing her doubts. She clearly remembered that Uncle Sparrow lived in a second-class cabin and wasn't supposed to be in this restaurant. Klein waved his hand with a smile as a greeting. Then he pointed at Danitz and said, "He's treating. Is that so?" Donna sized up Danitz curiously, and they felt that the gentleman looked odd, especially his eyebrows, which looked extremely unnatural. Clevy's put down his fork and knife, and, after 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "Your friend?" Klein chuckled and turned his head to Danitz. "What do you think the answer should be?" Danitz gritted his teeth. Then he forced a smile. "Gehrman once saved me." "Yes, that's right. Otherwise, I might have already been killed by him for the sake of claiming the bounty." Danitz consoled himself. Cleves looked Danitz up and down a few times and said nothing more. Passing the Donna family, Klein found a table by the window. The waiter came with great enthusiasm and handed over the menu. Charcoal steak, red wine foie gras, vegetable salad. Danitz scanned the menu and couldn't help but sigh. Ships that dock for resupplying every 2 to 3 days are better. There's plenty of fresh food. When you encounter a ship that floats on the sea for 1 to 2 weeks, you can only cycle between beer, cured meat, and various canned goods. It's so monotonous that it drives you crazy. However, the sea itself will also provide fresh food. Heh, but this requires one to have sufficient judgment. We had a sailor on our ship who once had a beautiful lobster, only to suffer diarrhea until his ass nearly. As a pirate, he had the habit of using vulgar language for descriptions, but after he looked at Gairman Sparrow's expression, he changed his vocabulary. Suffer diarrhea until his ass nearly fell off. I have reason to suspect that there were other factors. Although your captain is a woman, there should be very few women in the crew. Furthermore, with the sailors unable to get ashore for a long period of time, they must be thirsty. Klein silently lampooned, took the menu, and drew a line according to the price. All of these. All right. The waiter's expression didn't change at all. At that moment, Klein saw Captain Eland enter the dining room and pass by, so he simply greeted him. When he looked back, he saw that blazing Danitz was already looking out the window, as if he was watching the scenery. "The captain knows you?" Klein asked in a tone close to a statement. Danitz let out a hollow chuckle. "We fought his crew back when he was the bosun of the Wilhelm V. Besides, I'm also considered quite a famous pirate." At this point, Danitz recalled his current situation and suddenly became depressed. Hence, he changed the topic. "I've always wondered why just Eland would suddenly quit the Navy. By then, he was already an arbiter. A Beyonder was allowed to leave the fleet?" Without Danitz's deliberate explanation, Klein easily understood why he found it strange. In a Nighthawks team, even the civilian staff would experience strict restrictions. Even a normal resignation would require them to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. They weren't allowed to leave the Nighthawks team's area that they originally belonged to, and once they were approved to move to another city, they had to immediately register at the local Evernight church. From such rules, it could be seen how the officials treated Beyonder's powers and related matters. A Beyonder who had drunk a potion wouldn't be able to leave their organization so easily. Klein clearly remembered that Miss Justice initially had the means and channels to become a Beyonder, but she didn't attempt them. The reason given was that she didn't want to lose her freedom. Similar thoughts ran through his mind, but they didn't become words, because the polite but cold Gairman Sparrow wouldn't be interested in such rumors. "So what?" Klein looked at the tableware on the table and calmly asked. "Do you know how to make conversation?" Blazing Danitz secretly drew a breath and squeezed out a smile. "Haha, I just found it strange. We all suspected that he had joined MI9, and that he was using his identity as a captain to monitor the sea routes. It's possible." Klein picked up a glass of water and took a sip. The dishes he ordered were served one by one according to their type. The restaurant even gave him 2 complimentary cups of sweet, bubbling, and light gold pre-meal wine. Klein stopped talking and concentrated on enjoying the food, feeling that it was indeed much better than the second-class dining room. The melodious tunes of a violin resonated amidst the sounds produced from the slight contact between the cutlery and plates. The blue and open sea outside the window rippled quietly, and everything seemed perfect. As Klein was about to be served dessert, a crewman came stomping in and ran to the table where Eland was sitting. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." He didn't suppress his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. Klein looked up, looking across him at Danitz with his eyes dark and cold. Blazing Danitz stiffened for a second, then he smiled bitterly. He lowered his voice and said, "If I were to say that this has nothing to do with me, will you believe me?" Klein's eyelids twitched as he slowly smiled. "Guess." "Guess? You son of a bitch." Danitz was so furious that he almost cursed. He maintained his smile and said, Your wisdom is enough to judge everything. At that moment, Elend quickly asked about the situation. He stood up and said to the panicking first-class passengers, "There's only one pirate ship. We have enough power to deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner and await the arrival of good news. Believe me, the damage caused by chaos far exceeds whatever damage those pirates can do. I don't wish to hear rumors in the future that although we, the White Agate, had succeeded in repelling the pirates, a handful of passengers had fallen and injured themselves." Under his arrangements, and with the support of the crew, Donna and the others left the dining room and returned to their own cabins, which included Klein and Blazing Danitz. "I thought you were going to temporarily take over the White Agate and try to keep it safe from harm," Danitz commented inside room 312 as he closed the door, as though he was watching a play. To be able to immediately throw out an olive branch and talk about creeds and remuneration after finding a suitable candidate showed that he was an extroverted bosun who liked to talk with others. Klein glanced at him, then went to the window and looked out. He saw a large ship with a red skull flag fluttering as it cruised towards them. There were chimneys and sails. "Know them." Klein held his hands in his pocket and stood behind a thick glass window. Danitz walked to a spot diagonally behind him. After looking into the distance for 2 seconds, he said, "Red Skull, a small medium band of pirates. The captain is C. Wolf Johnson with a bounty of 900 pounds. The first mate is One-Eyed Anderson with a bounty of 500 pounds. In the pirate world, a bounty was an important reference point that determined one's status and standing. Considering that he didn't have the ability to move underwater adeptly, it would be easy to have innocents die if he allowed the pirates to board the ship." Klein was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Do they know you?" "Of course." Danitz instantly straightened his back. "They're qualified to participate in distinguished gatherings between pirates. I once kicked them in the ass, as expected of a famous pirate worth 3,000 pounds. Klein's asked without a change in expression, "Do they have binoculars?" "That's an essential item. Even if a ship is placed under control, there will be sailors standing on the observation deck, using binoculars to observe the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks." Danitz replied scornfully. He could finally tell that this dangerous fellow was a new adventurer, and it was very likely that this was his first time at sea. Was he a famous bounty hunter? A member of a secret organization? Danitz subconsciously guessed Gehrman Sparrow's past. During such times, will the captain and the first mate use their binoculars to observe us? Klein originally wanted to address them as 900 pounds and 500 pounds, but he found it a bit impolite. "Definitely, they have to keep track of their target," Danitz replied, slightly puzzled. He didn't understand Gehrman Sparrow's goal for asking such questions. From his point of view, if he had his powerful strength, he definitely would have allowed the Red Skull pirates to approach, find an opportunity to board their ship, and then eliminate everyone. Klein tilted his head and looked at Danitz before revealing a gentlemanly and warm smile. "That's good. What do you want to do?" "Don't smile like that." Danitz suddenly panicked and summoned the courage to fight back. "Take off your wig," Klein calmly ordered. "Ah!" Danitz was puzzled as he slowly removed the wig from his head. Klein took out a special bottle of extract from his secret pocket and handed it over. "Wipe your eyebrows and face clean." This was a mystical makeup removal extract he had prepared before advancing to Faceless. He had used it when attacking the Wraith from the Rose School of Thought. Although Klein no longer needed it anymore, he had been reluctant to throw it away. Danitz was even more confused. However, he was unwilling to throw himself into an irreversible situation unless he was really attacked, physically. He had no choice but to do as he was told, removing the disguise on his face and restoring his original appearance. Putting away the small metal bottle, Klein opened the window and let the sea breeze pour in. "Stand here and look outside." He pointed directly behind the window and said to Blazing Danitz. Danitz warily walked over in a daze and stood firmly behind the window. Klein observed for a few seconds. Then he calmly said, "You have 2 choices. 1, crawl out and hang there in an eye-catching manner. 2, you get held by the collar by me and hung there in an eye-catching manner." What do you want to do? Danitz blurted out. Klein revealed his amiable smile again. Show you to the pirates. I believe Rear Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun holds sufficient weight to persuade them to retreat. No, don't do that. Danitz subconsciously rejected the notion. He could imagine what the people from the Red Skull pirate crew would think when they discovered him. Either Blazing Danitz had been captured, and there was a very terrifying powerhouse on the ship, or the ship was already being targeted by Rear Admiral Iceberg, and that other pirates were to immediately keep their distance. And the way I'm hung up decides which thought they would have. Danitz thought sadly. Klein smiled even more genially. I'm a very easy person to get along with, really. As long as you do as I tell you. At this moment, Danitz once again felt the indescribable sense of hunger. He felt as if his flesh and soul could be torn from his body at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons for a second, he half raised his hands, gritted his teeth and smiled. I'll do it myself. Holding back his anger and grievances, Danitz turned and climbed out of the window. Using his balance and strength from years of experience, he hung himself off the cabin with his forearm. Don't try to escape. I'm not a patient man. Klein's face turned cold as he gently reminded. Phew. Danitz resisted the urge to release his forearm and jump straight down. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew responsible for observing the white agate sent a message to C. Wolf Johnson. Boss, there's a weird guy hanging out the window over there. Johnson was stunned for a second. He raised his binoculars and placed it in front of his eyes. He quickly discovered the strange fellow who his subordinate was talking about. The man's position was simply too eye-catching. Isn't that Blazing Danitz? Johnson's brows twitched as he recognized the man. How did he get on the white agate? What's the meaning of him hanging outside? This is Rear Admiral Iceberg's prey? After a series of questions, C. Wolf came to a conclusion. He raised his right hand and said, Everyone take note. Stay far away from this area immediately. In room 305, Cleves stood by the window with the revolver gripped tightly in his hand as a precaution against the potential sea skirmish. Donna's family was a little frightened. They didn't return to their respective bedrooms, but they instead sat in the living room, waiting for the bombardment to begin. Cecile and the other bodyguard, Teague, stood guard beside them, fully alert. At this moment, a look of confusion appeared in Cleves's slightly aged eyes. After a few minutes, he took a step back, lowered his muzzle and said to the people, The pirates have left. What? This development left Erty Branch and the others surprised and confused. They had no idea what the pirates were thinking. Room 312. Blazing Danitz crawled back and couldn't help but give a snort. You're borrowing my captain's reputation. She really hates these kinds of things. Just wait for Rear Admiral Iceberg to teach you a lesson. Danitz thought angrily. Klein quietly listened and asked, I remember her reward in loan was 26,000 pounds? This madman. Danitz couldn't find the words to respond. Captain. The Red Skull pirates have fled. A sailor rushed into the captain's quarters. They fled. Eland lifted his telescope and looked quizzically at the calm sea, just in time to see the Red Skull disappear into the horizon. He frowned, completely unable to understand how such a development could have occurred. From his point of view, the White Agate's armaments definitely weren't capable of scaring off the Red Skull pirates. It was guaranteed that both parties would have to circle around each other dozens of times during the skirmish and fire multiple shots in order to ensure that the other party found them a tough nut to crack. Without daring to engage in a prolonged, they would then rationally choose to retreat. Could it be that the Red Skull was just passing by and had no intention of plundering us? However, if they weren't here to plunder, why would they enter this sea route? This is the easiest place to be stopped by the naval fleet and the church's ships. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals would still try their best to keep a low profile when they pass by the surrounding seas. Eland was filled with doubts, and he felt that things weren't that simple. Being careful keeps one away from disaster. I mustn't be carelessness. Eland put away his yellow-brown telescope and paced back and forth. He half raised his hand and said to the navigator, We shall dock at Bansi Harbor tonight. Report our encounter with the pirates to the Navy and the Church. According to their usual plan, the next stop for the White Agate would be the Tiana port, and it would probably take 3 days at 13 knots to reach it. From Tiana port, it would finally reach the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. And there was a faster way to sail from Pritz Harbor to Byam, which was to stop only once in the middle of the voyage at Bansi Harbor, about 120 nautical miles from Demir Harbor. The Red Skull really left? Donna's father, Erdy Branch, walked to the window and looked out into the distance. Cleves calmly nodded and said, "Yes." Just as he finished his sentence, a sailor's shout sounded from outside. "The danger has been averted. The danger has been averted." Upon receiving official confirmation, Donna and Denton finally relaxed and had the courage to approach the window and look outside. Are the Red Skull pirates that powerful? Donna's eyes widened as she searched for a ship that had already gone far away. Very powerful. Cleves gave his answer. How powerful are they? Denton immediately pressed. On the other side, the bodyguard, Teague, straightened his hair and chuckled. Even if we don't include the cannons and hundreds of pirates on the ship, just Captain Johnson and the first mate Anderson are extremely powerful on their own. Anderson's nickname is One-Eyed. The bounty reward for him in the kingdom is £500. All of us in this room added together with the help of a few sailors, might be able to defeat him in battle. As for Johnson, whose nickname Seawolf, he can easily finish such an opponent. If he were to board the ship, no one would be able to stop him. His bounty is worth £900, nearly £1,000. Is that a lot? Donna was surprised at the potency of Seawolf and One-Eyed, as well as their bounty. In her memory, her father earned a total of $1,500 a year. A lot. This is a reward that they or their heads could directly be exchanged for. The items they have on them and the things they've plundered will also belong to you. The kingdom will buy it at the market price, and you will still have the chance to obtain the bounties from other countries, Cecile explained. On the sea, pirates with a bounty of more than £300 are rather powerful. For those who are close to or above £1,000, they'll be rather famous in the sea they plow. And I mean vast sea expanses like the Sonia Sea or the Fog Sea. Therefore, the 4 kings and 7 admirals are considered famous throughout the 5 seas? Donna innocently asked. Cleves replied seriously, yes. In that case, are the Red Skull pirates very famous in the entire Sonia Sea? Donna asked with concise logic. Yes. Teague nodded. But why did they flee? Donna blinked. It might not have been them fleeing. Cecile didn't know the reason either. Cleves looked out the window again as he knitted his brows. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they had no plans to plunder us at all. They just came across us. Other reasons? Donna suddenly had a guess. Could it be Uncle Sparrow's tall as a house, gentle messenger that scared them away? Yeah, it's really scary. Donna's mind bubbled like boiling water. She turned her head excitedly and looked down to realize her brother's eyes were shining as well. The two of them pursed their lips and immediately realized that their thoughts were the same. Let's go out and get some air on this level. Donna found a reason to drag her brother out of room 305. Outside, Denton said in a suppressed voice. Are we going to find Uncle Sparrow? Exactly. Donna smiled with a spirited look. I saw him enter room 312. Inside room 312, Blazing Danitz, who no longer mentioned Rear Admiral Iceberg, looked at the Red Skull which had turned its bow around and sked with laughter. They must have been frightened by the declaration of the Navy's cannons and the news that a pirate crew had been destroyed recently. They actually took the risk of raiding the sea route in order to earn enough money before leaving the sea. So what if there are giant ship cannons? The Navy and the Church have a lot of powerful things, and they've always existed. But never have they made it impossible for us to continue being pirates. We can't beat them head-on, but we can always escape, right? They can't possibly stay with the merchant ships forever, can they? I know the ironclad warship is getting bigger and bigger, and the steam engine installed in it will also become stronger. One day, the speed will break through 18 knots, 20 knots, and once they're on your tail, one can only wait to be caught. However, the sea is so vast. Tens of thousands of ships can't even fill a corner even if they were all thrown there. There are also a lot of unexplored areas at sea. One can hide in those places after doing something. Although it's dangerous, there are still opportunities. This fellow is indeed the talkative type. Don't you think that a crazy adventurer wouldn't care about these things? Klein looked away and scanned the room. His gaze finally fell on his leather suitcase. He then raised his chin and said, "Wash the dirty clothes inside." The expression on the garrulous Danet's face froze. He yearned to burn the entire ship down. He felt that his anger was like gushing steam that had lifted the gate of reason. Danet opened his mouth and took a breath before repeating it again. His flushed face softened as he asked without a smile on his face, "Is that all?" "Only the dirty ones. The coat just needs to be brushed." Klein was almost amused by the man's show of anger, and he felt that this was what Danet deserved from robbing the innocent. The clothes in his suitcase were the ones he changed out of last night after a shower. As he felt a little lazy, he had only washed his underwear. "Calm down, don't lose control. Calm down, don't lose control." After admonishing himself several times, Danet walked over to Gehrman Sparrow's suitcase, opened it, and took out the clothes that needed cleaning. Just as he was getting busy in the bathroom, he heard the doorbell jingle. Klein opened the door to find Donna and Denton. "Uncle Sparrow, I hope I didn't disturb you?" Donna's eyes darted left and right. No, Klein stepped aside. The two little fellows entered the room and were surprised to see Danet doing the laundry. "Where are the servants?" Denton asked subconsciously. "Didn't bring them along," Klein answered for Danet. Donna asked in apparent confusion. "But there are laundry maids attached to first-class cabins. They're charged by the barrel." Before she could finish, Danet froze. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about it. Danet shook the water from his hand, turned, and forced a smile at Gehrman Sparrow. "Can I hire the laundry maid for help?" Klein didn't insist on seeing the pirate make a fool of himself, so he smiled and said, "I only care about the results." "Phew." Danet heaved a sigh of relief. Their back-and-forth question-and-answer exchange made Donna realize that something was wrong. The young lady asked in suspicion, "Uncle Sparrow, aren't you two friends? Why does he look different from before?" Klein found a chair and sat down. Without hiding anything, he calmly said, "To be exact, he's my prisoner of war." "Prisoner of war?" Denton looked around in a daze, not remembering when the two uncles had a conflict. At first, Donna was puzzled, but then her heart skipped a beat. She cheerfully asked, Is he a pirate?" "Yeah." Klein nodded gently. "The Red Skull pirates were also scared off by you, Uncle Sparrow?" Donna pressed in excitement. Klein shot a glance at Danet and replied without an expression. In a way, having all her questions answered, Donna felt abnormally pleased. She glanced at Danet and unknowingly lowered her voice. "Uncle Sparrow, does he have a name?" "No." "Does he have a bounty on him?" "No. I mustn't let anyone know of what happened to me." Danet opened his mouth in a bid to answer before Klein. "I'm Sieg." At this moment, Klein said with a fleeting voice, "Danet. Danet?" Donna and Denton looked at each other without asking any more questions. The siblings didn't stay long and soon took their leave. They kept feeling that the pirate's eyes were fierce. When they returned to room 305, they saw that her father and Uncle Cleves were still in the midst of their discussion. Donna deliberately interjected innocently with a question. "A lot of people were talking about pirates just now. Someone mentioned Danet. Is he very powerful?" "Danet? Blazing Danet. He's Rear Admiral Iceberg's subordinate, the fourth bosun of the Golden Dream." Cleves answered simply. Upon saying this, he suddenly turned silent as he retracted his gaze, seemingly in recall. "A pirate admiral's subordinate?" Donna pressed out of curiously. "How much is his bounty?" Cleves returned to normal and said in a deep voice, 3,000 pounds. "Take 3,000 pounds? Donna and Denton opened their mouths, little by little, almost forgetting to close them. The captain of the Red Skull Pirates only has a bounty of 900 pounds. But the man who looks like a servant is worth 3,000 pounds? The siblings looked at each other, unable to utter a single word. At 6 p.m., the White Agate entered a harbor again. Bansi Harbor? Eland is very cautious. Danitz stood by the window, looking out at the darkened harbor and the tall lighthouse. Without waiting for Klein's response, he laughed and said, "It seems like there are some nasty legends here." Klein already had a basic understanding of Danitz's character, so he didn't take the initiative to ask about the legends. He continued sitting in his chair and calmly looked at him. Danitz, who hadn't been interrupted, shook his head. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when the Lone Army first occupied this island, more than 500 soldiers mysteriously disappeared after a fog. Not long after that, a lot of bones appeared by the beach and on the mountain, and similar incidents happened several times. This continued until the Church of Storms built a cathedral here and sent a bishop. Although historians accredited the official start of the colonial era to when Roselle sent a fleet to find a safe route to the southern continent, in reality, for a long period of time before that, the countries of the northern continent had explored the surrounding seas and gradually colonized a few islands. The only difference was that these operations weren't systematic or wide-scale enough. Disappearing mysterious in the fog. Bones appearing by the beach and on the mountains. Klein thought of the forsaken land of the gods for some baffling reason. According to Little Sun's description, there was no sun there, with only lightning and the night. Furthermore, when humans were surrounded by darkness without a sliver of light, they would encounter strange or terrifying events. Looking at the lighthouse that stood out in the setting sun, Danitz continued. And according to the tombs and murals excavated on the island, the natives here seem to have a tradition of cannibalism. This island experiences intense weather changes, making it often encounter earthquakes, storms, and heavy fog. Thus, the natives experience disasters time and time again. In order to survive, they began worshipping a god of weather they created for themselves. Every year they would hold 4 rituals. The rituals involve killing chosen worshippers as they shared in the blood and flesh before burying the worshippers' heads in the sacrificial altar. However, a similar tradition has long since been replaced by the storm's sacrificial ritual, and the original language of the natives has also disappeared. God of Weather, a conquered island that had once retained the tradition of live sacrifices, Klein made his preliminary judgment. Danitz retracted his gaze and casually said, "Because of these legends, there are 2 unique customs in Bansi Harbor. One is to close the door tightly on nights with heavy fog or huge changes in weather. They don't head out or respond to any knocking. The other is that they love the blood of all kinds of animals and have learned from migrating elves to add salt, solidifying the blood into strange lumps which are tender and fragrant when matched with the acrid condiments native to this land. Isn't that blood cake?" Klein was stunned for a second, his eyebrows furrowing in puzzlement. Elves? According to the stereotypes he had formed in his previous life, elves were supposed to be elegant vegetarians. How could they research the correct method for eating blood, as well as the 100 methods involved in making blood cakes? That's right. Rumor has it that many elves like solidified blood. Danitz spread out his hands in response. Unfortunately, it's already very difficult to find such creatures who have good culinary skills. Little Sun previously mentioned that the ancient god of the elves, Elf King, Saniathram, wielded the authority of the storm. In that case, the elves should be a race equivalent to Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. So it's not inconceivable that elves enjoy blood-related food. Perhaps they even possess the attribute of being irritable as well. That's quite a scene to behold. Klein's thoughts raced, and he gradually turned his attention to blood cakes. It's been a while since I ate that. He suddenly had the urge to alight from the ship and taste the delicacy. At this moment, Danitz took the initiative to suggest. There's a green lemon restaurant here that's very famous. Pig blood is especially delicious. Do you want to try it out? He kept having the feeling that being alone in the same room with Gehrman Sparrow was very dangerous. He was worried that this monster in human skin would suddenly go crazy. He should be more restrained in places with more people. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope this trip comes to an end as soon as possible. Danitz prayed without confidence. As a pirate, he also believed in the Lord of Storms, but he didn't have enough respect for the church. After hearing Blazing's suggestion, Klein, who already had such intentions, was immediately moved. However, the legends and customs Danitz had told him of made him feel a little uncomfortable. Thus, he took out a gold coin and performed a divination right in front of Danitz. The result was that there were no dormant dangers in Bansi Harbor for him. Klein looked at the gold coin in his hand without moving his eyes away for a few seconds. He still felt uneasy. As Danitz watched this scene, he suddenly understood that this monster in front of him was skilled in divination. Even if I were to secretly flee, it would still be very easy for him to find me. Blazing felt a wave of depression as a faint sadness welled up in his heart. He had just recovered from his disconsolate mood when Klein suddenly stood up and walked over to the washroom. Before closing the door, Klein expressionlessly turned his head around and said, "You can use this opportunity to escape." With that, Klein slammed the washroom's door. Danitz spread his hands open and clenched them tightly, took 2 steps towards the door before coming to a halt. The unknown was the scariest. He didn't dare take the risk of creating conflict before he had any clear understanding of Gehrman Sparrow's beyonder powers. At least he's kind enough to me and hasn't actually hurt me. He'll likely let me go when we get to buy him. Danitz's hopes of him getting lucky had taken hold of his mind. In the washroom, Klein pulled out a paper figurine, disguised it, and took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the gray fog. He sat down at the end of the long bronze table, removed the pendulum from his left wrist, and wrote the corresponding divination statement. There is danger dormant in Bansi Harbor. He hung his spirit pendulum and adjusted his posture. After muttering a few times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant rotating clockwise. Furthermore, it was with a high amplitude and frequency. This meant that for Klein, there was a great danger lurking in Bansi Harbor. How could this be? This place was colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years, and it has become an important port on the main trading route for over 100 years. There have never been any rumors of danger being spread. Could it be that several powerful pirates are cooperating to sack this port? No, those cannons defending the port aren't for show. Klein frowned, performing another divination on whether he would encounter any pirate-related mishaps. But the answer was no. He fell silent for a few seconds. Then he allowed his spirituality to envelop his body before plummeting through the gray fog. Returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button on the toilet, put away the paper figurine double, and went to the nearby washing basin to wet his hands with water. In this short period of time, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and decided to do his best to hide. His priority was to stay safe. Pulling out a tissue and wiping his hands, Klein opened the door and saw that Danitz was still standing in the middle of the living room. A pirate who's cautious to the point of being a little cowardly. In a sense, Rear Admiral Iceberg's subordinates are all adventurers who are part-time pirates. Klein looked at him and calmly said, "To the first-class dining room." "All right." Danitz didn't understand why Gehrman Sparrow had suddenly changed his mind, but in the end, he chose to not raise any disputes. Walking down the gangway, Clevis suddenly said to Donna and the others, "Head to the Green Lemon restaurant first. I have some matters to do with Captain Eland. I'll join you soon." "All right." Although Erdy Branch was surprised, he wasn't too puzzled. Clevis was halfway aboard the ship when he met Eland with his straight sword at his waist. "I'm going to visit Gehrman Sparrow." Clevis turned around for the first-class cabins after saying that. Eland was momentarily dazed, unable to understand his out-of-the-blue intentions. "There's no need to inform me that you're visiting Gehrman Sparrow." Eland was startled for 2 seconds before he vaguely grasped the true meaning behind Clevis's words. "He's telling me so that if anything happens to him, it would be because of his visit to Gehrman Sparrow. But if nothing happens to him, it means that his suspicions were incorrect and there's no need to further disturb Gehrman Sparrow any further." Eland stopped in his footsteps and said to the first mate beside him, Wait 15 minutes. Thump, thump, thump. Klein and Danitz, who were on their way out, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. Danitz, who received a signal, hurried over and opened the door. It was Clevy's outside. He looked at Danitz, who had disguised himself again, before turning to Klein and said, "Blazing Danitz?" At lunchtime, he had found Gehrman Sparrow's friend somewhat odd and familiar, but he hadn't connected the face to the picture on the bounty notice. It was only when Donna mentioned Danitz that the inspiration struck him, making him realize that the two were very similar. As expected, Klein was about to nod and answer when Danitz said with a laugh, "My friend, you have the wrong person. Although I look like the famous pirate who's worth 3,000 pounds, I'm really not him. People have always had misunderstandings, bringing me a great deal of trouble." Klein raised his hand and covered his mouth. He almost laughed out loud and destroyed his persona. He restrained his expression and calmly replied, "Yes, my reputation." Danitz stretched his neck and looked at the ceiling. "What are the two of you planning?" Cleves drew in a silent breath and asked directly. Klein jerked his chin towards Danitz. "Watching over him." "Watching over?" Cleves couldn't understand Gehrman Sparrow's words. "Sir, you must learn to make associations by yourself. Learn to infer on your own. You can't have me explain in detail. That doesn't match my persona." Confronted with the doubtful look in Cleves's eyes, Klein casually said, "He boarded at Demir Harbor and I recognized him, so I decided to watch over him to prevent any accidents." After looking at Klein for a few seconds, Cleves nodded his head and said, "Will you be fine? Do you need any help?" "No," Klein replied quietly. Cleves glanced at the depressed Danitz and took a step back. "Then, I'll take my leave." Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Gehrman Sparrow. He heard the mysterious young adventurer say with some solemnity, "Return to the ship as soon as possible. There is danger dormant in Bansi Harbor." In the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna had just laid out her napkin when she saw through the window that Uncle Cleves had arrived hurriedly downstairs. At this moment, the weather in the port suddenly changed. Strong gales rose up from all directions, causing the trees to sway back and forth. As expected of Bansi Harbor, the Weather Museum, Donna studied the outside scenery with interest. She saw a man in a black cloak trudging through the wind with a lantern in his hand. Seemingly sensing that he was being watched, that person turned his body sideways and looked up at the second floor of the restaurant. Then, Donna discerned his appearance and saw that the area where the person's head was supposed to be was empty inside the black cloak. There was only a bare neck with bright red blood spewing out of it. The person slunk his body back down, pulled at his cloak before continuing forward. Donna jerked back, her pupils constricting, her mouth half open as her scream reached her lips. If she hadn't seen the messenger before, then she would have long lost control of herself and staggered to her feet in terror, unconcerned whether she would flip over the tables or chairs. Fortunately, she was no longer the young lady who was completely ignorant of the matters of the sea when she first boarded the White Agate. Her voice had only become slightly sharper as she pointed outside the window and stammered, "If there's a zombie, a headless zombie." She used the most commonly seen zombie in folklore to describe the terrifying thing she had just seen. Cecile shot to her feet and rushed to Donna's side. She looked curiously out of the window where the raging wind was blowing and observed for a few seconds. "There's nothing," she said truthfully. Donna shrank back, mustered her courage, and cautiously leaned forward only to see the trees outside swaying, with random clutter flying everywhere. There wasn't a single pedestrian. There really was someone there. He was wearing a black cloak, and he had no head. His neck was bleeding, Donna said while gesturing in an attempt to convince the adults in the room. Her father, Erdy Branch, propped himself up from the table, went to the window and looked out for a moment. "Donna, you aren't allowed to read that Font's Horror Stories anthology anymore tonight." But Donna felt aggrieved and wanted to defend herself. At this moment, Cleves came up to the second floor and approached, asking, "What happened?" Donna said she saw a zombie, a headless zombie. The other bodyguard, Teague, explained with a chuckle. Cleves was silent for 2 seconds. Then he nodded at Donna. "It's okay, this shall pass. The wind outside is very strong and dangerous. We'll leave when things calm down." In the eyes of Donna, Uncle Cleves's words indicated that he believed her and had chosen the safest solution. But in the eyes of Erdy, Teague, and the others, this was merely a clumsy tactic to comfort a child. Seeing that Donna was still a little nervous and that his real employer wasn't too satisfied, Cleves pulled out a chair and sat down as he calmly said, "There's a strange tradition in Bancy Harbor. They don't leave the buildings or respond to any knocks on the door when the weather turns stormy at night. If you open the door, will you be taken away by the zombie?" Denton suddenly asked in enlightenment, having seen the messenger with his sister. "You can think of it that way." Cleves picked up a glass of water and took a sip. "So that's how it is." Donna calmed down, believing that she wouldn't encounter that horrible zombie as long as she didn't leave the restaurant. It was only then that she noticed that the surrounding customers had all cast their gazes over due to the commotion. Being stared at by so many people, Donna felt uncomfortable from head to toe. She instinctively wanted to lower her head to avoid everything. "I didn't do anything wrong. I really saw it." Donna obstinately straightened her neck and looked around. She saw the gentlemen in tailcoats and the ladies in their beautiful dresses retract their gazes. She saw them lower their heads, pick up their spoons, and scoop the dark red blood blocks in their bowls to stuff into their mouths. Their lips were stained with a tinge of red. Their faces appeared pale under the light of the crystal chandelier. The contrast between the two made Donna feel an inexplicable sense of fear. She turned her head back and waited for dinner, secretly praying to the goddess that the gale would cease as soon as possible. Bancy Harbor Telegraph Office. As soon as Eland and his first mate finished sending their report to the Navy, they realized that the wind outside was howling and that the nearby doors and windows were rattling. "Really? The weather here is always so unstable." Eland put on his boat-shaped hat and sighed with a laugh. His first mate, Harris, laughed out loud. "Otherwise, how could they call themselves the Weather Museum? It's best if you don't head out. Legends say that you'll lose your head because of that." The telegraph office's staff, a young lady with curly brown hair, reminded them in a slow voice, "I know, but I've tried a few times and nothing happened." Without a care, Harris opened the door to leave. Eland stopped him and thought for a moment. "Will it be okay to go to the cathedral next door? Your telegraph office will be closing, right?" "No problem." The lady with the curly brown hair was still as slow as ever. Eland nodded, opened the telegraph office's door, and trudged toward the Storm Cathedral, dozens of meters away, against the gusts of wind that seemed to be capable of sweeping away a child. First Mate Harris, who was holding onto his hat, followed the captain as if to express his desire to rush directly back to the White Agate. However, the moment he opened his mouth, strong gales gushed into his mouth and his whole voice was miserably stuffed back into his mouth. After croaking for a while, he wisely shut his mouth and stopped making obviously unrealistic proposals. It was still 15 minutes to 7, and even in the evening, the main doors of the Storm Cathedral were still open for its congregation. The gale weakened significantly when it reached the area. At the very least, Eland and Harris no longer had to worry about their hats abandoning them. Upon entering the cathedral, they walked down the dark and solemn aisle. They stepped into the prayer hall and saw a man in a dark blue priest robe sitting in the front pew. He was quietly gazing at the huge storm's sacred emblem, made up of the symbols of the wind, waves, and lightning, on the altar. Eland smiled as he moved closer, patting the familiar figure on the shoulder. "Jace, where's your bishop?" With that pat, the priest's head wobbled. Then, it fell forward, and with a loud thud, it fell to the ground, continuously rolling about. Blood gushed out of the priest's neck like a fountain, soaking Eland's face. A cold and damp feeling reached his heart, and Eland's eyes were blinded with a rich red color. All that was left in his line of sight was a world of blood, as well as a head that had finally stopped rolling and was staring upwards with a glazed look in its eyes. At 7:15 p.m., Klein and Danitz, who came out of the first-class restaurant, noticed that the wind which had been shaking the boat had calmed down considerably. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein walked all the way to the entrance of the cabin and asked the crew, "Who else isn't back?" The crew member had seen this passenger enjoy the delicious Murloc meat with the captain, so he didn't hide anything as he said, "Other than the Branch family and the Timothy family at the Green Lemon restaurant. All the other passengers have returned before the gale started. Haha, that place is quite far away, and it also takes quite a long time to dine there." "Oh right. Captain and first mate went to the telegraph office, but they haven't returned yet." Klein nodded indiscernibly and returned to room 312 in silence. He stood by the window, looking at the waves that were stirred by the wind, even without using the mysterious space above the gray fog to divine. His own spiritual intuition made him vaguely sense that something bad was brewing and happening. After waiting another 5 minutes, he still didn't see Captain Eland and Donna's family return. Klein glanced sideways at Danitz, making the famous pirate slouching in the reclining chair sit up straight. Klein looked away, said nothing, and went into the washroom. He closed the door behind him, took out the paper figurine, disguised himself, and went above the gray fog, ready to make another divination. Before, he had considered the potential risks of Bancy Harbor, but now, after the wind had picked up, he intended to confirm the current level of danger. Bancy Harbor is dangerous. Klein held the spirit pendulum and began to recite the statement in a low voice. After repeating this over and over again, he opened his eyes and discovered that, although the topaz pendant was rotating clockwise, it wasn't spinning at a fast frequency or with large amplitudes. There's danger, but it's within acceptable limits. This is in contradiction to the revelation from before. Klein whispered to himself as he leaned his elbows on the edge of the long bronze table. He quickly thought of one possibility, and that was that the current danger wasn't equal to the dormant danger. Only by triggering something or investigating it thoroughly would the iceberg hidden beneath the sea appear. This dormant danger might have existed for 300 or 400 years, or perhaps even longer, and not because of my arrival. The current danger might even have nothing to do with the dormant danger. It's a pity that I don't have the necessary information to make a divination based on this conjecture. After interpreting, Klein quickly returned to the real world, left the washroom, and found a chair to sit on. He was silent, hesitant, and didn't move for a long time, which made Blazing Danitz feel strangely uneasy. Ever since Gairman Sparrow mentioned that there was danger lurking in Bancy Harbor, this infamous pirate had been constantly worried. To be able to make this monster change his mind and avoid the danger at Green Lemon Restaurant, it must be very terrifying. Why is my vacation so miserable? I'm plagued with bad luck. The atmosphere was so stifling that Danitz had to get up and pace back and forth. It was then that he saw the monster, Gairman Sparrow, suddenly stand up, button his double-breasted frock coat, and walk over to the coat rack by the door. After taking his silk hat, Klein looked at Blazing and said without any expression, "You're free." Ha! Danitz only found it surreal. He suddenly understood what the monster was thinking of doing, and he blurted out in shock, "You want to save the captain and those ordinary people? Why, you were the one who said it's dangerous outside." Klein put on his half-top hat, picked up his black wooden cane, twisted the door handle, and replied calmly, "They cooperated with me. They kept my secret for me. He treated me to Murloc meat. He helped me pay compensation for White Shark's loss." Danitz didn't react for a moment. Subconsciously, he asked, "How much was the compensation?" "A few solely." Klein opened the door and walked out. "Madman. This fellow is completely mad. Be it his treatment to others or himself, he's a madman." Danitz's mouth was half open as he felt speechless. "Luckily, I'm a normal person. I'll stay in a safe place." Danitz retracted his gaze and thought in mockery and amusement. Just as this thought came to him, the wind howled again, rattling the windows and causing the candles in the room to flicker. Looking at this dark and turbulent scene, Danitz suddenly thought of a problem. The ship is anchored in the harbor, which was also part of Bansi Harbor. It's not safe either, and it could also be in danger. If I were to stay here on my own, then I might as well follow that monster. At least he's very strong. He ran out of room 312 and caught up with Klein just as he was about to leave the cabin. Klein turned his head to glance at him. Although he didn't say anything, his puzzlement was very evident. Danitz hurriedly laughed. If I were to choose to retreat in the face of such trivial risks, I'll be mocked by all the pirates of the Sonia Sea. An excuse. Without exposing him, Klein borrowed a lantern from the crew. Carrying the dim yellow lantern and holding his hard wooden cane, he walked alongside the boat and entered the dim port in his black suit. As Danitz lamented, he followed closely beside him. Unlike mainland cities such as Backlund, Tingen, and Pritz Harbor, colonial islands such as Bansi Harbor lacked gas. The lamps lining the two sides of the street were sparse. They had candles caged in glass, waiting to be lit. Unfortunately, the wind had picked up early, so no one went out in the evening. The candles didn't shine at the predetermined time, and the road was pitch black. The faint outline of the crimson moon shone through the clouds. Compared to before, the wind was much calmer. At the very least, Klein didn't need to be distracted keeping his hat on. The thin fog gradually pervaded the air, and the doors and windows of the mainly two-story houses were shut tight. It was pitch black and devoid of any light, as though no one had lived in the area for a long time. With a yellow lantern in one hand and a hard wooden cane in the other, Klein walked quickly down the quiet street in the direction of the Green Lemon restaurant which Blazing Danitz had pointed out. Whoosh! Amidst the fog, the wind began to swirl as Klein felt a baffling chill down his neck. He lifted his right hand, which held the cane, and propped up the collar of his double-breasted frock coat, completely covering his neck. It was at this moment that a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the scene, a black shadow the size of a watermelon appeared from the fog and lunged for his ear. Without thinking, Klein swung his arm and forearm and struck out with his cane. Bam! Just as the black shadow came close, it was struck head-on and sent flying a long distance away. With the help of the lantern's light, Klein finally recognized the thing that had attacked him. It was a head. It was a head that had lost its body. A head that had its esophagus hanging down. The head floated in midair, its face resembling dried cheese with mildew all over it. There was a yellowish-green liquid flowing down its skin as it outlined the face's contours. There were only two black holes left where its nose was supposed to be. Its bulging eyes were mostly white without much black. Its lips were mostly rotten, revealing sharpened teeth mixed with blood. Dog's hit. Blazing Danitz silently cursed when he saw this scene, his heart trembling. Even though he had embarked on many treasure hunts and had fought many monsters, such a disgusting and horrifying thing was still rare. At some point in time, a classic revolver had appeared in his hand, and he was about to fire it with his elbow held down. At this moment, he saw a pure ray of light descend from the sky, landing on the somewhat stiff head. Ah! A blood-curdling screech rang out, and the shriveled and hideous head was quickly vaporized before dissolving into ashes. It didn't leave a single trace behind. How weak, Danitz subconsciously commented. Is this monster Gehrman Sparrow from the Sun Pathway? Doesn't look like it. He likely relied on what should be some sort of mystical item. I didn't even realize it just now. But Gehrman Sparrow had already discovered the enemy and attacked. He really is very strong. Danitz quickly turned his attention to something else. Just as his thoughts were settling down, he saw a similar head fly out from the fog to his side from the corner of his eye. It was trying to bite his neck. Bang! Danitz calmly pulled the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit the head covered in mold, shattering the head's glabella as it fell backwards and stopped in midair. Soon after, a crimson ball quickly expanded above Danitz's empty left palm, and a fiery light began to swirl. He leaned forward and dragged his arm before throwing the fireball, causing it to crash into the stiff head. Flames soared up as the head burned red. The skin on the head quickly charred, emitting a sizzling sound. However, it lunged forward with its mouth wide open, ready to bite Danet's neck as though it wasn't affected. This turn of events was somewhat out of Danet's expectations. He nearly failed to dodge in time, and he hurriedly rolled forward, barely dodging fatal damage. A bright scarlet color appeared on his left palm once again, but the flame didn't expand this time. Instead, it shrunk layer by layer. Within a second, Danet threw out the orange fireball, which was only the size of an eye while dodging. The fireball was controlled by his spirituality. It drew an arc in the air and accurately flew into the mouth of the shriveled head. Boom! The fiery light flashed, and the explosion splintered the flying head from the inside out. Countless pieces of it, along with its blood, splashed everywhere. I finally finished it. Danet rolled to his feet and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that this monster, which only had a head, wasn't easy to deal with. Yet, Gehrman Sparrow had killed one with ease. It's mainly because the Beyonder powers in the Sun domain restrain such things. Danet added scornfully in his heart. As he thought of this, he turned his head to the side and realized that Gehrman Sparrow hadn't waited for him. With his cane and lantern, he was jogging into the distance, his black coat fluttering behind him slightly. Dogs hit. Wait for me. Wait for me. Danet's pupils contracted as he widened his pace to chase after the man. He didn't dare to stay on his own in the thin fog and dim surroundings. Inside the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna looked at the white porcelain bowl in front of her and the dark red blood cakes in it. She thought of the strange horror she felt when seeing the customers eating just now, as well as the blood oozing out of the headless cloaked man's neck. Her throat moved and she almost vomited. Donna decided to give up the delicacy, even though the fragrance had already seeped into her nose. She ate some salad and mashed potatoes without much thought and waited for the wind outside to die down. She felt the clock on the wall moving ever so slowly. Time passed by the second. The customers at the table paid their bills and left the second floor. The second floor became quieter and quieter as it turned emptier and emptier. Thud, thud, thud. Donna felt that the sound of feet on the wooden steps as they descended were frustrating. Finally, she noticed that the trees outside were no longer swaying, and the ground was littered with all sorts of junk. The wind has stopped, Donna said, pointing excitedly to the window. Her father, an import and export merchant, Erdy Branch, pinched his forehead and growled, "Where's your table manners, Donna?" But, just as Donna was about to argue, Cleves raised his palm and pressed it down. "It's 7:40 p.m. and we're almost done with dinner. Let's head back as soon as possible. There are many nasty legends about the night in Bansi Harbor. Every merchant who depended on the sea for a living was more or less superstitious, especially when it came to the legends of the natives. Therefore, Erdy fell silent and agreed with Cleves's suggestion. He quickly foot the bill and led his family and bodyguards down to the first floor. Cleves was about to open the door to find his way when a creaking sound came from a nearby room. Donna almost screamed out in fright and gripped Denton's hand tightly. A figure walked out, glanced at them, and calmly said, "It's fogged up. It's best not to go out." The figure wore a black tailcoat without a hat. There was a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His face was fleshy and almost circular. "What are you trying to convey, Mr. Fox?" Cleves recognized him to be the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant. Fox said without much of an expression, "In Bansi, during the nights when the fog and weather drastically changes, it's best not to go out or respond to any knockings. Otherwise, one might encounter bad things." The more Donna listened, the more scared she became. She loudly emphasized, "People have already left ahead of us." Fox pointed to the rooms on the first floor. "They chose to stay." Creak, thud. As soon as Fox's voice fell, the doors to the various rooms opened either softly or heavily. The gentlemen and ladies from before came to the doors and quietly watched Donna and her family, who were considering to leave. Perhaps we should respect the customs here, Branch said in deliberation. Staying a night here won't affect our boarding of the ship. According to the experience Cleves was equipped with, he should have followed Fox's advice and stayed at the Green Lemon restaurant, but he remembered Gairman Sparrow's reminder. It was a reminder of a powerful adventurer who was watching blazing Danets. There is danger dormant in Bancy Harbor. It doesn't refer to it being indoors or outdoors. Cleves quickly made his decision and said to Mr. Branch, please trust in my profession. Yeah, I've seen a lot of folklore, but none of them are pragmatic, another bodyguard agreed. Before he finished his sentence, knocking sounds came from the restaurant's door and a series of screams could be heard from afar. Look, there are knocking sounds. Don't respond, Fox said slowly. Erdy's heart palpitated as he was about to choose to stay the night. Donna looked at the gentlemen and ladies standing at their doorways, and she felt that their gazes looked abnormally weird. No, we have to return, the young lady stressed, almost screaming. Cleves could also feel the indescribable pressure and the coldness that seeped through his bones, and he once again stressed his opinion. If there are any problems, then it'll be more dangerous staying here. There are cannons on the ship, as well as sailors with guns and sabers. This reason convinced Erdy, who motioned for Cleves to open the door. Cleves waited for the knocking to subside. Then with one hand holding a gun, he pulled open the door with the other. The wind's howling had quietened and the darkness was deep amidst the spreading fog. It was as if there were many monsters hidden within. Donna held her younger brother, Denton, and, hiding behind Cecile, left the restaurant one step at a time. Creak. The door to the restaurant suddenly closed, preventing them from returning. At this moment, they were like ships stranded in a storm, as though they were the only ones left in this world. With the lantern in hand, Cleves walked in front when he suddenly saw something fly over and crash into the ground, rolling a few times. Donna and the others subconsciously looked over and immediately let out cries of terror. It was a shriveled, rotting head. Then they saw light. Light fell from the sky, and the disgusting head melted into nothingness. Erdy and the others swallowed hard, their bodies trembling. At that moment, they saw a faint yellow light approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a figure holding a lantern, wearing a half-top hat and a double-breasted frock coat which shared the same color as the night. The lines of his face were distinct, and there was an obvious sharpness in the coldness. Uncle Sparrow, Donna and Denton cried out. They felt their hearts settle down. Klein tossed the lantern to Danitz beside him, and he walked over with his cane in hand before calmly saying to Cleves and the others as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Let's go to the telegraph office first. What about the Timothus? They're still in the restaurant, Branch subconsciously replied. He then pointed to the area where the moldy head had been purified and anxiously asked, What was that just now? Maintaining Gairman Sparrow's persona, Klein didn't answer and glanced at Danitz before walking directly past Donna's family to the tightly closed door of the Green Lemon restaurant. Blazing Danitz held his lantern and was relieved having finally completed a goal. He straightened his back, looked at Erdy and the others and scoffed. You don't have to worry about what that was. Just know that it's a monster that will harm you. If Gairman Sparrow wasn't only a few meters away, he even wanted to proclaim, Only I, Lord Blazing Danitz, can protect you. Cleves exchanged glances with Cecile and Teague before taking the initiative to step forward. He comforted his employers and said, Leave your questions to after we get back to the White Agate. Frankly speaking, the three bodyguards had all been adventurers for varying periods of time. However, their understanding of monsters was still stuck at the level of folklore or stories of their drunken peers. They still found it rather surreal, as though they were in a dream. However, since they had seen creatures like murlocs before, it wasn't that hard to accept other things. At most, they were a little weirder and uglier than murlocs. When they thought of this, their hearts calmed significantly, and the guns in their hands seemed to regain their strength. However, the pure light that descended from the sky still exceeded their scope of understanding. They only felt that their worldview, outlook on life, and values that had long been formed had begun wavering. All they could do was temporarily ignore it, suppressing all their emotions to the bottom of their hearts. Klein stopped at the door of the Green Lemon restaurant, raised his right hand, and tapped it with his fingers. Thump, thump, thump. After he knocked 3 times in a rhythmic fashion, no one answered and there was silence. If not for the candlelight shining through the windows and the cracks in the door, Klein would have thought it was an empty building that had long been abandoned. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked 3 more times. Within the restaurant, the silence continued. Everyone seemed to be abiding by the custom of not responding to any knocking in foggy weather. Klein retracted his right hand and patted the hem of his double-breasted frock coat. Suddenly, he leaned back, lifted his knees, and kicked his right foot forward. With a bang, the restaurant's door suddenly opened wide, and all the nails that had fixed the copper lock popped out. Wearing a tailcoat, the boss, Fox, with his pudgy, nearly round face, was still standing in his original position. The ladies and gentlemen who had chosen to stay the night all opened the doors one by one and stood quietly at the door, looking over without a word. "What do you want?" Fox didn't flare up, his tone the same as before. However, he had a revolver in his hand. With his spirit vision activated, Klein turned his head and looked around. He didn't find any traces of evil on any of the humans present. His gaze landed on the boss of the restaurant, and his gaze turned heavy. He looked into the owner's eyes and asked, "Where's the Timothy family?" Fox repressed his emotions, as though a storm was brewing in his dark brown eyes while he looked at the man for 2 seconds. Finally, he unnaturally turned his head and said, "There's another table. Foreigners. Upstairs." "Get them to come down," Klein ordered coldly. Fox was silent for a few seconds, until the man quickly drew his gun and aimed it at his head. He took a deep breath and sent a waiter up to the 2nd floor, leading the Timothy family down the stairs. What happened? Timothy was a man who was more than 30 years of age. He was on vacation with his newly wedded wife. Klein lowered his gun and flatly said, "Something unexpected has happened in Bancy Harbor. Are you coming back with me to the ship or staying here?" Something unexpected? While Timothy ruminated over the words, he saw Ertie Branch outside nodding at him solemnly. He knew that the other party was a very rich import and export merchant who had 3 bodyguards with him. He believed that if there were any unexpected circumstances, then it would be safer to stay with them, so the answer was obvious. As for the unique customs of Bancy Harbor, it was just a custom. He held his wife's hand and walked towards the door, politely smiling as he said, "All our things are on the ship. Of course we'll stick with you." "Thank you." He and his new wife expressed their gratitude in unison, walked past Klein, and joined with the Branch family outside. Klein withdrew his revolver, politely bowed at Fox and said, "Excuse us." With that, he turned around and walked towards Cleves and company, who were illuminated by the light leaking out from the restaurant. With a thud, the door of the Green Lemon restaurant closed once again, swaying slightly in the wind. Klein had actually noticed an unusual, subtle atmosphere just now, but since his spirit vision failed to obtain anything, he didn't wish to investigate it too deeply, lest he ignite the huge danger lurking in Bancy Harbor. He returned to Danet's side and did a head count with the light of the lantern. Donna's family of 4, their 3 bodyguards, the Timothy couple, and several servants are all present. Klein switched the hands in which he held his revolver and cane with, lifted his gun-wielding right hand, slipped it deep into the double-breasted frock coat, and rubbed the sun brooch. With a flash of dark golden light, an invisible force quickly spread outwards, flooding everyone present like a wave. Instantly, Donna and the others felt as if they had arrived in the south, like they were bathing in warm sunlight that dispersed the cold chill within their bodies. They were no longer as nervous and worried, as if they had found their courage again. The remnant black colors obtained from the special cured meat from Demir Harbor quickly disappeared along with the extremely minute amounts of wicked feelings. Sun Halo was able to enhance the courage of one's companions within a 20-meter radius and purify any evil forces within them. With the help of the brooch and while under the control of Klein's spirituality and psyche, He could use the power of the sun to bypass any targets he didn't wish to help. Let's head to the telegraph office first. Klein repeated himself as he held his cane in his left hand and his revolver in his right. After getting his bearings, he proceeded forward. Danitz followed his directions and walked diagonally to the side. Cleves, Cecile, and Teague very professionally took charge of security for the other two flanks. With a party of more than 15 people, it's easy for us to suffer losses once we're attacked. Moreover, only Blazing can truly be considered a helper. What should I do? Thinking back to the monsters he had encountered, Klein suddenly slipped the revolver back into his underarm holster and handed the cane to his right palm. He reached into his pocket with his left hand and removed the wall of spirituality around an iron cigar case. He took out Azek's copper whistle and held it in his hand, occasionally tossing it up. He believed that such an action would divert the attention of the undead monsters, which only had one head left, from the others, leaving the brass, ancient whistle as the only thing in their eyes. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to rescue them in time. That's the effect of an MT1. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. At this moment, 3 shriveled heads covered in mold flew out from the thin fog in front of him. They charged towards Klein from different directions like arrows, completely ignoring the existence of the other delicious meat. 3. Danitz's pupils contracted, a little worried that Gehrman Sparrow would end up flustered, but he also looked forward to seeing his true strength. 3. Klein calmly shook his left hand and threw Azek's whistle into the air. The heads with esophaguses hanging down from them immediately drew an arc and headed for their primary target. Klein took a step back and, without any expression, raised his hand and squeezed the sun brooch. All of a sudden, dense golden flames were produced where the copper whistle was, as a holy aura was emanated. Fire of light. The 3 skinny heads let out miserable shrieks at the same time, turning into dust under the golden light. Klein took 2 steps forward and reached out to catch Azek's copper whistle. That can actually work? Another mystical item? Danitz froze for 2 seconds, flabbergasted at how easily the assault had been resolved. At that moment, Timothy and his wife also clearly saw what the things which were attacking them looked like. One of them turned pale from fright while the other asked, flustered, "What was that?" Donna immediately turned around and nodded seriously. "Leave your questions to after we get back to the white agate." With that said, she put her finger to her lips, mimicking Uncle Sparrow's meaning of silence. Remembering the holy aura displayed by the young man in front of him, Timothy swallowed hard and pulled at his wife's hand. He fell silent while remaining alert, and his servants had no choice but to obey upon seeing this. The group continued on through the moonlit streets. The lights of the houses on either side of the streets were extinguished, leaving only darkness behind the oriel windows. Donna felt as if pairs of eyes were following her and the others, but for some reason no one showed up. They must all be afraid of Uncle Sparrow. She held her brother's hand tight and walked amidst the protective circle of her parents. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the side of the street. He wore a black cloak and leaned forward, revealing a neck that was still bleeding. There was nothing above the neck, with the interior of the cloak reflecting the moonlight. Gasp! The headless figure let out a beast-like growl that sounded like gasping as it rushed towards Klein, stomping on the street to the point that the ground slightly shook. A spot it passed by just happened to be in Danitz's path. This infamous pirate cursed and flung an orange-yellow fireball which had been repeatedly compressed from his hand. Boom! The fireball exploded, causing the headless man to retreat several steps. His clothes were tattered, and his skin quickly charred while his cloak was set on fire. However, to the monsters that had already lost their lives, this wasn't a serious injury. And in that instant, with a crisp crack, the scarlet flame on the black cloak suddenly soared into the air, as if it were blooming. Klein, in his coat, jumped out of the flames, borrowing the momentum from his fall and his own strength in order to stab the cane he held in both hands directly into the headless man's neck. Splat! The cane sank into the headless man's body and emerged from his crotch. Bam! Klein's back muscles bulged, forcefully throwing the headless monster to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood behind the monster and continued to grip the cane tightly while he poured his spirituality into the sun brooch. He had already used his spirit vision to determine that holy light summoning, cleave of purification, and fire of light were all unable to deal with this blackish-green monster in a short amount of time, so he could only use another method. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The headless man struggled with all his might, but like a snake, he fell to his knees and was firmly nailed to the ground by the cane. 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein opened his mouth and spat out a word in ancient Hermes. Sun. Specks of radiance appeared and turned into water droplets that sprinkled over the headless man's body. Sizzle. When the blackish-green gas was emitted, Klein let go of his cane and took 2 steps to the side. Within the sparse rain, the headless man continuously twitched before finally calming down, eventually melting into a pool of blood. No Beyonder characteristics. This means it's not the real enemy. At most, it can be considered as a created servant. Klein withdrew his cane, turned, and walked back to the group. So cool. Denton let out a belated cheer. Donna's eyes sparkled. He was still borrowing the powers of a mystical item. However, his phasing away during the flames has indicated his true strength. He really isn't easy to deal with. Blazing Danitz retracted his gaze, feeling that his decision not to mindlessly run off had been extremely wise. 7 or 8 minutes later, the group that cleared out 2 more waves of monsters arrived at the Bancy Port's telegraph office. Cleves took the initiative and knocked on the door. Who is it? A gentle female voice came from inside. We're looking for the captain of the White Agate, Mr. Elland. Cleves answered through the door. In the quiet night, the woman's voice spoke at a moderate pace. He and his first mate went next door to the cathedral. The person speaking sounds odd? Or is she like that only on similar nights? Klein flicked a gold coin and confirmed that she wasn't lying. As they were preparing to leave, the female voice in the telegraph office hesitated and said, Can you guys help me take note of someone? He's my colleague. He went out before the wind started tonight and never came back. His name is Pavo Court. Pavo Court. Cleves didn't directly answer the woman behind the telegraph office's door. He turned to glance at Gairman Sparrow, waiting for his decision. In the eyes of this former adventurer, it was a difficult task for 15 people to get back to the White Agate safely. They couldn't and shouldn't be distracted by helping her search for someone. However, he was well aware that the current pillar of support was Gairman Sparrow and Blazing Danitz. They were the only ones who had the right to decide on the matter. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke in a measured voice. What does he look like? He believed that having more information would help him escape this strange, foggy city, so he casually asked in passing. As for whether he would help take note of the person's whereabouts, it all depended on what happened next. While inquiring, Klein also warned himself not to pursue the matter too deeply or else it might risk triggering the danger dormant in Bancy Harbor. Between understanding the situation and avoiding the risks, he had to engage in a balancing act. No more, no less, without leaning too far left or right. This might be an easy or difficult feat, because no one knew what would happen once he took the step. He could only judge based on his experience and intuition, and he could fall into a pit at any time. This left Klein highly stressed as his mind whirled at an unprecedented speed. In the dense darkness and thin fog, the telegraph office's door remained tightly shut. The woman inside paused and said, He's a very handsome man. He has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth. Why does this answer sound so scary? Is there something wrong with this woman? According to the customs of Bancy Harbor, she shouldn't have even responded. Blazing Danitz had the urge to kick open the door, rush into the telegraph office, and check the situation inside. It was at this moment that he saw Gairman Sparrow put his hand on his hat and turn to the side. Storm Cathedral. Klein briefly stated their destination. He didn't bother with whether there was anything wrong with the woman at the telegraph office. It was just like how he didn't delve into the secrets of the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant or the customers who had chosen to stay the night. The wind was getting lighter, and the fog was thinning. The candlelight from the cathedral was shining through the narrow windows high above, like a beacon in a storm. After Klein used Sun Halo again, Donna and the others regained some of their courage, like people who had fallen into the water and desperately grabbed onto the last straw. They hurriedly walked on the empty streets in silence. Soon they arrived outside the Storm Cathedral, but the doors were shut tight. Glancing at the Storm's sacred emblem on the door, Klein raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. A vigilant male voice immediately came from behind the door. "Who is it?" "Gehrman Sparrow," Klein replied straight away. He could already tell that it was Captain Eland. "Why are you here?" Eland asked again without opening the door. Klein raised his cane and calmly said, "You helped me pay White Shark's compensation." After a moment of surprise and amusement, Eland made an initial confirmation that it was the real Gehrman Sparrow outside. At the very least, even a monster adept at disguising wouldn't have known something that was privy only to the 2 of them. He still felt hesitant until Cleves, Erdy Branch, Donna, and company sounded out in succession. Only then did he relax and allow his first mate, Harris, to unlock and open the door. A heavy clunking sound rang out, and Klein saw Eland in his boat-shaped hat, sword in one hand, and musket in the other. "Something happened here too?" he keenly asked, based on his conclusion from the situations from before. Eland stepped aside to let Donna and the others in. Then he pointed at the prayer hall and said, "The priest I knew, Jace, died in there. He was decapitated, and Bishop Millet is nowhere to be found. Same for the other priests. Also, the servants in the church are all gone. A dead priest with a missing bishop? The whole cathedral is devoid of the living? This is a little problematic." Klein gripped the cold Azek's copper whistle, his heart sinking. Of course, he was very clear that the priest and the bishop weren't the main force of the Church of Storm that managed Beyonder matters in Banshee Harbor. Underneath this cathedral, there was definitely a mandated Punisher team formed out of 6 to 8 Beyonders, as well as an indefinite number of sealed artifacts. Even high-sequence Beyonders wouldn't be able to wipe out this force in a short span of time without causing a stir. As long as they're alive and able to use sealed artifacts, the problem shouldn't be too terrible. So, at this point in time, what is the mandated Punisher team doing? Based on his previous experience as a Nighthawk, Klein made a guess of the standard operating procedures. In the process, he followed Eland to the prayer hall and examined the body of the deceased priest. Jace died a tragic death, as if his head had been decapitated while he was still alive. Unlike the monsters outside, his esophagus and head were separated. With Klein's spirit vision, this priest no longer had any remnant spirit. It would be very difficult to have a successful spirit channeling ritual. Is it due to a unique killing technique, or has it been dealt with accordingly? It's different from the monsters outside. Was it because the operation happened in a rush? Combining all that he knew, Klein concluded his previous speculation. He felt that there were 2 possibilities. 1, there was something of local origins, perhaps a living sealed artifact or a mid-sequence Beyonder, who had lost control underground. It escaped the cathedral and killed Jace while fleeing, causing the abnormal changes in Banshee Harbor. The bishop, priests, and mandated punishers were in desperate pursuit, attempting to form a seal again or get rid the perpetrator. The servants had been led underground and were under the protection of the remaining mandated punishers. But this didn't explain the strange behavior of the residents of Banshee Harbor. The second possibility was that the primitive sacrifice ritual to the god of weather had been resurrected in a number of people in Banshee Harbor, and that the flying heads and headless monsters were in adherence with the descriptions of flesh and blood consumption in the sacrificial rituals and the burying of heads in the altar. And due to some unknown reason, this group of people had raided the cathedral and killed Reverend Jess. The rest of the population had more or less understood the situation, but they had opted for silence. They might have already assaulted the area underground and are currently engaged in an intense battle with the mandated punishers, priests, and the bishop, who are aided by sealed artifacts. They might have transformed all the servants into monsters or thrown them out. It can also be that they're under pursuit from the Beyonders of the Church of Storms, and the servants have been sent underground to receive protection to prevent any accidents. From the fact that Jace's corpse hasn't been used, there's a possibility that it's the latter development. If I were to head underground to confirm the situation, I'll definitely be attacked since we're unfamiliar Beyonders. Besides, the remnant strength might not be sufficient. Klein looked at the priest on the ground and realized that his Beyonder characteristic had condensed into a blue sapphire by his neck. He retracted his gaze and didn't pick up the item. He didn't want to attract the violent retaliation from the short-tempered Church of Storms, so he turned to Eland and Harris. Let's return to the ship first. He casually tossed the gold coin and confirmed that there was no battle currently going on underground. In any case, regardless of whether there were any mandated punishers present, the cathedral grounds were no longer suitable for prolonged stays. After all, Klein wasn't sure if his guess was right, and he could only make the safest choice. All right. Eland had no desire to stay here either, being in a situation where he waited nervously for any changes to befall him. As long as he returned to the White Agate, he would have many cannons and many sailors that could withstand accidents to a certain extent. After a short rest, the group left the cathedral. With the addition of Eland and Harris, the team's defense clearly became much tighter. Klein no longer needed to toss the copper whistle to attract the monsters, so he stuffed it back into his pocket. Shall we send a telegram to the Church of Storms headquarters to report on Bancy Harbor? After a few steps, Eland made a cautious suggestion. This way, even if there were major unforeseen events, as long as they held on, they would eventually be saved. Klein didn't object. Walking through the thin fog ahead of him, he calmly said, "We'll pass by the telegraph office." Phew! Blazing Danitz breathed a sigh of relief. Then his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that the Church of Storms would perform investigations and discover that an infamous pirate had played an important role in this matter. And by then, he would probably still be trapped on the White Agate. Although I saved people, the mandated punishers aren't friendly to those who don't belong to them, especially when I'm a pirate. Stumped for a moment, Danitz decided to get over the immediate danger before considering other matters. After walking for a while, they saw the telegraph office in sight. A faint yellow light suddenly emerged from the side street and approached them from the depths of the fog. It was a middle-aged man carrying a lantern. It was a middle-aged man carrying a hurricane lamp. He wore a dark blue bishop robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. His head was bowed and his face was pale. He was wheezing as he staggered while walking. Eland focused and blurted out, "Bishop Millet?" The middle-aged man looked up, raised his hurricane lamp and said, "Eland, is it?" At this moment, Klein took a step back, letting Eland stand out. He didn't wish for the Bishop of the Church of Storms to pay notice to him. Danitz even shrunk his neck back, using Erdy's plump body to block himself. "Yes, Your Excellency. Jace is dead." "What happened?" Eland wasn't a novice, so he didn't directly step forward. Bishop Millet coughed and said, "An old custom has been revived, and a group of heathens with dirty blood running through their veins are beginning to offer live sacrifices and are consuming their flesh and blood. Jace noticed that they were problematic and ended up being killed by them. The matter can no longer be covered up. They used the sacrificial ritual to change the weather and tried to attack the cathedral. They were defeated by the mandated Punisher and fled to the mountain. They escaped to the cave where the altar is. I was injured in combat. Without being able to hold out much longer, all I could do was slowly make my way back." Just as he finished speaking, a bright ball of light burst out of the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning were striking down. With the help of this light, Klein and the others could see the fog-covered mountain range by the shore, as well as the peak which was connected to thunderstorms. To a certain extent, this confirmed Bishop Millet's claim. Eland was about to step forward to support the Storm Bishop when he saw Gehrman Sparrow take out a gold coin and mutter in a low voice, "He has ill intentions." Ding! The gold coin flew up and then tumbled in the air before landing in Klein's palm, heads facing up. It meant a positive result. Bishop Millet stared straight at this scene, his light brown eyes suddenly flashing with a dark red light. Whoosh! A strong gale blew out from Bishop Millet's body, lifting up his dark blue bishop robes. Crack, 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 crack. The branches of the nearby trees snapped as they flew into the air. Donna's body involuntarily rose a few meters into the air before being thrown out several meters. Her body ached all over when she fell to the ground. It wasn't just her. Cecile, Denton, Timothy, Harris, and the others were all blown up by the wind and landed in different spots. Only Cleves, Teague, and Erdy, either because of their training or abnormally heavy weight, staggered to the ground and tumbled a few times. Elend, who was facing Bishop Millet directly, did a series of retreating and backward somersaulting actions, dodging the incoming blow from the wind. Klein and Danitz didn't attempt to resist it head-on. Instead, they flew backward like kites. Although they looked like they were about to collapse to the ground, they ultimately managed to keep their balance. As soon as the hurricane stopped, 6 figures emerged from the dispersing fog. They were all wearing black cloaks and were headless, left with only bleeding necks. Their hoods were supported up by the eddies of the hurricane. Gasp! Gasp! Their throats emitted the low grunts of a beast like the moment before they were ready to attack. So. A series of thin and sharp wind blades shot out, leaving a clear and deep rift where Klein was somersaulting. Tap, 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 from both sides of the lantern-wielding Bishop Millet, whose dark blue bishop robe had flared up slightly. 6 headless men rushed at Klein, Elend, and the others, stomping on the ground until it trembled. One headless monster is already hard enough to deal with, but now there are 6 of them, and there's even a bishop who's obviously corrupted. When Blazing Danitz saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, a bronze beam streaked past his eyes and shot into the distance. Dang! 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 Azek's copper whistle dropped to the ground and bounced a few times. With a whoosh, the 6 headless men changed direction at the same time, rushing towards the location where Azek's copper whistle came to a stop, leaving Bishop Millet standing alone in his original spot. Klein seized the opportunity, lifted his left hand, tearing off the sun brooch inside his coat, and threw it to Captain Elend, who was closest to him. He shouted succinctly, "Inject your spirituality. 5 seconds. Holy water." After saying this, he ignored his silk top hat that had been blown away, and instead, he bent his body, dashing towards Bishop Millet in a zigzag manner. So. One after another, wind blades were shot out in close succession, all of them aimed at Klein. In a flash, the ground showed signs of being cut and slashed. Klein either somersaulted, lunging forward, or jumping up by supporting his body with his hands to avoid the first round of concentrated fire. The dark red light in Bishop Millet's eyes grew brighter as he raised his hands. So. At this moment, the wind blades inundated him like a machine gun. Klein only had enough time to dodge half of it before his body was torn apart, turning into thin and light shreds of paper that flew into the air. Klein appeared in another direction and continued to charge at Bishop Millet, trying to close the distance between them to an effective distance. After catching the sun brooch, Elend immediately felt the heat. He wished that he could take off his clothes and jump into freezing water. He thought for a moment about the words Gehrman Sparrow had left him before taking out a tin-colored alcohol flask from the inside of his clothes, unscrewed the lid, and poured out all of the lanty-proof inside. The strong aroma of the wine rapidly spread in all directions. Blazing Danitz looked around, feeling certain of the situation. With a grimace, he genuflected and suddenly pressed both his palms onto the ground. 2 scarlet fire serpents appeared out of thin air, clinging to the ground as they spread towards Azek's copper whistle and created for burning walls of fire. His original plan had been to throw a fireball at Bishop Millet and let Gehrman Sparrow use the flames to easily jump towards the bishop and launch an attack. However, after seeing that the area around the bishop was filled with freezing gales, he rationally gave up on the idea. He was prepared to first clean up the headless monsters to prevent them from disturbing Gehrman Sparrow's ability to use his true strength. Cleves, Cecile, Teague, and Harris had already stood up again and had drawn their guns. They surrounded Erdi, Donna, and Timothy in the middle, guarding them against any other monsters that might appear. Their experience taught them that, without any prior teamwork training, it was best not to interfere in a battle that was beyond that of ordinary humans. Tap, tap, tap. The 6 headless men, oblivious to the burning flames, burst through the scarlet walls of fire and began to pounce onto Azek's copper whistle like ravenous dogs. This gave Elan time to inject his spirituality into the sun brooch with composure. After the holy water condensed, he dripped them into the alcohol flask. Seeing the headless people in a frenzied bunch, Danet's heart skipped a beat. He bent down halfway and, with a flushed face, condensed a scorching white flaming spear in his right palm. Taking a step forward, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, throwing out the flaming spear. It whistled as it hit a headless man and nailed it to the ground. A blazing white light soared, and the headless man's body was reduced to ashes. The remaining half of his body was also burning, continuously releasing blackish-green gases. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Danetz was about to continue this attack method when he suddenly sensed a particular kind of crazy, terrifying hunger. At this moment, he felt as though he had arrived in front of a deep abyss, just one step short from falling in. He knew that Gehrman Sparrow was no longer suppressing the crazy soul inside him. After using paper figurine substitutes 3 times, Klein finally entered a predetermined distance. The glove on his left palm suddenly exploded with a hunger that had been suppressed for a long time, and dark golden scales began sprouting from it as it squirmed. Klein's pupils faded away, as if they had turned vertical. Immediately after, his pupils reflected Bishop Millet's fluttering dark blue robes. Without a sound, the middle-aged man who was about to produce a large number of wind blades suddenly tilted his head backwards, and his body froze for a second. His eyes, which were glowing with a dark red light, lost their rationality as they were filled with a sense of madness. His skin became smooth and colorful, like the skin of some aquatic creatures. He let out a panting sound, as though it had come from the depths of the ocean, as slippery, disgusting tentacles suddenly drilled out from under his dark blue robe. Psychiatrist's frenzy. Klein originally only wanted to use this to interrupt the enemy's attack in order to create an opportunity for him later, but after going berserk, Bishop Millet immediately lost control. The moment the fallen or corrupted man lost his final shackles of reasoning, he immediately stepped into the abyss of losing control. Klein's pupils shrank as he saw the situation. He no longer hesitated, and he switched the soul he was driving. In the midst of his frenzy, the glove on his left palm became stained with a gold color. His expression became dignified as his gaze once again locked onto Bishop Millet. In an instant, his eyes lit up like 2 bolts of lightning. All of a sudden, Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling screech. His palms and tentacles retracted as he covered his head. His psyche had been penetrated, causing him indescribable pain. Interrogator. Klein pushed himself up with his right hand, and his left hand lit up with a resplendent brilliance. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back and opened his arms as if to embrace the sun. A thick, pure, and blazing brilliance descended from the sky, landing on Bishop Millet and enveloping him within it. The surroundings changed as though it was daytime. The strong gales came to an abrupt halt. Sequence 5 Priest of Light. Bishop Millet's body began to evaporate, first his skin, then his tentacles and finally his flesh. By the time the brilliant pillar of light disappeared, he no longer looked human. Instead, he had turned into a monster made of bones and flesh. Whatever was left of his aura was rather weak. However, he wasn't dead. The vitality of a rampager was stronger than ever before. Klein's expression didn't change. He took a few steps forward and rushed to the battered body of Bishop Millet. He genuflected, leaned forward, and pressed his left palm against the flesh. He stopped using the power of the Priest of Light because he wanted to leave some food for creeping hunger. A small crack silently appeared in the palm region of the glove as 2 rows of illusory, white, and eerie teeth grew out from it as it madly devoured any flesh, bones, and spirituality. However, Bishop Millet continued struggling. He steadied his flesh and grew new tentacles, trying to entangle Klein and pull him into his embrace. Klein threw his cane, pulled out his revolver, and fired 5 shots in quick succession at the monster. Bang! 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 Bullets ranging from pale gold, brass, and silver colors struck Bishop Millet, igniting patches of different colored flames. Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling screech once more, one that came from his soul. He finally wasn't able to resist creeping hunger. Even his flesh and soul were transformed into a torrent that poured into the insatiable mouth. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all that was left on the ground were clothes, money, and specks of dark blue and green light blobs. This was the difference between devouring and grazing. Klein wanted the latter more, but there was no other food around. Meanwhile, Captain Eland had already created 2 rounds of holy water inside his alcohol flask. Danitz hurriedly shouted at him, "Throw it over!" Without hesitation, Eland threw the alcohol flask towards the headless men who were still vying for the copper whistle. Ahem! Danitz cleared his throat and stood up straight. He leisurely inserted his left palm into his pocket and pushed forward with his right hand, quickly forming many scarlet fire ravens around him. These half-illusionary fire ravens flapped their wings and flew out, following different trajectories of attack. At the same time, they collided with the alcohol flask, which happened to be right on top of the group of headless people. Rumble! The alcohol flask shattered as sun-holy water splattered everywhere. Sizzle! The remaining headless people were all drenched as they screamed and twitched in pain before falling to the ground. They melted away quickly into blood as Azek's copper whistle lay still in the middle of the purified area. It's resolved. Gehrman Sparrow is really strong. Even if he encounters Captain, he'll have the ability to resist her. It's a pity that I didn't get to see what beyonder powers he had used. Danitz turned his head to look at Klein, who was standing in front of the remains of Bishop Millet, and silently sighed. Then he saw Gehrman Sparrow glance at him coldly. Subconsciously, Danitz dejectedly ran out and picked up Azek's copper whistle. Donna rubbed her bruised arm and saw Uncle Sparrow in his long black coat walking back a few steps before stooping to pick up his half-top hat, silently dust it off and put it back on. After Klein retrieved his hat, Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic had already been fully condensed. It was only the size of a thumb and was translucent and light blue in color. However, from time to time, green streaks would appear like a tidal wave that approached a black hue. Opening the revolver's cylinder, Klein shook it, dropping the empty shells that were either gold, silver, or brass in color to the ground, creating crisp, tinkling sounds. Then, he calmly took out a speed loader he had prepared earlier and loaded other beyonder rounds bullet into the gun. After doing all this, he put away the revolver, bent over to pick up Bishop Millet's beyonder characteristic, and stuffed it into his pocket without paying too much attention to it. Klein picked up his cane and turned back to the group after taking a few steps. He pulled out a paper figurine and flicked it like he was lashing a whip. Pa! The paper figurine was quickly ignited. It flew out of his hand and turned into specks of scarlet light that fell to the ground, extinguishing into dust. How cool! Denton forgot the pain from his fall and stared intently. It's like Uncle Sparrow is setting off fireworks. Donna nodded in agreement with her brother's words. After using paper figurine substitutes to interfere with the information and traces in the area, Klein looked in the direction of the way back and said calmly and concisely, "Leave this area." With that, he turned around and walked away at a leisurely pace. He took the sun brooch and Azek's copper whistle from Eland and Danitz respectively. Erdy and the others didn't make useless comments, nor did they cry out in pain. They followed quietly behind. In the battle just now, they had fully witnessed the uniqueness of beyonders, especially Danitz's flaming powers. It was the most eye-catching and obvious. It left them a deep impression, making them fully realize that this wasn't something ordinary people could intervene in. All they could do was abide by the instructions and follow closely behind. Only by doing so could they guarantee their survival. Compared to Danitz, the battle between Klein and Bishop Millet mainly involved invisible wind blades and the truly intangible psyche domain. Other than the holy light that seemed to descend from the gods and the frightening sight of Bishop Millet's loss of control, the entire battle seemed completely calm, so it didn't deliver a shock to the onlookers. As they passed by the area they had just been in, Cleves, Cecile, and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw the ground covered with dense cracks everywhere. They instantly understood one thing, and that was that Gehrman Sparrow's battle with the fallen bishop was many times more harrowing than the other performance. A sense of horror and security arose at the same time as all of them quickened their pace. 20 or 30 seconds later, Klein stopped on the street outside the telegraph office. He said to Captain Eland in a deadpan manner, "Do you want to send a telegram?" After saying that, he couldn't help but remind him, "Do not force your way in." All right. On this strange night, Eland was just as cautious. He took a few brisk steps to the telegraph office and knocked on the door 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst a slightly muffled sound, someone from inside asked, "Who is it?" Klein, who was already on guard, suddenly frowned. Because the one who spoke was a man, Eland was also puzzled. "I want to send a telegram." "Who are you?" "I remember the person on duty was a lady before." The man inside replied calmly, "I'm Pavo Court, Melanie's colleague. She's right next to me. She's fine." Just as Pavo Court finished speaking, the female voice from before immediately followed up. "Yes, I'm doing very well. You don't need to take note anymore. Pavo Court is back. Pal, doesn't your folklore say not to answer or open the door? How did Pavo Court get in?" Klein resisted the urge to question her. Eland took a step back and cleared his throat. "I'd like to send a telegram to the headquarters of the Church of Storms." "I'm sorry, but we can't open the door," Pavo Court replied without emotion. Eland also felt the strangeness of the matter and didn't dare to force it. Instead, he proposed an alternative plan. "Can you send it for me and pass the draft to me through the crack in the door? The content is about the abnormal changes in Bansi Harbor and the death of Bishop Millet and Priest Jace. It shall be signed off with Eland." "All right." Melanie's voice trailed off, as if she'd returned to the telegraph machine. After waiting for a while, he heard tapping sounds, and before long, a copy of the telegram draft was extended out from the gap under the door. Eland bent down to pick it up, resisting the urge to peek through the cracks. He looked at the telegram draft, and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled a faint scent of blood on the paper. He tilted his head and looked at Gehrman Sparrow, using his eyes to inform him that there was a problem with the telegraph office. However, he was met with a deep and unperturbed gaze, as well as words that were said in a calm and indifferent tone. "Return to the ship." After throwing this sentence out, Klein turned around immediately and walked towards the end of the street, his figure gradually blending into the thin fog. Carrying a broken lantern, Danitz immediately followed after him. Without any hesitation, Donna and the others did the same. After pondering in silence for 2 seconds, Eland took the telegram draft and ran after the group. No other sounds came out from the telegraph office anymore. It was unusually quiet. Perhaps due to the extermination of the fallen Bishop Millet, Klein and the others didn't meet any more headless people in black cloaks on their way back. Moldy heads were only seen twice, and they were easily dealt with. After walking for an unknown length of time, they finally saw the dock and the white agate which had candlelight seeping out. This sight made Erdy and the others regain their strength. They transitioned from a brisk walk to a jog, all the way until they reached the bottom of the gangway. Klein stood guard below them with his blood-stained cane until everyone was on board. Then with a tug, he jumped and arrived on the deck with just a few steps. At that moment, Eland had already begun to gather his first mate, second mate, bosun, gunner commander, and other subordinates. He got them to gather the sailors, adjust the cannons, and prepare to depart at any moment. Although leaving the port at night had non-trivial security risks, it would be the best way to avoid danger if the situation worsened. "Uncle Sparrow?" Donna held her brother by the hand and trotted to Klein's side, plagued by a belly full of questions. Klein nodded, pointed to the cabin, and said, "Go back to your room first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The danger hasn't been averted. Donna nodded obediently. Together with Denton, she put her index finger to her lips. Shoo! After the Branch family and the Timothy family entered the cabin, Klein walked over to Elland, took out Bishop Millet's Beyonder characteristic, and threw it to him. If there are still mandated punishers alive, return this to them. The Beyonder characteristic left behind by a bishop who might have been a Sequence 6 would definitely be pursued by the Church of Storms, and everyone on the White Agate would be a target of suspicion. Klein didn't want to be wanted by the number 1 power at sea as soon as he set sail. If none of the mandated punishers in Bancy Harbor survived, and if reinforcements from headquarters would take a while to arrive, leaving Klein plenty of time to deal with the matter and leave, then he would surely be reluctant to return it and would find a reason to get it back. Elland caught the thumb-sized object, glancing at it doubtfully. He didn't ask what it could be used for, and he chuckled. Don't worry about the Church of Storms investigation. I'll hint to them that you're with me. So, I'll be considered a member of MI9 by the Church of Storms? Klein nodded without saying anything else. Elland looked at Danitz and probingly asked, Blazing? Ha-ha. Danitz chuckled dryly and took a leaf out of someone's book. Guess. I don't think so then, Elland replied with tacit understanding. With the simple matters dealt with, Klein returned to the side of the ship and looked at the fog-shrouded Bancy Harbor, prepared against any hidden dangers. Time ticked by, and the peak of the mountain next to the shore lit up once again with the lights of a thunderstorm. Streaks of silver and violent bolts of lightning swept the area without restraint before they gradually calmed down. The fog in Bancy Harbor began to dissipate, and the light of the crimson moon became clearer. It's over? Even after seeing this, Klein still didn't dare to completely relax. Half an hour later, 3 men who claimed to be mandated punishers came to the dock to see Captain Elland. After Gehrman Sparrow confirmed it with a divination and a round of questioning, Elland allowed the sailors to lower the gangway. The 3 mandated punishers motioned for the surrounding crew to leave. Then they lowered their voices and informed the captain of the situation. Klein didn't move closer to listen, but instead he waited patiently for the matter to end. A few minutes later, Elland returned Bishop Millet's remaining characteristic to the mandated punishers and watched them leave the White Agate to deal with the rest of the mess. Phew! Elland exhaled and came to Klein's and Danitz's side. He casually said with a tinge of lingering fear, The matter has been resolved. There aren't any problems. Has it really been solved? Klein suddenly thought of Pavo Court and Melanie behind the telegraph office door. He recalled Fox, the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant, and the many lodgers who had watched them silently. Elland continued, To be specific, Jace discovered the revival of ancient customs, cannibalism and live sacrifice, confirming that a small number of people in Bancy Harbor had become heretics. He hurried back to the church and reported this to Bishop Millet, but unbeknownst to him, the person before him was the leader of the heretics, a true fallen one. He had his neck cut off by Millet's wind blade and died in the Cathedral of the Lord. Millet was about to dispose of the body, but he was discovered by the servants. Hence, things spiraled out of control. Some of the servants were turned into monsters, while some were led by the priests to hide underground. Without any means to hide himself, Millet quickly left the cathedral, gathered the heretics, and headed for the altar at the mountaintop. The weather changed as a result. After the mandated punishers retrieved 3 sealed artifacts, they rushed over and engaged in an intense battle. In the process, Millet was injured and escaped, while the rest of the heretics remained to defend the altar, which was eventually overrun. The church's headquarters has already replied, and they'll be sending people to investigate the cause of Bishop Millet's fall. I told them that we were only able to kill Bishop Millet by joining forces because he was heavily injured. By the way, the mandated punishers have gotten me to get the Branch and Timothy families to sign a confidential agreement. After giving a general account of the situation, Elland let out a long sigh of relief and busied himself with the remaining matters. Klein didn't dare to completely relax. He stayed on deck until the clouds appeared to burn when the sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire port. He saw the residents leave their houses one by one, basking in the golden sunlight, chatting and laughing as they headed for their respective jobs. Bansi Harbor finally had the breath of human life again. "It's really over." Klein turned around, slightly puzzled. He had planned to catch up on his sleep, but only after the ship had departed. As for Danitz, although he had long been yawning, he remained motionless when he saw Gehrman Sparrow being motionless. On the way into the cabin, Klein met Eland, who had also not slept the entire night. "Good morning. We're about to leave the port. There's nothing to worry about," Eland greeted with a smile. As he spoke, the white agate's whistle sounded. Upon hearing the sound, Klein secretly exhaled, deciding to put all his doubts behind him. He didn't want to think about Bansi Harbor anymore, so he nodded in response. Ellen stretched his neck and commented with a sigh. "Last night, I had a mystical feeling that the old Binzi and the modern Bansi Harbor overlapped." Klein had intended to walk past him when he suddenly grasped a word and asked with a grave expression, "Binzi? Heh. That's the ancient name of Bansi Harbor. 300 or 400 years ago it was called Binzi Town. Later, due to its pronunciation and other factors, it gradually evolved into Bansi," Eland introduced in passing. Klein's pupils shrank when he heard the answer. He remembered very clearly that the evil spirit in Baklan's underground relic had once mentioned that if one wanted to find one of the founders of Rose Redemption, the former king of angels, Medici, and his descendants, one could go to Binzi Town to try their luck. Binzi! Klein's heart seemed to freeze over, inch by inch. A chill radiated from the depths of his bone marrow. He jerked his gaze back to the harbor, to the scenes of the telegraph office with its tightly closed doors and the lodgers in Green Lemon Restaurant who were silently staring at him. If I had probed deeper, then there might be a high probability that I would have attracted the Rose Redemption or even a hidden red angel. There were several times where I danced at the edge of a cliff. Luckily, I managed to restrain my impulse and curiosity about the weird situation at Green Lemon Restaurant and the telegraph office." Klein retracted his gaze, finding the sun brooch inadequate in keeping his back from oozing with a layer of cold sweat. Compared to the arrival of the true creator, this unknown and undetonated situation was much more horrifying. At least, Klein couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if he kicked the telegraph office's door open, or if he went around to the back, flipped the window, and entered the room. He constantly imagined all sorts of strange and terrifying scenes, which frightened himself quite a bit. At the same time, he decided to produce sun holy water for the passengers who had eaten at Bansi Harbor last night, in order to avoid any remaining dormant dangers. "What's wrong?" Ellen sensed Gehrman Sparrow's abnormality. "I just remembered something." Klein used his clown's powers to keep his facial expression normal, but inside he was glad that he didn't take the risk last night and had now successfully left Bansi Harbor. As for the secrets of Rose Redemption and the King of Angels, he only had one thought in mind: quickly report it. If he didn't report it, was he allowing them to usher in 1351's new year? If he chose to hide the truth and wait until he had a sufficiently high sequence or enough strength to explore and reap the corresponding benefits, then Klein felt that he would feel very guilty and end up carrying a heavy burden if something happened during that time, causing the danger to be triggered prematurely, or if the remnant heretics would cause the death of one innocent passenger after another. That would only push him closer to losing control. Of course, reporting the matter needed to be done in a correct and astute manner. Klein wasn't foolish enough to tell Eland directly or write an anonymous letter to the Church of Storms, which would then lead to a lot of trouble. First, the authorities would definitely investigate Gehrman Sparrow's background, and things could be easily exposed if thorough investigations were made. Secondly, this identity might be exposed to the Rose Redemption, which might attract a King of Angels' pursuit. What Klein intended to do was to use the world to mention the anomaly in Bansi Harbor when the tarot gathering was held in 2 days. He would then have the fool to lightly allude to Rose Redemption and a King of Angels. As a member of the Church of Storms, the hanged man would naturally know what to do next. This would be a chance for him to perform a deed of merit. As for the blood of the direct descendants of the Medici family, Klein didn't even consider it, because neither he nor Miss Sharon had the intention of rescuing the evil spirit in the underground relic. Noticing that Gairman Sparrow obviously didn't want to mention his past, Ellen chuckled, took out a small black wooden box, and tossed it over. Klein reached out and caught it, using his eyes to express his puzzlement. The bladder of the murloc. It can be used to make items. It's very useful at sea. The beyonder ingredient of a murloc, worth more than 150 pounds. The captain sure is generous. Klein had almost forgotten how Gairman Sparrow should react. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience in acting. He immediately sank his face and said, "I didn't save you for a reward." Ellen laughed and said, "I'm not giving you this in return for saving me. Aren't we friends now? Isn't it normal to help a friend make up for his shortcomings when he doesn't have such items?" What he said makes sense. There's no way to refute him at all. Klein held onto the small black box and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he nodded. Elend covered his mouth as he yawned before taking off his boat-shaped hat. "I need to return to my room to catch up on my sleep. See you at noon." Klein waved politely and led Danitz towards room 312. He saw that Donna and Denton were up early and waiting at the door. "Uncle Sparrow, what's that in your hand?" Donna asked curiously. Klein didn't say anything and directly opened the lid of the small black box. The interior was lined with a layer of black velvet, and sitting in the middle was a round, gem-like, transparent object. It had a blue, aqueous luster that swirled outwards. That day, the murlocs. Denton thought for a moment. Bladder. At this moment, at Klein's signal, Danitz opened the door. Donna walked in briskly while stretching out her hand from behind her. She held a thick wad of cash that were a mix of 10-pound and 5-pound notes. "My father, my mother, Uncle Clevy's, and Uncle Timothy's family asked me to pass this to you. A total of 150 pounds. Donna smiled sweetly. "They said that this isn't enough to express their gratitude. It's just to replenish the supplies you used. Those things are expensive, right?" "Still all right." Klein thought for a moment, then he accepted the 150-pound gratuity so that Erdy and other ordinary people wouldn't feel uneasy. Seeing Uncle Gairman Sparrow put the cash and the small black wooden box into his pocket, Donna was relieved that she had finally completed the task her parents had handed her. She quickly got into character and found her true intention for visiting. She asked curiously and fearfully, "Uncle Sparrow, what kind of monsters were those last night? Are ghost stories true? Were you born with the ability to jump out of the flames and let light descend? Is this magic or witchcraft?" Stop, you have too many questions." Klein, who couldn't stand the heat any longer, took off the sun brooch and threw it on the desk in the living room. He casually replied at the same time, "They're called beyonder powers. Those that are obtained through certain rituals and potions. A lot of ghost stories have archetypes, and last night's monsters were created by an evil ritual. Ask him about the rest." Klein glanced sideways at Danitz. "How magical!" Denton and Donna sighed. Then Donna said, her eyes shining, "Uncle Sparrow, you're just like the Superman described by Emperor Roselle. Can we also become people like you through rituals and potions?" Denton nodded heavily, echoing his sister's words, and both of them felt a surge of strong anticipation. At that moment, Donna noticed Gairman Sparrow's eyes turn melancholic. Soon after, she saw the mouth of this magical uncle open up, revealing a somewhat strange smile. Klein said in a low voice, "This isn't something to be envied or anticipated. As long as you choose this path, you'll constantly be accompanied by threats and madness. You can beat them 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you lose once, you'll end up like that fallen bishop." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane, took off his suit, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. One of his arms was shriveled and wrinkled, as though he were a centenarian. The other was translucent and colorless, with a direct view of the blood vessels, muscles, and aponeurosis beneath the skin. At the same time, his face grew dense pale flesh granules that made Donna and Denton fall backward in terror and slam into the door. With thin flesh granules growing on his face, Klein maintained his smile. "See this? This is madness. No, Donna and Denton almost lost their minds, stumbled through the door, and ran out. After a few steps, they fell to the ground, unable to keep their balance. How terrifying! Denton kept crying in a low voice. At that moment, they heard the door to room 312 clang shut. Donna gradually calmed down, not daring to think of Gairman Sparrow's appearance again. The way Uncle Sparrow looked, the flesh granules had occupied every inch of his face. The way his arms were shriveled and translucent wasn't much better than the monsters of the night before. For some reason, she recalled his eyes and the words, "This is madness." Her vision suddenly blurred, and she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Donna, what's the matter with you?" Denton was so frightened by her reaction that he forgot his fear. Donna sobbed and said, "I don't know. I just feel very, very sad all of a sudden." Inside room 312. Seeing that Klein had returned to normal, Danitz couldn't help but click his tongue. "Actually, there's no need to scare the children like this. They'll have nightmares. Just tell them that taking potions is dangerous." Just as he finished his sentence, he saw a hard wooden cane covered in blood and dirt flying over, accompanied by a sentence that wasn't in the least bit emotional. "Wash it clean." Danitz reached out to grab the cane as the smile on his face froze. Backlund, Empress Borough. Inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion, Audrey stood behind the white and gold railings on the second floor, watching the servants on the first floor come and go, bustling with activity. According to the customs of the Lone Kingdom, the nobles with fiefs would leave Backlund 1 week after the New Year ball, and they would return to their own fiefs, where they would enjoy a pleasant life in the countryside or in a castle. In June, they would return to the capital, where they would socialize day after day. Of course, a banker with actual power and wealth like Earl Hall definitely needed to make trips between the two places to handle many matters. However, moving wasn't an easy task. Many things had to be tidied up beforehand, and some of the servants would bring them back to the manor or castle. Only after everything was ready would the masters begin their journey. After this tarot gathering ends, I should be sitting in a steam train back to Eastchester County. I hope that vampire gentleman really can get the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of the Mirror Dragon, so that I can become a psychiatrist before I leave Backlund. Audrey allowed her thoughts to wander. Just then, Lady Caitlin came over and asked with a smile, "Penny for your thoughts? Well, you're already an adult. When you get back to Backlund in June, you'll be able to find something to do. Do you have any plans?" Audrey didn't think further and directly replied, "Mother, I want to join the church's charity organizations. I want to get to know this world." She added silently in her heart, "Good idea," the Countess agreed. After giving her some advice, she walked down to the second floor and began to inspect the affairs of the family. Audrey withdrew her emotions and turned her head to the side. With a faint smile, she said to the large golden retriever that was sitting to her side, "Susie, are you looking forward to it? You can run as much as you want in the green pastures and in the lush woods." She was making fun of Susie because she had only become a gift because she wasn't a qualified foxhound. Susie instinctively wanted to stick her tongue out, but she stopped herself like a cultured lady. She answered without hiding her emotions, "Of course, I like to run, but I hate those barbaric fellows." "Are you referring to the foxhounds that father and the others rear?" Audrey pursed her lips to stop herself from smiling. She looked up at the wall clock and saw that it was almost time for the tarot gathering. Above the endless gray fog, the majestic palace stood still, just as Emlyn White, who had arrived here once again, regained his vision. He saw Miss Justice opposite him looking at the end of the mottled long table before greeting cheerfully, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey greeted everyone, one person at a time, starting with the Fool and ending with the world. This order wasn't according to the seating arrangement, but by the order of the tarot cards. The Fool was the beginning that contained all possibilities, and the world was the end that represented perfect sublimation. This was a little obsessive-compulsive disorder on Miss Audrey's part, a mysticism enthusiast. It started to appear with the increasing number of tarot club members. She really is a carefree girl of stately birth. Emlyn deliberately passed a deep judgment and politely responded to the greeting. During this process, he caught sight of the sun through the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but think of the recent days when he had been studying the detailed history of the Sanguine at the home of Baron Waymandy. There are a lot of details that I don't know about. There are indeed differences between professional researchers and amateur enthusiasts, but from this week onwards, I, Emlyn White, would be a professional researcher. Baron Waymandy has never mentioned anything related to the City of Silver, so I can't ask him directly. As the secret messiah of the Sanguine who is burdened with secrets, I have to be careful in such matters. Attending class for half a day and going to the cathedral for half a day before accompanying the dolls at night seems to be a pretty good life. Emlyn's thoughts gradually dispersed. Suddenly, he frowned and realized a very important question. Why do I still go to the Harvest Church every day? Yes, as a noble Sanguine, I must put an end to the things I start. There have been a lot of patients recently. Having your reputation spread isn't a good thing. Emlyn's brow gradually relaxed into a softer frown. He saw that Miss Justice had completed her greetings. He raised his hand to knock on the table and looked at her. The things you need. Audrey pressed her right hand down and made a gesture to stop him before saying with a faint smile, "We'll talk about this during the transaction period. This is Mr. Fool's reading time." Based on Mr. Vampire's tone, there must be at least one of the fruits of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon. Audrey, you're going to be a psychiatrist soon. You're about to become a mid-sequence beyonder. Audrey's mood became increasingly cheerful. The corners of her eyes filled with smiles. She looked towards the figure amidst the thick fog and said with an uplifted tone towards the end, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've gotten another 3 Roselle diary pages, just short of 4 pages. She pursed her lips while in thought. With Miss Justice setting an example, Furs also said, "Mr. Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." She was also full of anticipation for this tarot gathering because her second apprentice potion had been digested much faster than expected. The dormant dangers had already been completely eliminated the day before yesterday. Derek followed immediately, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've copied some legends of ancient gods." Then, he said to the hanged man, "I've also tabulated the list of monsters around the area. He really is a good child who doesn't need anyone to remind him." Klein, who had a rich harvest, sighed with emotion. "Seriously, he hasn't improved at all. Even though this will lower the difficulty of me obtaining benefits, it also conceals the risk of me losing the resources from the City of Silver. Exposure is a problem that requires constant vigilance." Alger shook his head indiscernibly. Roselle's diary and the legend of the ancient gods soon appeared in the palm of Klein's hand. He skimmed through it quickly and found that 2 of the 6 pages in the diary were repetitions of the past. For example, one of Miss Justice's contributed pages matched a page which the hanged man had handed over last year. "That's inevitable unless I can really teach them simplified Chinese." Klein sighed and willed the 2 diary pages to the back. The remaining 4 pages didn't contain very valuable information. Most of them belonged to the period when Roselle had lost his ideals and was obsessed with money, and the text was filled with sentences such as, "What did I invent today? What will I invent tomorrow? How many gold coins can it be sold for? Or how much investment I received?" It nearly made Klein lose control of his expression, wishing to smack these diary pages in Roselle's face. At this moment, Audrey keenly discovered that the Dark Emperor card had returned to the side of Mr. Fool's hand and was placed face down. So it really was bestowed to his adorer. Was it to help him complete a mission? Or is there another possibility, that this is a new card of blasphemy, and not the original one? Audrey guessed with interest. After flipping through the diary pages, Klein resisted the urge to take a deep breath to calm his heart, and he looked at the legends of the ancient god provided by Little Sun. It was quite a rough description. It divided the 8 ancient gods of the second epoch into 3 camps. The giant king, Ormur, the elf king, Siniathrim, and the vampire ancestor, Lilith, were allies who fought against the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, the phoenix ancestor, Gregrace, and the mutated king, Kvaster. As for the devil monarch, Farbaughty, and the annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegria, they were the ones who wanted to subvert all order and corrupt all living beings. In the records of the City of Silver, the 8 ancient gods were described as violent, evil, cruel, and terrifying. Even the ancestor vampire, Lilith, who superficially looked the most normal and was described as the embodiment of beauty, had a disgusting and ferocious side. For instance, she would manifest into a mountain range of flesh. On top of it grew all kinds of reproductive organs as they spewed out thick black fog while constantly producing all sorts of strange creatures. All powerhouses who approached her would be overwhelmed by the desire to mate and reproduce, becoming a walking organ. And all living beings who saw this scene, other than the other ancient gods, would lose their minds without exception or mutate on the spot, while others became crazy. The records of the City of Silver originated from the ancient texts of the giant king's court. Of course, that was what they claimed. I cannot eliminate the possibility that this is to discredit an ally. This aspect is rather similar to the loss of control of the primordial moon who the sanguine pray to. Is this one of the traits when one follows the moon pathway to the end? At this thought, Klein almost raised his head to sweep his glance at Emlyn White. In the legends of the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor Lilith really did control the crimson moon. As long as she wanted, she could make the blood moon appear every day for 365 days a year, allowing the negative energy to rampage through the lands and the spirit world to interact with reality for an extended period of time, releasing countless unspeakable monsters and evil spirits. This is the power of a deity. I wonder what the difference is between the ancient gods and the current true gods. Why do all of them look like evil gods? In the legends of the sanguine, Lilith isn't like that. One of them is lying between the two of them? Or could it be that there was a change midway, from the one recorded in the City of Silver to the one depicted in the legends of the sanguine? Klein looked away and took note of the details. He made the paper in his hands vanish and leaned back slightly. You may begin. With her bright eyes, Audrey looked at Emlyn White and immediately said, Mr. Moon, do you have news of the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon? Emlyn nodded his chin and said, a total of 750 pounds. Just pay this amount and they'll be yours. And of course, there's my payment. 100 pounds. Audrey didn't bother with the total price at all and happily responded, Deal. I hope that the deal will be completed today or tomorrow. No problem. Emlyn, who was about to make 100 pounds, couldn't refuse Miss Justice's request. Awesome. Audrey lowered her right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly pumped it twice. At that moment, Alger turned his head to look at Mr. Vampire. Do you still want the inheritance of that sanguine baron? For 1,500 pounds. That's the best price I managed to get for you. In fact, the pirate was willing to give it up for 3,200 pounds. Emlyn's expression twisted. If it's only 1,000 pounds, then I'll definitely take it, but... He replied inwardly. Although their family members were pretty good apothecaries and doctors, with a modest annual income and long lives that allowed them to save a fortune, Emlyn had been unable to save any money since he became infatuated with dolls. From time to time, he would order some custom dolls. Even if the 100 pounds which he hadn't received yet was counted, his personal savings didn't even reach 500 pounds, of which 150 pounds had been contributed by Detective Sherlock Moriarty. I'll think about it again, Emlyn said with difficulty, suddenly feeling that he had to find some way to quickly save up money. This fellow, Emlyn, just made the sound of poverty. Upon seeing this scene, Klein happily quipped inwardly. Being friends with Mr. Vampire in reality, Klein had heard him mention that over the years, he had spent more than 7,000 pounds on dolls, which made Klein marvel at the price of puppets and how extravagant Emlyn was. No problem. The hanged man didn't press further. He turned to Audrey. My fair lady, the artisan has completed the work and has obtained a rather mystical item. It allows you to truly change your appearance while also providing you with 3 beyonder powers: flame controlling, damage transfer, and danger intuition. It improves your balance and agility. It's a silver mask, but it can also be a hat or an earring. It can change its appearance, and you can name it. Of course, it also has its own minor flaws. When you wear it, your emotions will be amplified, and you must learn how to control yourself. It costs £5,500. At this point, the hanged man chuckled and said to the world, "The Beyonder characteristic you provided earns you £4,500, and the artisan's workmanship is worth £1,000. For £1,500, much better than I had expected, even though there's a 15% commission, that is to say £675 for Mr. Hangman." Klein immediately controlled the world and nodded in agreement. That wouldn't be an issue. Emotions would be amplified. According to Miss Escalante, I'll have the ability to influence the moods and mental states of other people when I advance to psychiatrist. I should be able to do the same for myself. Yes, that flaw isn't a problem. Audrey nodded lightly. I will pay within 2 days of receiving the mystical item. In order to not reveal the secret of the Tarot Club, she had to wait until she had received the item before she could claim reimbursement from her father. Sure, the hanged man wasn't the least bit worried about Miss Justice's credibility. So Rich, both Emlyn and Furs felt agitated at the same time. Phew, Klein breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This meant that more than £3,000 of his would be available soon. Thank you, Miss Justice. He silently drew a crimson moon inwardly. Frankly speaking, although Alger had predicted that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain, and the fact that the mystical item was indeed worth about £5,500, he still felt a strong sense of discomfort over such actions. It felt like after all the hard work he had put in to make a killing, the money he earned wasn't even more than her pocket money. £675 split from the world, and the artisan's fee is only £600. I'll earn a net profit of £400. I've made a total of £1,075 in this transaction. But the world isn't a simple figure. He has a great deal of Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, and he's involved in a great number of events. He's in the know of relatively important information. It's not worth it to get into a conflict with him over a few £100. Otherwise, I could have pushed the price of his Beyonder characteristic to below £4,000, the hanged man thought wistfully. As the fool rejoiced at the prospect of receiving £3,825, Derek looked at the lady across him and earnestly said, "Miss Magician, your spirit eater's stomach pouch is ready." "Excellent." Furs heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay £300 in cash to Mr. Hangman." Upon hearing this, Alger's spirit was also lifted. He hurriedly requested the fool sitting at the end of the long bronze table for permission to conjure the potion formula. A few seconds later, he wrote the Solar High Priest formula onto the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in front of him. Sequence 7. Solar High Priest. Main ingredients: 1 comb of a dawn rooster, 1 fruit of a radiant spirit packed tree. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of a dawn rooster, 10 drops of sun essential oil, 8 grams of fingered citron powder, and 5 grams of solidified lava. Although Klein didn't deliberately pry into this potion formula, the content which was conjured thanks to him was still reflected in his mind. As long as he was willing to use dream divination to recall, he would immediately get the corresponding knowledge. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, being a platform is most profitable." Derek received the piece of parchment expectantly, glancing at it with relief and excitement. Then, he conjured the list of monsters which were found in the area surrounding the City of Silver, letting the hanged man pick out the Beyonder ingredients that would be used to level the difference in prices. Alger calmly and carefully checked the list, gaining a precise understanding of the situation around the City of Silver. After that, he selected 3 ingredients that he knew had buyers and prices. "After that, I'll be able to sell them within 2 days, earning me about £1,000. Counting the £300 from Miss Magician and the previous £1,075. I'll finally have enough money for the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs." Feeling exhausted, Alger turned his head to the side and said to Furs, "Miss Magician, you can prepare the transaction for the dragon-eyed sea condor eyeballs." The hanged man had less than £20 on him at present, and even the artisan fees he had paid in advance was borrowed thanks to his wide network of contacts. However, by the end of the transaction, his cash assets would reach £2,375, sufficient enough to cover the £2,000 required for the main ingredient. Furs thought of the loss she had suffered last week at the hands of Mr. Hangman and responded, feeling slight grievance. All right. For her, how much this deal would eventually earn her would depend on her teacher, Dorian Gray. She wouldn't earn anything extra beyond what he was willing to share with her. At the end of the transaction segment, Klein manipulated the world to seek to purchase the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths and a pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle. As for the sale or process of making the Murloc bladder into a mystical item, he temporarily didn't intend to do it through the Tarot Club. He wished to use it as a catalyst to expand his social connections and resource channels at sea. After today's tarot gathering, Miss Justice will finish gathering her psychiatrist potion's ingredients. And the same is true for Miss Magician's Trickmaster potion. Now that little son has the formula, he can finally work towards Sequence 7. He's one step closer to providing me with a way to remove the mental corruption inside a Beyonder characteristic. Mr. Hangman is about to receive one of the main ingredients of Windblessed, so there's only one last obstacle in his way before reaching Sequence 6. Only Emlyn hasn't yet made up his mind or found a solution. There's no hope of him advancing in the near future. Klein looked around and said with a chuckle, "Continue your free exchange." Audrey was about to say something out of habit, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that there was no news to share this week. Apart from the numerous balls I've attended and the 2 psychology classes, there are only matters regarding my return to East Chester County that can be talked about. But there's no need to. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Furs, who was still in her languid state from the New Year's holidays, continued having a blank mind. She commented, feeling rather guiltily. Backlund is still under the same kind of high pressure as before. Don't take any risks unless you're an official Beyonder. Is that so? Emlyn, who had been behaving well during this time, frowned doubtfully. A vampire like him who led a routine lifestyle couldn't experience the pain of having all the Beyonder gatherings stopped. The Hanged Man nodded and thought for a while. Then, he said to the son, "Don't be careless. Before holding a sacrificial ritual, it's best if you confirm that the chief who led the exploratory team isn't in the City of Silver, or if he's busy with other matters." "Mr. Hanged Man, do you mean that the chief could have noticed the repeated cycle of fate?" Derek asked in astonishment. The Hanged Man replied solemnly, "That possibility can't be ruled out. However, I can't be sure since I don't know enough about your City of Silver." Having said that, he hid his smile and presented a serious expression. Derek said with chagrin, "There are many things I'm not sure of either." Alger sighed inwardly, eliminating his disappointed emotions. "In short, caution and carefulness will allow you to live longer." "Thank you for your reminder," the son said sincerely. The Hanged Man withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Recently, the sea has been relatively calm." "No, that's just what you think," Klein silently retorted, manipulating the world to speak with a hoarse voice. "I just happened to hear about something at sea." Without waiting for the Hanged Man to ask, he looked at Justice and the Magician. "Ladies, can you buy me a radio transceiver?" "I can give it a try." Furs agreed without paying too much attention. As she was about to leave Backlund, Audrey could only say sorry. After negotiating this deal, the world cleared his throat and said, "That matter has something to do with the Church of Storms." "Something to do with the church? Why didn't I receive any notice? Is it not required for them to pass it down to people at my level?" The Hanged Man frowned and waited patiently for the world to speak in detail. The world originally wanted to sweep the Hanged Man with a teasing look, but due to the difficulty of those sequence of actions, he could only regretfully give up. With a heavy and hoarse laugh he said, "An old custom in Bancy Harbor was revived. Some of the inhabitants became heretics, and even a bishop of the Church of Storms was corrupted. I heard that the matter has been resolved, but quite a few people died." Bancy Harbor. Alger recalled the situation of the area and explained to Miss Justice and the others who remained confused. "There's a custom of living sacrifices there. and the target is an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas, in the southern continent, there are quite a number of such evil spirits. On the surface, it seems like they've been cleared away, but in reality, they continue living in a strange state. Many people have suddenly died in those places. It isn't necessarily because of an illness. If you guys have similar travel or adventure plans, don't be careless. Alger tried to describe what had happened in Bansi Harbor as an accident, one that was within the realm of understanding. Suddenly, he heard rather deep laughter. This laughter came from the end of the mottled long table. Mr. Fool. The hanged man suddenly turned his head. Mr. Fool. Bansi Harbor isn't as simple as it seems. Audrey immediately looked at Mr. Fool, who was sitting upright on his high-back chair. Noticing looks of puzzlement, curiosity, or excitement, Klein laughed leisurely with a hint of reminiscence in his voice. This reminds me of a king of angels. A king of angels. The matter of Bansi Harbor involves a king of angels. Audrey's eyes widened in anticipation of what Mr. Fool was to say next. A king of angels. Furs took a deep breath, her expression somewhat bitter. Why is it that all we talk about at the Tarot Club is the descent of the true creator, the awakening of the primordial demoness, and the reappearance of a king of angels? I'm only a sequence 9. She wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. Emlyn, on the other hand, felt a baffling sense of excitement, having found another reason for why his ancestor had gotten him to pray to the fool. As expected, this is a gathering of messiahs in preparation for the apocalypse. We are the chosen ones who will gradually face evil existences such as the king of angels, the primordial demoness, the true creator, and so on. Emlyn had an impulse to immediately agree to the deal proposed by the hanged man, but the fact that he had no money had ruthlessly crushed the fantasy in his mind. Which king of angels will it be? In a rare occasion, Derek joined in with the conversation with Miss Justice and the rest. A king of angels. What secret is Bansi Harbor hiding? Alger was waiting for the answer with rapt attention. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't plan on continuing, Audrey couldn't help but ask, "Honorable Mr. Fool, which king of angels is it?" Klein leaned back in his chair, chuckled and said, "Medici, who established the Rose Redemption. His descendants live in Binzi." Rose Redemption, the king of angels related to the true creator? Audrey didn't expect that the matter would be multi-layered, with each layer more serious than the last. She subconsciously asked, "Binzi, that's the old name of Bansi," Alger replied in a low voice as he clenched his hands. He could no longer imagine the truth behind this matter. He only knew that the unforeseen event in Bansi Harbor might not be over yet. The danger that could devour people remained lurking in the shadows. He didn't know much about the phrase Rose Redemption, only knowing that it had something to do with the temple of the true creator and the angel of fate, Ouroboros, but was unable to confirm exactly what it represented. In short, the level of this matter is beyond my imagination. Alger looked at the end of the long, mottled table, and suddenly the thought flashed through his mind that Mr. Fool really did know the 8 kings of angels and that he knew many secrets. At that moment he thought of something. Just last week at the gathering, Miss Justice had inquired about the other kings of angels, and Mr. Fool's answer was that we will come into contact with them in the future. And just a week later, we really have come into contact with a new king of angels. Mr. Fool had foreseen this. Alger's pupils shrank as he lowered his gaze in fear. Amidst his shock, another doubt surfaced in Alger's mind. If Mr. Fool had foreseen this, why did he mention that Bansi Harbor's matter is related to Rose Redemption and the King of Angels, Medici? Did he tell us on purpose? He hopes to spread this matter through us? The target is the King of Angels, Medici? No, it's more likely to be the true creator. Mr. Fool has repeatedly thwarted the plans of the true creator before, so it should be no exception this time. The term Rose Redemption appeared in the abandoned temple of the true creator, and it's established by the King of Angels, Medici, and Ouroboros. Clearly, they share a deep connection with the true creator. Bansi Harbor only has our Church of Storms. So the person Mr. Fool is really informing is actually me? Alger vaguely understood something. Then, he became acutely aware of another problem. The last time the world mentioned that something major was about to happen in Backland, it was immediately confirmed by Mr. Fool, and it later involved the awakening of the primordial demoness and the descent of the true creator. This time, the abnormality at Bansi Harbor also received a response from Mr. Fool. He revealed the secret hidden in ancient Binzi, and has brought the Rose Redemption and the King of Angels to the forefront of all the members of the Tarot Club. Isn't this T2 coincidental? Yes, news provided by the world previously had to do with Backland, and this is the first time it involves the sea. Furthermore, Mr. Fool had mentioned last week that his adorer has been forced to leave Backland because of the Great Smog. They match perfectly. So, the world is actually Mr. Fool's adorer? No, he should be a representative among all his adorers in the Tarot Club. He's to do things that Mr. Fool finds inconvenient. Of course, through this gathering, the adorer will also trade goods and knowledge in order to advance himself. This is also considered a form of Mr. Fool's nurturing of him. On careful thought, this theory is probably correct. At least, the world has never collected Roselle's diary in exchange for knowledge or intelligence from Mr. Fool. As his adorer, it's his duty, so he has probably submitted them in private. From this conclusion, some deliberate questions or contradictions on the world's part are meant to conceal his identity as an adorer. This is consistent with his experienced, skilled, and cunning character. In addition to the hidden attempt to awaken as he slowly lifts the seal, Mr. Fool holds the tarot gathering to also use us to interfere in certain events. This is evident from the composition of the members: a high noble, a beyonder at the bishop level of the church, a survivor of the forsaken land of the gods, a student of the Abraham family, an adult vampire. Each of us represents a faction or a particular circle or resource channel. Many thoughts flashed through Alger's mind. Not only was he not repressed by his own guesses, but he was also excited. To him, Mr. Fool's unknown purpose was the most frightening thing. Having an initial understanding of what he wanted to do allowed him to effectively avoid any risks and improve himself by doing so. As long as the Fool wants to use us to do things, he'll definitely give us some benefits. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to see the hope of becoming a demigod. The world, you definitely didn't expect that I would see through your disguise. Alger's fear subsided, and he began to think about how to use the information about Bansi Harbor. He couldn't report the matter just like that, as it would arouse suspicion, and he had to patiently wait for an opportunity to let the higher-ups appreciate him and reward him, without ending up being monitored. Audrey could tell that Mr. Hanged Man was undergoing a mental exercise, but she didn't expect him to come up with so many guesses in such a short period of time. And from the words of Mr. Fool, she was delighted to learn that Rose Redemption was a secret organization established by a number of kings of angels, which was also related to the true creator. At the same time, she vaguely sensed the strangeness of the world. She realized that this member of the organization, who was the most difficult to read, was always involved in important matters and could always obtain important information. Furthermore, he constantly produced formulas, ingredients, and beyonder characteristics, as if he could successfully hunt down a beyonder within 1 to 2 weeks. He left Backland and went to sea? Or was it a rumor he heard in Backland? Should I tell this information to the church? Well, Mr. Hanged Man has a close relationship with the Church of Storms, so it's better for him to do it, and there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey suppressed the thought of probing and only curiously asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of the King of Angels, Medici? Or should I say, what is his pathway?" Klein leaned back into his chair and said with a deep chuckle, "Red Priest. Red Priest? Which pathway is that? It sounds very similar to the Dark Emperor. Could it be that it's another Sequence 0 title?" Audrey thought with excitement and joy. Red Priest. Derek silently muttered the words, realizing that there was no corresponding record in the City of Silver's history. Perhaps I haven't read enough, having only received a general education, he thought regretfully. Furs and Emlyn listened as if they were listening to a story and were equally interested in similar information. The only problem is that I can't brag about it or write it into my novels. Furs felt a pang of regret. Mr. Hanged Man will likely report it to his superiors. Let's hope he doesn't delay it for too long. With his shrewdness, he may have already figured out some of the problems regarding the world and has grasped the relationship between him and the fool. Fortunately, I've deliberately set up the world to be Sherlock Moriarty since a long time ago, giving him the identity of an adorer. Mr. Hanged Man can at best detect it up to this point, unable to imagine that the world is actually a dummy. Klein raised his hand to his chin, smiled, and said, "Continue." Seeing that Mr. Fool was no longer talking about the subject, Emlyn, who had freed himself from his emotions as a messiah, began to face the difficult problems of reality. That was his lack of money. Regardless, he had never considered selling off his dolls. He only told himself that he needed to be frugal in the future. Only after half a year or even a year could he get himself a new doll, or he could buy a new set of clothes for the dolls he already had. In addition, the only way he could think of making money was to sell some potions that had a miraculous effect, but that could easily bring hidden danger to his clansmen in Backland. This is an arrangement by the ancestor. Logically speaking, Lord Nibs should provide me help, but Mr. Fool wishes for me to keep it a secret, to be the messiah in the shadows who's burdened with responsibility. I'm not to reveal it on my own accord. After thinking for a few seconds, Emlyn pumped himself up, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, I have a question. Here's the matter. Suppose there's a powerhouse who has arranged for you to investigate something. Although you have successfully obtained the information, you are unable to report it to the person due to certain reasons. Then, how can you continue to get support from this powerhouse?" Having said this, Emlyn suddenly felt that this act was somewhat shameful. This makes me appear like a traitor and a spy. No, I'm doing this for the sake of the Sanguine's continuation. For this, I have to give up my reputation and bear the burden of being misunderstood. When this is over, and when the truth is revealed, they'll be moved by me. Emlyn quickly eased his prior feelings. At this moment, Audrey, Furs, and Derek cast their eyes towards Alger. In their eyes, Mr. Hanged Man was the most experienced and the best teacher in this field. Klein also thought so too. Alger glanced at the moon and chuckled. "It's simple, but you have to take some risks." Emlyn subconsciously denied. "It's not me." The Hanged Man replied with a chuckle. "Let's assume that it's you." He continued his description. "You will slowly display a certain level of abnormalities in your daily life, allowing that powerhouse to see that you have a problem. He will have two choices. One is to interrogate you directly, but it will be very easy to end up losing a lead for clues. The second is to inadvertently provide you with help so that you can investigate more thoroughly and then send people to monitor you. I think the second possibility is the most likely. The risk you have to take is how to not reveal the information you want to hide while under surveillance. That works. In fact, I won't be exposed either. Every tarot gathering, I'll be resting in the Harvest Church, looking normal on the outside. As for the sacrifice of items and the receiving of bestowments, they're things that can be shown to Lord Nibs and the others. It will allow them to guess that I have formed some sort of connection with Mr. Fool, but they can't imagine that I've already joined a secret gathering. Very well, while I'm studying history, I'll take the initiative to ask Baron Waymandy about the City of Silver. Emlyn's eyes lit up as he had an idea. He then thought of something and turned to the Hanged Man. "Last week, didn't you ask about a way to make everyone on board a ship sleep at the same time? It's very simple. I can provide you with a magical anesthetic gas that can effectively spread without any irritating smells. Even on the deck, one will fall unconscious once they catch a whiff of it. Of course, it's best if you choose a windless night, and that the targets are unable to sense danger, and their physiques cannot be too strong. Those Beyonders that are well known for their physiques in Sequence 9 are the limit. It can cause deep slumber that lasts for more than 3 hours. The effects will constantly decline after that. 100 pounds a can, and an extra 30 pounds for me." The Hanged Man thought about the situation of the sailors on the ghost ship and didn't haggle. Okay. He wanted to erect a certain image in front of the moon to prepare for the big transaction that would follow. He had thought of using a slumber charm, but that would require him to chant the incantation. It would make the sailors notice that something was wrong and suspect something afterward. At the end of the exchange, Klein tapped the surface of the long, mottled table with his finger, and he said with a leisurely smile, "I can foresee that everyone will present a new appearance of themselves next week. Let us end today's gathering here. Thank you for your blessings." Audrey was the first to stand up. She took her leave, expressing her gratitude. With Mr. Fool saying those words, she felt more confident in consuming the psychiatrist's potion. As the magician and the others repeated the same words, one figure after another disappeared from the palace. The area above the gray fog returned to its eternal silence. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. As the crimson glow faded from her eyes, Furs saw the familiar desk and open notebook which she used to jot down her inspirations. To her, this experience was no longer anything new, but it still evoked reverence from the bottom of her heart. This was a power that didn't belong to humans, something that even demigods were incapable of. I'll receive the stomach pouch of a spirit eater in 2 days. My apprentice potion has already been digested. Finally, I'll become a trickmaster. I wonder what beyonder powers I'll receive. By advancing by my own abilities, teacher will definitely place greater importance on me. Apart from potion formulas in the future, perhaps I might be provided with some beyonder ingredients. How I look forward to that very much. I don't even know the corresponding names of sequence 6 and 5. I only know that sequence 7 is astrologer. After I become a trickmaster, I'll immediately write to teacher. Furs felt like she was one step closer to ridding herself from the curse of the full moon. At this moment, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Finally, it turned into the slam of the door. Zio is out again. She's so busy. Furs sighed silently. If not for the £400 debt that she owes Viscount Glaint, we would probably be vacationing at Desi Bay now. After a long period of hard work, and thanks to the enhancement of her strength, certain tasks that were previously impossible for her to complete have become simple. Moreover, from time to time, Zio would receive small tasks that pay well from the Golden Masked Man. Zio has already raised her savings from £110 to £320, leaving her with only £80 left to pay off her debt. In fact, I could spot her £80, but unfortunately, although she isn't tall, she still has a lot of pride in her. Furs withdrew her thoughts and thought about the matter Mr. World had entrusted her. As a doctor and a writer, she didn't know much about radios or anything about the entire field of machinery. She didn't usually pay attention to such information when reading the newspapers, so she didn't know where she could buy the kind of transceiver the world wanted. A department store? Probably doesn't sell one. Avil writes science fiction, so he should know a lot about such matters. Furs quickly found the right person to consult. However, she immediately had a new problem. Was she to visit him directly, or was she to write him a letter of inquiry? Glancing at the chair covered in a thick, soft blanket, and smelling the fragrance of coffee and tobacco emanating the room, she felt a warmth slowly creeping through her body. Bit by bit, her motivation to leave the house crumbled. I'm not familiar with him, so I shouldn't rashly pay him a visit. She sat down with a grunt and unfolded a piece of paper. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Derek opened his eyes and woke up from feigning sleep. According to his original plan, he would have immediately held a sacrificial ritual to send out the stomach pouch of the spirit eater. However, the words of the hanged man reminded him to be more cautious and make more observations. I'll gather the ingredients Mr. Hanged Man require first, and then I'll do the sacrificial ritual all at once. Derek remained silent for a few seconds. Then he attached his axe of hurricane to his body and headed for the steeple. He first checked the items available for exchanging using merit points, but he wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction. He planned to go to the underground market to take a look once the lightning in the sky subsided. Derek went up to the 3rd floor and headed straight for the library section that dealt with mythology and ancient classics, hungering for valuable information he hadn't learned yet. Suddenly, he saw a hard and yellowed book with a cover, Giant King's Court, Book of Blackrock, hand-copied edition. It's a record passed down from the Giant King's Court? I wonder if there's anything related to the kings of angels. Derek reached for the book, pulled it out, and saw that it was bound in a brown monster hide. At that moment, on the upper level of the library, Colin Iliad was wearing a flaxen-colored linen shirt and a brown coat and standing there quietly, looking down. His unkempt, grizzled hair flailed in the breeze from the window, and his pale blue eyes were deep and reserved. Wednesday, January 12th, 5:40 p.m. The sky was dark and cloudy, with deep blue waves undulating across the sea. The white agate bobbed up and down in the storm, like a toy in the palm of a giant. This is the sea. No matter how powerful one is, one will appear insignificant in front of it. Danitz stood by the window and enjoyed the scenery outside. Fortunately, we're almost at the city of generosity. From the moment they left Bansi Harbor, the white agate's journey had been smooth sailing. With the help of the wind, it reached a stable speed of 15 knots. Hence, even though they arrived at Tiana port a little later than scheduled, they completed the entire journey half a day earlier. That is to say, the white agate, which was scheduled to arrive at the City of Generosity on the morning of the 13th, arrived on the evening of the 12th. Hearing Danitz's reflections, Klein just glanced up at him, then looked away and continued his contemplation. The more he played the part of Gehrman Sparrow, and the more he had to force himself to behave in accordance with his persona, the more deeply he realized what kind of person he was. When faced with different situations, he realized that the choices he really wanted to make were different from Gehrman Sparrow's. For example, he would have responded to Danitz by idly chatting with him about the weather at sea and the disasters caused by those terrible storms, but Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't. He had to be cold and reserved. The more there are such differences, the more I recognize myself. Klein sighed inwardly. This was something he hadn't experienced when he moved about with his identity as the private detective Sherlock Moriarty. Back then, he didn't have to disguise his personality and had just been himself. I feel like I've digested my potion a little. However, Gehrman Sparrow has traits that are similar to myself. At the very least, when choosing to disembark and entering Bansi Harbor to save the others, I overlapped with this identity of mine, and there was no difference. Of course, it could also be said that I was adding a certain kind of persona into the mix. Beneath Gehrman Sparrow's gentleness and madness, he has a kind, brave, and compassionate heart that values relationships. Heh, I can't boast about myself. If I had known earlier that Bansi was Binzi, I would have most likely been terrified. Not necessarily. At the very least, the danger which was divined was within an acceptable range. Klein thought, summing things up as he engaged in self-deprecation. This made him more aware of a problem. Although playing the role of a purely fictional person could help him digest the potion, he needed to replace an existing identity to speed up and improve his progress. He needed to gain the affirmation of people from the other person's interpersonal relationships, feel the corresponding emotions of joy, anger, sadness, and immersing himself in them, but not getting obsessed. Become anyone, but ultimately become yourself in the end, and get feedback from the people involved? Klein looked at the pale yellow carpet, his mind racing. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow without a response, Danitz spread his hands helplessly, feeling bored out of his mind. This crazy guy is good in every way other than making me do what servants do. There's only one thing: he doesn't like to talk. There's a communication barrier with him. If this goes on, I'll definitely go crazy. Fortunately, I'm finally at Byam. I can finally be free. Danitz felt that he would sooner or later develop a habit of talking to himself when faced with a similar silence. After a while, he saw Gehrman Sparrow look up, smile, and say, "You can tell me about the pirate point of contacts in Byam." Dogs hit. "It's better if you don't say anything." Danitz's expression twisted. Whoosh. At 6:15 p.m., just before the storm arrived, the white agate docked smoothly and arrived at the capital of the Rørsted archipelago, Byam, the city of generosity. It was also known as the Spice Archipelago, and it was home to a variety of exotic spices, with the plantations of these produce being mainstays of the economy. The Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located, occupied more than half of the archipelago, which was mostly covered in forest. It had gold, silver, copper, coal, iron, and other minerals, as well as a plentiful variety of fruits due to the particularly fertile land. For these reasons, the first batch of colonists named the seaside city they built the City of Generosity. They believed it was a land of treasure promised by the gods, where it flowed with milk and honey. Klein picked up his suitcase which Danitz packed, and he left room 312, entering the corridor that led to the deck. Without any surprises, he met Donna's family, Cleves, and others. The two siblings were still a little afraid of Klein after the fright he gave them. They hid behind their parents and bodyguards and didn't dare to speak, appearing like deflated balloons. Klein nodded slightly as a form of greeting. At this moment, Erdy Branch hesitated for a second and then took a half-step forward. "Mr. Sparrow, will you be staying in Byam? If I wish to hire." "No. Request for your help. How can I contact you?" He's indeed a businessman with a spirit of adventure. Even if he's afraid, he still wishes to befriend someone with beyonder powers. Klein thought for a moment. "What newspapers are in circulation over here?" "The Sonia Morning Post and the News Report are popular in the archipelago," Erdy said without any thought. "Put an advertisement in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row asking to buy Demir's special cured meat, and leave an address. I'll go look for you, and if I don't show up 3 days later, it means I'm at sea again." Klein was careful to give a one-way method of contact. "All right," Erdy exhaled and smiled. Cleves and the others expressed their gratitude once again and left the cabin in an orderly manner. Noticing the gangway in sight, Donna suddenly slowed her pace and stepped back next to Klein, raised her face and bit her lip. "Uncle Sparrow, since that kind of power definitely brings about threats and madness, why did you choose to have it?" She had thought about this question for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask. Klein was startled, and he instinctively formed a smile. "For my dream." Then he lowered his voice and said 2 words. "And protect." "Protect." Donna mumbled the word in a slightly lost voice, picked up her pace, and caught up with her parents. After watching the Branch family leave the White Agate, Klein retracted his gaze and said to Danitz, "You're free." "Ah." For a moment, Danitz wasn't used to it. Without another word or care for Danitz, Klein pressed his top hat and carried his suitcase down the gangway. "Are you really going to let me go?" Blazing Danitz stood on the deck, his face filled with suspicion. Although he had expected such an outcome, with Gehrman Sparrow directly letting him go while in Demir Harbor, making him capable of imagining today's scene, he still couldn't believe it. He felt that everything that befell him came too simply and easily. "Regardless, I'm worth 3,000 pounds. No, this is the bounty offered only by loan. Isn't this madman, Gehrman Sparrow, an adventurer? How can he let go of a huge amount of wealth in front of him? It's incomprehensible." It's true that normal people can't understand the mindset of lunatics. Danitz gradually snapped back to his senses. With his luggage in hand, he carefully descended the gangway and stepped onto the concrete ground of the dock. He straightened his back, lifted his head, and gave Gehrman Sparrow's back a glance. He realized that he really wasn't turning back and was following the path straight for Coastal Street. Danitz didn't dare delay a second longer. He immediately turned around and left through another path, occasionally changing directions and using obstacles to look back, in order to ensure that he wasn't followed. Soon, he arrived at a row of houses near the warehouse at the dock. Gehrman Sparrow really didn't use me as bait. After triple-checking, Danitz finally relaxed completely. At this moment, he finally felt like he was liberated. A dignified bosun of a pirate admiral like him no longer had to be bullied and be ordered around like a servant. "I can already foresee that tomorrow will be incomparably beautiful. There will be a group of people vying to flatter me, wanting to become my servants." Danitz knocked happily on the door, 3 long and 3 short, rhythmically. Gehrman Sparrow asked me to give him the pirate point of contacts in Byam. I obviously only told him the ones that don't have a good relationship with us. There's no way he could guess that our golden dream point of contact is right at the dock. Danitz picked at his nose and breathed in the fresh sea breeze before a looming rain. Byam was a pivotal location of the Lone Kingdom's Sonia sea colonies. It was one of the largest cities in the region. There were many powerful official beyonders, and no matter how rampant the pirates were, they didn't dare to openly show their faces here. Most of the time, they had to rely on the local gangs or people with backgrounds to handle the loot and purchase any necessities. Of course, this didn't mean that they wouldn't come to buy 'em. The Red Theater here was the most famous brothel in the surrounding seas, and countless pirates came to patronize this famous place. Even if one or two of their peers were caught every once in a while, it didn't stop them from rushing over. In addition to the spice trade, the brothel industry was another major pillar of the Rorstad archipelago. Apart from the Red Theater, there were many big or small brothels, out in the open or hidden all over the place. They fully satisfied the desires of the seamen with ample energy. As for the female pirates, they didn't have to worry about this problem. As long as they were willing, they could always be satisfied. After all, there was more demand than supply. At sea, where faith in the Lord of Storms was mainstream, there had always been few females. Similarly, the underground trade related to Beyonder ingredients and mysticism was quite frequent here, and there were many circles. Those smaller ports are still better. We don't have to be afraid of being discovered at all, and we can just openly sit in a bar, engage in disputes with adventurers, and even fight them. As long as we don't cause any trouble or cause any deaths, the local official Beyonders will turn a blind eye. With their strength, they typically have to take on tremendous risks if they wish to interfere. Danitz thought mockingly. At that moment, he heard footsteps and saw the door creak open. A familiar face entered his sight. "Old man, did you not drink today?" Danitz smiled and greeted. Standing at the door was one of the Golden Dreams contacts in the Rorstad archipelago, Old Rin. Old Rin coughed twice and made way. Danitz stepped into the dim room, his nose twitching suddenly. He caught a whiff of Lanti-proof. No, Old Rin likes to drink locally produced Biome Black Rand. As this thought flashed through his mind, Danitz was terrified. Immediately following that, he saw a man with his back to him rise to his feet. He was tall, dark, and muscular, and his hair was curled like marbles. Steel Mavedi. Danitz's pupils contracted sharply. This was the second mate of the Admiral of Blood, a great pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds. Waves of the sea breeze blew, swaying the thin, sharp leaves of the tree in a precarious manner. Klein was walking along Coastal Street at an adequate speed. In contrast, the people around him were hurrying and walking quickly. His spiritual intuition told him that it would take some time before the storm would arrive, and that he had plenty of time to find a hotel. Whoosh! The sound of the wind grew louder and louder. Tree branches fell to the ground, and there weren't many people left on the street. Klein was about to turn into another alley when he heard the sound of hasty but disorderly running. Tap, tap, tap. Danitz was running with all his might, but the scene in front of him began to rock. He felt an abnormal pain from his wound as he felt his vitality rapidly sapping away. His spirit body had partially left his body, approaching the legendary underworld. As for the surrounding sounds, he could only vaguely hear them, and everything in his line of sight looked like it wasn't real. If it wasn't for having Shadow Cloak, the ambush would have killed him. But even so, he was still severely injured and could die on the streets at any moment. He was forced to run towards Coastal Street because of his will to warn the captain that their point of contact had been compromised by the Admiral of Blood, as well as the glimmer of hope brought by that crazy but powerful figure. If it's him, then he would definitely be able to escape from the hands of Steel Mavedi's henchmen. Danitz began to stagger, and his body gradually grew cold. Just as he was about to collapse, he saw Gehrman Sparrow standing by a street corner. His refined face that hid madness appeared so genial at that moment. Plop! Danitz fell on his back, his hands hanging limply over his chest, revealing a hideous, exaggerated wound that was inflicted to his organs. Tell Captain that Old Rin has been discovered. Steel Mavedi did it for that treasure. Danitz saw Gehrman Sparrow kneel to his side as he hurriedly spoke. Klein recalled the bounty offered for Steel Mavedi and asked in return, "Admiral of Blood?" "Yes, tell Captain. Tell Captain." Danitz gasped as he said. After saying all that, he revealed a mournful smile. Don't worry about me. I'm about to die soon. Tell the captain that all the money I've saved up has been turned into real estate. Units 12 to 16 on Byam's Amiris Avenue. The title deeds are hidden in the wall of Unit 13's basement. It helped me sell them. T take the money to South Intis's Elama town. G give the money to my parents. S say that I've really made a fortune. Danitz paused. Then he said with great difficulty. S say that I've become an outstanding adventurer. Also, help me say I'm sorry. His eyes suddenly became moist, as if he was recalling that rebellious youth from back then. I'm sorry, old man, mother. I'm unable to return home. Danitz's vision darkened, and he felt that his life was coming to an end. It was at this moment that he saw Gehrman Sparrow reach out and press his hand to his wound and then swipe it. Danitz's sorrow came to a sudden halt as he felt the already numb pain in his chest and abdomen suddenly disappear as his left hand seemed to suffer a fracture. He looked at Klein blankly, and Klein looked back at him quietly. None of them spoke for 2 seconds. Finally, he looked down in astonishment and discovered that his lethal wound had strangely healed. His left arm was badly mutilated, and even his bones protruded out. I'm fine now? Danitz blinked, still immersed in the sadness and frustration of his brush with death. Why didn't you treat me first? He asked blankly. Klein looked back at the empty area on the other side of Coastal Street and said in a calm tone, waiting for you to finish. That's basic courtesy. Courtesy, you son of a bitch. I was really saying my last words. With a sudden jerk of his back, Danitz rolled to his feet. He warily looked towards the dock, where a thick cloud of smoke was rising. It was none other than the result of the battle he had just been engaged in. Because the house was set on fire by me, Steele Mavady was afraid that it would catch the attention of the official Beyonders. As he was confused by that shadow, he didn't chase after me. Danitz instantly understood the sequence of events. Let's find a place to stay first. Klein spread his hands and caught a drop of rain. Not knowing whether or not he had completely escaped danger, Danitz immediately nodded. Okay. I can tell that this madman, Gehrman Sparrow, isn't afraid of Steele Mavady at all. He's not even afraid of Admiral of Blood. At such times, I especially admire his craziness. Damn, I exposed my wealth to him. Danitz had just exhaled when his body froze. Klein walked silently ahead with his suitcase and Kane with only one thought echoing in his head. God damn it. A pirate is richer than I am. Empress Burrow. Audrey, who was about to leave Backlund, hid in her chemistry laboratory and concocted the psychiatrist potion with the ingredients she received from Mr. Vampire, the fruit of the Tree of Elders, the blood of a mirror dragon, and the other ingredients she had collected previously. This time she didn't get Susie to guard the door. Instead, she was to sit inside and observe the whole process from the sidelines. Earl Hall had already instructed everyone to not approach the young lady during her experiments, but they had to pay attention to any unusual changes. Phew! Audrey let out a small sigh of relief, pouring the completed potion into a prepared glass bottle. The slightly golden liquid rippled like a deformed, gigantic pupil. Its gaze seemed to shine right into the eyes of anyone's heart. Susie, did you remember the process? You are a mature Beyonder. In the future, you'll have to learn how to concoct your own potion. No, it's not that I'm not helping you. It's just that I'm pointing out a possibility. Sometimes, I might not be by your side, and you just happen to need a potion bottle. Audrey said happily to the huge golden retriever. Susie was so confused by what she was taught, and she could only open her mouth to reply with a single word, woof. Converging her emotions, Audrey raised her head and downed the psychiatrist potion bottle. The golden liquid was cool and refreshing, making Audrey feel as if she was enjoying a delicious ice cream. She then took a sip of champagne. Tiny bubbles of air continuously rose, silently bursting as they brought a tingling sensation with them. Suddenly, her sense of hearing reached out, and she could hear the conversation of the two maids at the end of the corridor as they lamented at how they had no chance of going to the Hall family's castle and manor in Eastchester County. At this moment, Audrey felt as if she had dissolved into an illusory gas and was rapidly expanding. It filled the entire room, overlapping with a sea formed from everyone's sea of consciousness. Her vision also changed. Everything she saw was abnormally smooth, turning into a mirror that reflected her current appearance. Possessing a beauty described by pure, exquisite, grand, and witty, golden scales that were slowly growing out of her exposed skin. Her emerald green irises contracted and were dyed in a faint golden color, as if they had turned vertical. Audrey suddenly felt fear from the bottom of her heart when she saw herself like this. She didn't want or wish to become an inhuman monster. With a hum, her mind began to turn into a blur, as if something was slowly and painfully drilling out from the surface of her body. Just then, she heard the gentle voice of her huge golden retriever, Susie. "Don't be afraid, calm down. Don't be afraid, calm down." Audrey recovered her thoughts and tried to get herself into a spectator state. Her undulating emotions quickly calmed down, and her spirit seemed to leave her body. She then looked down at herself like a spectator. Audrey saw the golden scales on the surface of her body visibly recede and her emerald-like eyes return to normal. It didn't take her long to regain control of her body and understand what beyond her powers were available to a psychiatrist and how they were used. "It was so dangerous just now." Audrey raised her hand in fear. Her skin was fair and delicate, completely unlike the abnormal condition she had been in a moment ago. After this incident, she truly understood how terrifying the danger of losing control which Mr. Fool would occasionally bring up was. She gained a deep understanding of how difficult it was to go down the Beyonder path. Even with the acting method, it was impossible to completely remove the latent risks. At one gathering, Mr. World said that Beyonders are a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Previously, I could only understand it literally. Now, I can finally feel the weight behind this sentence. Audrey, don't be discouraged. Don't be afraid. Father, mother, and brother are still waiting for your protection. With this experience, you won't be frightened by yourself in the future or so easily lose control. You can do it. Audrey clenched her fists and encouraged herself. She calmed down for 2 seconds, walked up to Susie, squatted down, and hugged the golden retriever. As she combed its fur, she put her head against the side of the dog's face and muttered in its warmth, "Thank you, thank you." Susie rubbed against her twice and asked seriously, "Audrey, is this how a psychiatrist feels like?" "I like it very much." Audrey was suddenly at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. She immediately pursed her lips and promised, "Susie, we'll treat each other in the future." "Yes, psychological problems." "Okay, woof," Susie answered happily. It was only now, with Audrey truly recovering, that she was in the mood to examine her own advancement. "My body seems to have become healthier. Although I don't have any obvious muscles, my strength and speed have become much stronger than before. My eyesight has also improved. I can even clearly see items hidden in the dark. My sense of smell is able to distinguish even more subtle smells, and thus being able to grasp a target's truest emotions and thoughts. I finally have beyonder powers in the truest sense of the word. Yes, there's also awe. I can target a single person or apply it to a group of people within a certain range. They'll instantly panic and turn chaotic as though they're facing a dragon. Another is frenzy. It will trigger the emotions and mental state of a target, throwing the target into a frenzy. They'll suffer intense psychological damage and might even cause direct loss of control at times. Another is psychological cue. Through specific methods, words, and a medium, I can cue a target, letting them abide by my arrangements without them realizing it. Or they might strongly abide by a particular promise from the bottom of their hearts. Another is placate, also known as psychoanalysis. I can help beyonders on the brink of losing control to regain their reason and escape danger. There's a certain chance of failure. The higher my sequence, the more easily it will succeed. It can calm down various psychological instabilities and allow for communication. Another is telepathy. Through mediums like candlelight and extracts, it will put the target in a partially hypnotic state. I'll then be able to directly communicate with their body of heart and mind, just like what Hilbert Alucard did to me. If not for the protection provided by Mr. Fool's angel, then I wouldn't have the means to lie under such situations. Yes, I have to be on guard against such techniques. I can't be fooled by a target, and there should be quite a number of means to achieve this effect. With placate and telepathy, together with certain psychology knowledge, I'll be able to act as a true psychiatrist, the kind that can open a clinic. Audrey's mood rapidly improved. She finally had the feeling that she had matured and become a qualified beyonder. I'm a mid-sequence beyonder. There really is a qualitative change. She stood up, lifted her skirt, and walked briskly around in a circle. She quickly discovered that she was still lacking in direct offensive abilities as a psychiatrist. Fortunately, I have this. Audrey stopped in front of the experiment table and opened a plain brown box. Inside the box was a silver mask that could only cover half a face. It was the mystical item that the hanged man had sold her. Audrey picked it up, placed it in her palm, and observed it for a few seconds. Then, she extended her spirituality and projected her thoughts just like how she did above the gray fog. She saw the silver mask begin to warp inwards, turning into a hollow, finely patterned, slightly large earring. It might be better to turn it into a necklace, Audrey whispered. Afterward, she tried out the various abilities of this magical item. She was most satisfied with her ability to fine-tune her appearance. It's a pity that other than flame controlling, it doesn't have any other more direct offensive powers. Perhaps I'll need to prepare a revolver, one that has beyonder effects, Audrey thought with some regret. She quickly collected her emotions and said to the mystical item in her hand with an uplifted tone towards the end, "From today, your name is Lie, the most beautiful lie. City of Generosity, Byam, 48 Acid Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Inn." It was raining heavily outside and the wind was raging, but inside the luxurious suite, the fireplace was warm and the environment peaceful. Klein sat in his chair and watched silently as blazing Danitz dealt with the severe fracture on his left arm. He waited until Danitz was finished binding up his arm with shredded, old clothes before asking bluntly, "What treasure?" According to Danitz, it was because of some treasure that Admiral of Bloodsignor wanted to deal with Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards. The sound of wind and rain came through the window. Danitz took a sip of the Lanty-proof on the table and then gave a bitter, angry laugh. Those assholes who had their brains eaten by zombies. On our last expedition, we found a sunken ship. Although we didn't find anything of great value, we discovered a gigantic black iron key that doesn't look like the kind used by humans. Can you imagine? After being submerged under the sea for so many years, it hasn't rusted at all. Yes, Klein replied in a concise manner. In a world where extraordinariness and mystery intertwined, what wasn't possible? There were people who could be resurrected from the dead, not to mention others. Danitz choked and paused for 7 or 8 seconds before he knew what to say next. Perhaps there's a traitor among us, and the news has spread. Countless pirates believe that this is Death's key, a key that can open the treasure trove Death left behind. I thought that this problem would be cleared up very quickly and happily applied for a vacation. In the end, the matter became more complicated. Even Admiral of Blood has joined the ranks of these mad pirates. I'm even beginning to suspect that it's Death's key, a key that can turn one into a true god. Foolish. Klein calmly gave his evaluation. Whether it was in the divination domain or dealing with deities, he could be considered experienced. Thus, he had his own understanding and confidence in the interpretation of Death's key. He believed that the key was a form of revelation, a symbol. The thing that opened Death's treasure trove was probably not in the shape of a key, but some kind of characteristic, bloodline, or even certain specified people and their descendants. Danitz was startled for 2 seconds, and then he exclaimed, "Your words are exactly the same as Captain's previous comments, and even your expressions are very similar." She suspects that the key belongs to an older era, an era not of humans. Before the cataclysm, this world was still full of giants, dragons, elves, and demonic wolves. The shape of the key indirectly points to one of them. Demonic wolves. Klein suddenly recalled the ravings he often heard during his past advancements. In it, the Phlegria he heard referred to the ancient god, Annihilation demonic wolf. A treasure that involves the second epoch? He held back his curiosity and switched to calmly saying, "Write down everything that Admiral of Blood has done, including Steel Mavedi and his men." He remembered that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew were the most notorious groups on the ocean. Their hands were stained with blood as they committed heinous sins. "How can I remember? They aren't beauties like Captain." Danitz threw up his hands. "I can only list the most important things and some of the details that have left an impression on me." "Wait, what do you want to do?" Bit by bit, Klein revealed a smile, one that gave Danitz a fright. He said in a deep voice, "If it's appropriate, I want to hunt them." "Hunt them?" Danitz asked subconsciously. When he truly understood the meaning behind Gehrman Sparrow's words, he instantly became excited. He changed his seating posture and suppressed his voice. "Is there anything I can help you with?" As a qualified, part-time pirate, he had nothing to do with beautiful words such as tolerance, compassion, and love. Since he had nearly died at the hands of Steel Mavedi and now had the chance to take revenge, he definitely wouldn't miss it. He believed that he could survive in the pirate industry by relying on an accurate grasp of the situation. Knowing when to resist, when to fight for his life, when to feign ignorance when seeing his enemies, and when to settle old scores. And now, this was an opportunity. Danitz still couldn't make an accurate judgment on how powerful Gehrman Sparrow was, but judging from how he had taken care of the fallen Bishop Millet within 10 seconds, it was unlikely that it would be too difficult for him to deal with Steel Mavedi. Even if he encountered the Admiral of Blood, Senor, it wasn't impossible for him to win. Of course, this is in a one-on-one situation, and pirates never talk about chivalry, Danitz thought to himself. Klein leaned forward a little, placed his elbows on his knees, and clasped his hands. "I've told you." "Ah, what?" Danitz felt that he was often unable to keep up with Gehrman Sparrow's train of thought. With regards to this, he could only console himself that a normal person and a madman were different. Seeing that the other party had stopped talking, he thought for a while and finally remembered what he had to do. Write down everything that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew had done. Gehrman Sparrow definitely wants to know how many things they've plundered. Danitz quickly gathered his thoughts, rummaged around the room for a pen and paper, and scribbled a chunk of text. During this process, he was exceptionally glad that it was his left arm that was injured. When he was done writing, Klein reached out for it, read it carefully, and confirmed from the undetailed parts of Danitz's description that Admiral of Blood was the most typical and vile of pirates. Not only did they plunder, but they also abducted people, slaughtered crew members, and abused women. A pirate like Danitz actually knows how to write ancient Fasak. He's also been educated. After muttering to himself, Klein took out a copper penny and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the material. Then he said in a tone as though he was giving instructions on what was to be eaten tomorrow morning, "Tell me about the Admiral of Blood and his men. He needs more detailed information. Is he preparing to hunt them?" Danitz was delighted, hating himself for not knowing enough. Admiral of Blood, Senor, is suspected to be an evil spirit. Anyone who has encountered him has died a bizarre death. Either they strangle themselves to death, blow their mouths up, hug bombs, or slaughter their companions. Captain said that it's the possession of an evil spirit. It's very similar to Miss Sharon's Beyonder powers. Wraith? Klein didn't speak as he listened to Danitz go on, in silence. "Senor can make a terrible shriek. The last time I fought them, I was nearly knocked unconscious and fell off the deck and into the sea. Heh. I returned the favor and set one of their boats on fire. Senor knows a lot of undead magic. Cruel, bloodthirsty, and full of desire. His targets can be either male or female, and even humanoid creatures. Consistent with the unrestrained nature of the Rose School of Thought. Yes, accurately speaking, it's a trait of the prisoner pathway. The highest probability is that he's a wraith." Klein nodded thoughtfully. In response, Danitz became more active and spoke a little faster. Our captain thinks that Senor has a very powerful mystical item on him, one that makes him very lucky. He always seems to gain the favor of the gods. For example, at a critical moment, his opponent would suddenly slip or have their powers fail. Another example is winning 21 bets in a row. A mystical item that can make someone lucky? This is very rare. It's from the monster pathway? Or is it connected to some other evil spirit? Klein guessed based on his own knowledge of mysticism. I've never directly fought Senor, so that's all I know. Danitz wanted to throw his hands up, but he was stopped by the pain in his left arm. He has about 7 or 8 ships. His flagship is the Tree of Flesh and Blood. Haha, that's different from us. We mainly seek out treasure and wouldn't take in anyone. Therefore, we only have the Golden Dream. It's no wonder the Admiral of Blood's bounty is much higher than Vice Admiral Iceberg, reaching 42,000 pounds. In terms of strength, he should be a bit stronger. Klein immediately gained an understanding. He maintained the same posture as before, seemingly unaffected by the intelligence regarding the Admiral of Blood. What about his subordinates? Danitz was long prepared as he immediately said, Senor has 10 of his strongest men under his command. The first, second, third mates of the flagship, and the captain of each ship. Steel Mavedi is the second mate of the flagship. We think that he's a sequence 6. His body is like steel and is able to withstand bullets and cannonballs. He isn't afraid of fire, drowning, and various magic. He's strong and fast. He can rip his opponent apart, and he grasps a certain level of undead-related spells. He can summon zombies and rear puppets. Zombie? Klein immediately thought of Marek, who played cards with zombies. Based on the wraith traits of Admiral of Blood Senor, can it be assumed that these pirates are actually part of the outer circle of the Rose School of Thought, or perhaps they're from an organization used to make money? It's a pity that I don't have a messenger. Nor did I ask Miss Sharon if she had one. Otherwise, I could contact her and confirm the Admiral of Blood's identity. Klein guessed with some regret. He didn't give up just because this matter might involve the Rose School of Thought. In any case, he could change his face and identity afterwards. In addition, he had involved himself with the Aurora Order, the Demoness Sect, Rose Redemption, and Twilight Hermit Order, so he wasn't afraid of offending another entity. Actually, it's not like I've never fought against the Rose School of Thought. I've already killed a wraith, a zombie, and a wraith, and I've robbed the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. Klein suddenly realized how much trouble he had been involved in. It's unlikely that Mavedi has any particularly powerful mystical items. Otherwise, I might not have been able to escape before, Danitz said, feeling somewhat relieved at his luck. He has a bunch of puppets and zombies by his side, as well as several subordinates at sequence 7 or 8. As the second mate of the flagship, he should be the leader of the crew in the vicinity since he's here. We can consider hunting him first. Below the high sequences, once the number of Beyonders reaches a certain amount, a qualitative change will occur. With the combination of different abilities, it's possible for a group to defeat a Beyonder stronger than themselves. It's just like how a Nighthawks team can definitely take down a sequence 6, or even a sequence 5. Klein didn't underestimate Steel Mavedi and his men just because he was stronger with creeping hunger. He was still as cautious as before. I have to plan and prepare well. Well, the frequency bands and passcodes I received from White Shark will come in handy. And once Miss Magician's radio transceiver is delivered, I'll get Danitz to frequently monitor the frequency and see if we can glean any information, allowing me to go in quickly to reap the harvest. And I can take advantage of this period to explore the possibility of true acting. Soon, Klein formulated a plan as he continued to listen to Danitz tell him about the rest of Admiral of Blood's subordinates. After a while, when Danitz was finally done, he summarized enthusiastically, "If Steel Mavedi can be killed, leaving my name behind, this matter will definitely go on the papers. Once it's spread, I no longer need to worry about informing Captain." He was afraid that a traitor was among their ranks and that all the points of contact in the Rorstad archipelago were under the enemy's control. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly make contact. He was still vexed over the problem of alerting his captain. He actually has a brain. Klein nodded and said, You're in charge of gathering information on all aspects of steel. All right, Danitz replied with a grim smile, thinking of the punch that had nearly pierced his heart in the evening. Klein slowly stood up and walked towards the window. It was dark outside with howling winds and pouring rain. It looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Thinking of what he was going to do next, he couldn't help but feel like he was acting in a certain sense. Smiling, he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt." City of Generosity, Byam, in the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had received the Sanguine's anesthetic gas, was about to sail out to sea for another of the Windblast's main ingredients, when he was summoned by the local diocese bishop. There have been rumors recently that Vice Admiral Iceberg received Death's Key. All the pirates in the Sonia Sea are roused by this, the bishop said in a heavy voice. Investigate this matter. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, but he was still as energetic as ever. His speech was even faster than a young man's, as though he could charge out at any moment and personally resolve all problems. His body was strong, his muscles bulging with his bishop's robe. The wind howled around him as he breathed, and the air was moist. There are similar rumors every year, but they all end up being fake. Such rumors are commonly spread across the sea. Even if it's true, I don't have the right to be involved. There's no need to take the risk. I'll just go through the motions and skirt the edge of this matter, Alger muttered inwardly. He solemnly clenched his fist and struck his left breast. Yes, Your Excellency. May the storm be with you. Diocese Bishop Chogo was very pleased with Alger's attitude and returned the same salute. May the storm be with you. The encouraged Alger Wilson quickly left the cathedral and returned to the square outside. The storm last night had subsided, and only the scattered leaves and water puddles on the ground remained as evidence of its coming. After taking a breath of after-rain fresh air, Alger decided to visit the few places where pirates roamed. He planned to put on a show of working hard by trying to seek out information. If he were to meet a fellow with a bounty of a few £100, he wouldn't mind apprehending the poor bastard. In his opinion, they were liquid cash flow that could be added to his savings.